6 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour on this Election Day 2024. If you're listening live, we are in studio, ready to go, fired up for another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. We do just what this hour's entitled. We kick things off for Rick and Bubba. They join us in 1 hour from now. Coming back into the TV screen is Mr. Greg Burgess. Hello, sir. How are you? You doing good?
I'm
Fired
good.
up, ready to go?
Bubba Bussy.
Who's behind me? Oh, here comes Bubba marching
coming
through.
to get them Charlie chips.
Bubba is marching through. Bubba, you want your Charlie chips while you come through? I save them for the show, he said. There goes his head. All right, so welcome in. Bubba's here, and
Bubba's here.
Rick and Adler will join us for the next hour as well. How are you, sir? How are you?
I'm good.
You good? Everybody good?
Yeah,
Okay, everybody, nobody's sitting.
Everybody, all that.
There it is.
Yeah.
Well, we got anything going on today? Do you know of? Is there anything happening? I'm not sure.
Not sure.
I'm
sure I got to go by store or something on the way home.
Yeah, I got to do that. Oh, I got to vote today.
Oh, voting.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, there's been a ton of y'all that have voted already. And I know for the state that we're based in, the in-person early voting is not an opportunity. And I know there's special situations that folks have been texting and emailing about. But most it's been absentee if you have voted. I know my parents have. But as far as in-person goes, it is today. Today. But a lot of you around the country have already voted. I wonder what that feels like. You get to Election Day and you're like, all right, I've already done it.
Yeah.
You know?
Taken care of.
Yeah.
You better vote this year. You may not get to vote again, according to the celebrities.
Yeah. Today,
Oprah done sent that warning out.
Oh, look.
Yeah,
the left.
possible.
You know the left is panicked. Okay, when the last 24 hours is nothing but just scare you. Trump's going to take all your rights away. And, they're panicking at that
That was
point.
her statement, that if you could lose your ability to vote.
Okay.
If he wins.
Okay, Oprah.
So,
well, don't we have 4 years that we can put beside each one of them? Trump was president for 4 years. Did he take your right to vote then?
And I'll be honest with you, I don't believe the president's position will ever have the power to take your right to vote.
No.
So
and then we kind of have what Kamala's done with the Biden administration the last 4 years. You really kind of just need to look at yourself and go, hey, am I better off now than I was? Bubba called it a weeds issue. Don't get off in the weeds fighting about, different silly stuff. Just vote from your heart and look at your life and go, who was I better under this administration or Trump's?
There it is.
And then go vote.
Go vote.
Today's really less about policy and more about the message from us is just go vote.
Yeah.
I mean, don't be, my vote don't matter. I'm just one person. No, go vote. You need to go vote. And grab and ask your neighbors if they voted, and y'all all carpool together, especially in the swing states. Please, go vote. I tell you, Greg, I don't know if you saw this. Have you? Do you know what's going on in Dicksville Notch?
Where?
Dicksville Notch.
Dicksville Notch.
Yeah.
Well, a lot happening in Dicksville.
Notch. That's in New Hampshire, Greg.
Can they change that?
The voting was officially underway. On election day as 6 registered voters. They always make the news every election.
They got 6.
Yeah, in the town of Dicksville Notch, New Hampshire. They cast their ballots just after midnight.
Well,
the results are in.
In Dicksville.
The results are in, and it's literally too close to call. As the 6 voters split 3-3 between Kamala and Trump.
That sounds about like
sure
what we're
does.
hearing everywhere.
It's a sharp swing, though, in Dicksville from 2020.
If Dicksville is any indication, this baby's going to be close.
It is. It's a sharp swing from 2020, Greg.
Because
in Dicksville, Joe Biden swept all 5 who voted against Trump at that time.
Okay.
We have 6
so
that
Biden
voted this
was
time.
popular in Dicksville.
Mm-hmm.
More popular than Kamala.
Wow, there's so much here. Dicksville Notch has produced the first results of the first in the nation primary since 1960 with its midnight vote on Election Day. And so a lot of folks are going, okay, if this is an indication, that's just 6 people. So everybody, whoa.
Yeah.
But in the past, boy, it's been heavy dims. heavy, and now it's split.
Even
down
the
middle.
3 people in Dicksville are not happy with Kamala.
No.
3 of them. 3 of them don't like her.
This is huge.
3 of the registered voters. What if you're another person in Dicksville, but you're not a registered voter? I bet they harass you.
You think?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! It's just 20 miles from the Canadian border, Greg. If you wanted to know where it was.
Well, how about that? It's a notch.
It says prior to the pandemic,
Would you
the
like
small
to go
New
to
Hampshire town had double the residents it has now, with a dozen casting ballots back in 2010,
Oh, wow.
and even more in years prior. But now there's just 6.
Okay, see, I got so many jokes, but I've held them back.
Oh, on the name of the town?
Yeah. I had a good one for that.
Oh, really? So
particular one,
you've held back?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm trying to be. Look, it's election day. We ain't got time for
it is.
foolishness.
Yeah.
Huh? Foolish men.
So there you go. I just want to let you know that the first votes have already been casted, have already been cast right after midnight, and it was 3-3 in Dicksville Notch, New Hampshire.
All right, so baby, it's going down to the wire.
Yeah.
That according to Dicksville Notch.
Yep. We have had a lot of folks that have come out, and I guess celebrities feel like, okay, now it's time.
Yeah, the idiots.
Yeah, it looks like that Jason and Travis Kelce's mom has come out and said she's voting for Trump.
Okay.
And, Mahomes' wife has said she's a Trump supporter, but they were all hanging
Are they just
out
basing
last
that on
night
her liking a tweet or something?
with Taylor Swift. Yeah, I think she's kind of.
Yeah.
I mean, I think anybody with common sense knows she's voting for Trump. But they hung out in the box last night, Greg, with Taylor Swift.
No,
but they were able to. The story says they were able to put politics aside.
Well, to be honest, if that's true and they really are on, that's the way it ought to be.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, I like you and all, but we just disagree on politics.
Right.
We can't. No, we can't do that.
Speaking of the Chiefs, they won in overtime last night.
Still undefeated.
They beat the Bucks and Baker Mayfield at Arrowhead, and I understand that NFL fans have torched the Buccaneers for their late decision in overtime to not go for 2. And everybody's like, hey, go for 2. Don't give Mahomes a chance. Go for 2 in the win.
Yeah, and didn't Kelsey have like a breakout night? He had like 14 receptions.
I think
or something,
so. Yeah.
Some kind of record.
And I think Mahomes, I didn't get to see it, but there was an injury scare. He's, I think, okay. He finished out, but that's the news coming out of there. But also Jason Kelsey, boy, we're flying all over the place here. Did he come out and apologize for his reaction?
Busting the phone. He was mad.
Well, I mean, the guy, hollered and dogged your brother and called him, called him a slur, and he said, not today. I think my favorite too is he did it while holding a beer.
Yeah, now he wanted to make sure everybody knew he was serious. Hang on, y'all.
What was
Let
his,
me calm down.
What was his official apology? Because I think he did it live on ESPN.
I just saw the headline and
Okay.
I didn't read it because I'm done with the Kelsey brothers.
Oh,
I mean,
you
not
are?
in a bad way. I'm not mad at them.
Yeah.
But I've got enough information on them. But at this point,
Let me guess. His apology was, "Hey, my reaction was a little over the top."
yeah, I lost my cool. I shouldn't. Now I'm not condoning what he called my brother, but I'm lost my cool. Shouldn't have broke his phone, and especially when I wouldn't give it back to him. Don't forget that part.
Right. Yeah. Picked up the smash phone, took it, and held it, and wouldn't give it back.
Listen, if you yell at a big guy that's kind of aggressive, that could happen.
Sure could. Big man.
Big man.
Big man. We'll be right back. 15 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
A medical test can reveal your body's biological age, which can show if you're aging prematurely. Better nutrition has been shown to reverse one's bio-age. Now, my hope of living better and healthier is why I take Field of Greens. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX or rickandbubba.com for a link. There's nothing more frustrating than your earbuds won't work, so Raycon is making your everyday easier with their best-selling everyday earbuds. 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity. Raycon's everyday earbuds are now even more easy to use. They're available in a variety of vibrant new colors, and the quality rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio. And right now, you get 20 to 50% off site-wide when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox. Buy Raycon.com/bigbox or go to the link at rickandbubba.com. So let me guess, your medicine cabinet's crammed with stuff that doesn't work. You still can't sleep, you still hurt, you're still stressed out. Well, clear out the cabinets and reset your health with CB Distillery. CB Distillery's targeted formulations are made from the highest quality clean ingredients, and with over 2 million customers and a solid 100% money-back guarantee, CB Distillery is the source to trust. Get 20% off today at cbdistillery.com with the code BIGBOX, cbdistillery.com code BIGBOX, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. In just a few short weeks, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. It can feel overwhelming, so why not align with a company that stands for the values of its members? That's why we stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. For just $1 at amac.us/bigbox, you can get all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts, and AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. All you got to do is go to amac.us/bigbox. If your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, then repeat that cycle all over again. It's time to try Relief Factor. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it with a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start pack for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can also find that information at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
The Man Church Conferences are coming in 2025. Inspiring speakers, powerful worship, great fellowship, and incredible resources designed for men's discipleship. Tickets are on sale now for Birmingham, Panama City, and Atlanta. Get your tickets and all the details now at themanchurch.com. Disciple men. Change everything.
If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Each Helix mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort. With 20 unique mattresses made from your personal preferences, you'll find one that's right for you, and Helix lets you try it out for 100 nights risk-free. Take the 2-minute Helix Sleep quiz to get matched with the perfect mattress. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 20% off your mattress order, or go to rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now. Our friends at Tax Network USA tell us if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. It's a no-win. You need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor, even if you haven't filed in a few years. They've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. Talk with one of their strategists for free. Call 1-800-780-8888 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. All right, when it comes to protecting your home, it's always better to stop trouble before it starts. That's why Simply Safe is changing the game with Active Guard outdoor protection. Now, it offers a double layer of defense, cutting-edge AI plus real-time monitoring by Simply Safe's agent to prevent crime before it happens. Save 50% on a new Simply Safe system with a select professional monitoring plan at simplysafe.com/bigbox. That's simplysafe.com/bigbox, or find that link at rickandbubba.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
20 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Kickoff hour is live on this election day. If you're listening to us live, it is Tuesday, November 5th, Election Day 2024. Make sure you get out and vote. Don't be complacent. Don't think your vote doesn't count, because it does. And go out and vote, and make sure your friends and family vote as well. That's very, very important. We were talking about last night's Monday Night Football game, Greg, and
Yeah.
the big story coming out that Jason Kelsey apologized for smashing the guy's phone, and that his mom is voting for Trump. Those were the big
Thank
stories.
God. I
and
wasn't going to vote for Trump until I heard she was.
and there was a game too.
Yeah.
We mentioned just in passing that. No, it's okay. Let me say here. I'm sorry. It is. They're thinking Kelsey's mom might be voting, but it's Patrick Mahomes' mom that revealed she's voting for Trump.
Oh, we got that wrong.
Yeah, because Brittany has backed Donald Trump as well.
Well,
I'm now looking into the story. The headlines.
Because I was wavering till I heard that news.
Yeah.
Now I'm definitely voting for Trump.
Patrick Mahomes' mom, Randy, has revealed she's voting for Trump.
Well, good. Thanks, Randy.
Yeah, in a video for Outkick, she filmed in a suite at Arrowhead Stadium wearing a MAGA cap. And she said, "Make America Great Again. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Let's do it." So there you go. They just a little clarification there. But back to the game. So Tampa Bay, what would you do? Are you one of these that because it's like, hey, if we pull this off, we look like heroes. If we don't, everybody's like, why'd you do that? So Tampa Bay, I guess they score with like under 30 seconds to go in regulation, and then they decide to kick an extra point and just tie it, which is going to send them into overtime. And everybody's like, "Why? You're in Kansas City. You're 4-4. They're undefeated. Why not go for two? If you don't make it, you don't make it. But if you make it, you probably beat them."
But then again, a lot of those same people, if he went for two, would have said, "Well, you shouldn't have went for two."
I know. If you don't get it, you're right. What are you one of those guys? Because it takes some cojones to.
It just depends on my team. If I feel like we're really good in this short yardage situation, or we have, a lot of times we have these special plays just for 2-point conversions.
Right.
I feel confident like I got one.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah. But then again, I don't like if I got one play, I can pull this thing off, or I tie it up. Now I got to deal with Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's
with plenty of time.
God, he's something else, man. He's so creative on.
That'd be a tough call.
Yeah, it would be. All right, this is kind of an interesting story. Did you watch the full deal of Breaking Bad? Were you all in?
Yes, I did. I loved it.
You were all
Yes,
in?
it was a good show.
So Jesse Pinkman?
Yep.
They apparently used a house that this lady owned. And
he bought him a house.
They came to her and said, "Hey, we want to use your house," and it'd be Jesse Pinkman's house in Breaking Bad. Well,
I wonder why. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know something about it, but the original owner, she says it's kind of a special deal here because they came to her and said, "Hey, we want to use your house," and she owned the character's home, and it was in New Mexico.
Yeah,
and there's a documentary called "The House From." And it talks about this and others, but anyway, it's about the fact that she gave up her house, but how much, I guess, is what the story is. How much do you think you would get if a series or a movie came to you and said, "We like this setup here. We want to use your property, or we want to use your house."
And would it be worth it?
And would it be worth it? Because that would never happen to me.
No.
But I mean, I know that there's homes. I want to say with Ruston that Rick and Bubba were in.
Yeah.
There was a home on like 119.
Yeah,
that somebody said, "Hey, we want to use your house." Yeah. You just knock on the door and go, "Hey, we're filming a movie. Can we use your house or whatever?" But she talks about the lady that owned the house, the original owner. She talks about in this documentary kind of the setup and what they came to her and talked about as far as just what they offer her and how much and all this kind of stuff. I thought it was just kind of interesting for you. Take a listen.
My name is Christine Brennan, and I used to own Jesse's mansion from the Breaking Bad series.
So we're going to cook here?
No, we're not going to cook here. Okay, this is my house.
If they needed to come into the house, they would pay me $500 for the day. If they filmed, they would pay $2,000 a day. And then if they don't film any more than 14 days, I don't have to pay income taxes on it. At that point, my son was in high school, and I was able to buy him a car.
How about that?
So there's some prices to it. That's kind of interesting.
I would definitely let them use my house for that.
Heck yeah.
So if they just come in and look around, they give you $500.
Yeah.
And then if we decide to film, that's $2,000.
Heck yeah.
What's wrong with that?
That's not
That'll
bad.
never happen to me.
No.
Two things that'll never happen.
But
to
your
me.
house sits off the road like that. Somebody might ride by one day and go, "Hey, I like that."
I don't know. I would definitely let them do it.
Yeah.
You know, and I've also heard this is a little different, but the things that won't happen to me. I've heard a couple. I've talked to at least two people in my life that I know that people have knocked on their door, said, "How much you want for your house?"
I've heard that story.
And give them something ridiculous and go, "Hey, it's
never happened to me.
Never happened.
Never happened to me.
No.
Well, I wasn't planning on moving, but the guy knocked on my door
He
and
made me
said
an offer I couldn't refuse.
if he's going to pay cash, he didn't even.
Yeah. I ain't got to wait. We can move in.
Waive the inspection. It doesn't even need an inspection.
Yeah. I don't know. There's a voice sound like that voice.
Right. I don't know why.
I mean, I don't know if that's required.
But you're right. That would never happen to me. I've heard people that have that. Well, I mean, we didn't plan on moving. We're in an apartment right now. Why? Well, because somebody knocked on our door and offered us like $500,000 more than we paid.
We came up with a ridiculous price, and they said, "Okay, we'll take it."
Right. And then looked at my car and said, "I want that truck."
Yeah. Said, "Let me have your lawnmower too. You got a big yard."
Right. And how attached are you to your wife?
And I don't know why they talk like that, but they do. They got this official sound about them.
Right. So there. Anyway, that I just thought that was interesting when you watch a movie or something, and
you wonder is okay. A lot of times it's on a sound stage, but then a lot of times I guess we're on location, and it's like you can go over to Georgia and tour where they film The Walking Dead and all that. In that town in Georgia, it's been there doing that for years.
Somebody made money.
Yeah.
Interesting. Very interesting. All right. So a couple other stories today. It's not just Election Day. It's Love Your Red Hair Day.
Hello, buddy. How about it?
I just thought I'd bring that
Love
up.
the red.
Yes, I'm bald. I know that. But if I had hair, it'd be red.
Or gray at this point. But
very gray. Very gray.
Like mine.
I would love to grow
red.
my hair out. Even though it'd be a very horseshoey. I just love to know, would I just be full gray?
Why don't you go with the horseshoe and full beard?
Oh,
and just see.
Well, I've told you I would do that if you would shave yours.
Well, it won't come back. Mine won't.
Yes, it would. You don't know that.
No, it don't even hardly.
I'll grow my hair out if you'll shave your head.
I mean, I got a big head. I keep seeing so many people who have jumped on the slick bald. I know I've discussed this before, but I've noticed on a commercial this weekend. Some of you people don't need to be slick bald. You got alien heads.
Right.
If you got it, I may have one. If you got alien head,
I kind of wish you would.
See, yours is you actually have a head for it, but I've seen many people. I'm thinking, oh, you're trying to pull the. One guy was pumping gas, and the back of his bald head was just wrinkled up. It was like I've never seen anything like it, and I thought, ooh, once you get the hair off, all them wrinkles.
Yeah, it's a gamble because you can't just put it back.
No.
Yeah, when Terry told me to shave my goatee one time, and she didn't like it. She said, "Just okay." I could go back to the bathroom and go, okay, let me put it back on.
Yeah.
Just give me a minute.
Yeah, it's going to take a few weeks.
But yeah, I would, I'd be interested to know if I had just a head full of gray hair.
Love Red Hair Day, something like that. What'd you say?
Love your red hair day or something. That jumped out at me. That was right under an Election Day story. It was National Love Your Red Hair Day, which made me think of my head.
Oh, yeah. Gingers.
If I had hair. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. Just a second. I remember that mullet I had. I had a kicking mullet.
Oh, yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We all have two ages, our true age and our biological age. Our bio age suggests how healthy or unhealthy we are inside. You want your bio age years younger than your true age. Let me tell you how Field of Greens is helping me do that. I love this stuff. I definitely feel better taking it. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink. And listen to this. Field of Greens was approved for a university study that doctors believe may lower your body's biological age. That generally means better health. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was selected by doctors to support vital body functions like heart, liver, kidneys, metabolism, your immune system. Only Field of Greens is backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next physical or checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. So why don't you join me in Better Health with 15% off and free shipping? Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX, or go to rickandbubba.com, rickandbubba.com, find the link under the sponsors button. If you're spine needs a little extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Everybody's unique and everyone sleeps differently. Helix has several different mattress models for you to choose from, and each mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort preferences. In fact, the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe collection and then Helix Elite collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you with the perfect mattress. It only takes a few minutes to answer a couple of questions, and once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So you get a 100-night trial, so see how you like it. With more than 12,000 five-star reviews, it's time to head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. Save 20% off your mattress order or visit rickandbubba.com for the link. There's nothing more frustrating than when an everyday item that you depend on doesn't work. You know what doesn't cause that kind of fuss? Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are made to make your everyday a little easier. Every time they update the product, they add new features to make them even more easy to use, like 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And they're available in a variety of vibrant new colors. That sounds good to me. But Raycons sound even better. Seriously, the quality on these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio, and Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee, so if you need to make a return, that's pretty dang easy too. Stop the fuss. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox today and get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's right, you get up to 50% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox or use the link at rickandbubba.com. All right, let me guess, your medicine cabinet's crammed with stuff that doesn't work. You still can't sleep, you still hurt, and you're still stressed out. Well, clear out the cabinet and reset your health with CB Distillery. CB Distillery's targeted formulations are made from the highest quality clean ingredients. There's no fluff, there's no fillers, just pure, effective CBD solutions designed to help support your health. In 2 non-clinical surveys, 81% of customers experienced more calm, 80% said CBD helped them with pain after physical activity, and an impressive 90% said they slept better with CBD. If you struggle with a health concern and haven't found relief, check out cbdistillery.com, but you need to use the code BIGVOX for a discount. Over 2 million customers and a solid 100% money-back guarantee, CB Distillery is the source to trust. Get 20% off today at cbdistillery.com with the code BIGVOX, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. I asked our friends at Tax Network USA about the IRS crackdown that everybody's talking about. Their advice: if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. That's a no-win. That's why you need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor. Even if you haven't filed in 1, 5, or 10 years, what gives Tax Network USA the edge? Their preferred direct line to the IRS and their knowledge about which agents to talk to and which ones to avoid. Now, they're not going to back down until they secure the best settlement for you, which could save you thousands. That's how they've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. Don't wait until the IRS closes in. Give Tax Network USA a call. It's free to talk to one of their strategists. 1-800-780-8888 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox or the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. I am Speedy. There sits one Greg Burgess, and we are off and running about 30 minutes from now. Rick and Bubba join us, as well as Adler, for the main show. I got 2 things for you, one Greg Burgess, and then I got something I want to bring up. First of all, my dad, the influence you have, I just want you to know.
Me?
Yes. I never thought I would get a text from him about the 1,000-pound sister.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me he's got caught up in the 1,000-pound sisters.
He says, I'll be getting excited. I saw an advertisement where the 1,000-pound sisters start again,
Yes.
their next series on November the 12th.
Yeah. They
Is that right?
well, they're already back with the new season.
Okay, maybe he thinks maybe next episode. Then.
Maybe that's
maybe
what-
that's
maybe they
it.
took a
That's just
little
what his
hiatus.
text said.
Yes.
But the fact that he is alert and paying attention
Yes.
and excited about the
I will have
1,000-pound
to take-
sisters, I have to put on you.
I will have to take responsibility for that, I believe. But like I tried to warn you,
Yeah,
and it's happened to your dad. If you get to looking at them, you can't turn away.
right.
I mean, they just
wonder
bring you in because and again, it isn't about being the fat, whatever.
It's not.
It's the way they interact with each other. You don't understand. There are two main siblings, that the show was about, but then they got three others. one boy and four girls.
Right.
And the way they talk to each other is just hilarious.
Well, maybe that's it because obviously he can't see them. So he's just hearing their interaction, and that's what owns you.
See, now they're all
Right?
Yes.
But and I know that their size does bring.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But the I mean, if all they did is sit around, hey, I'm just large and I need to lose weight, but the way they get mad at each other and stuff.
And one you said always wants to fight.
See, and now the doctor has to go, okay, you've lost enough weight. Now we'll do the surgery to get the flab off of you.
Okay.
Well, now they're mad because they're wanting flab, but he's saying that she needs to lose 100 more pounds or something.
100.
Yeah. Well, listen, she was hanging in there.
Wow.
You go back and look at when it first started, and they are huge, huge. I'm telling you, man, unreal.
Well, you've influenced my dad.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I hope we get to enjoy that entertainment as much as I do.
Also, since you're the official poem reader of the Rick and Bubba
That's
Show,
right.
and you do a great job, Dad loves how you read poems.
Well, I'm
He
honored
has
to do
written. He's written a poem that we have to read before the end of the show. Adios, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, yeah, that would definitely have to. We got to find the right moment.
Yeah,
Put that out there.
Yeah, so there'll have to be a
Adios.
show prior to December 13th.
I'm gonna have to
where
proofread that one.
Yeah.
Because I want to do it right.
He's brought in some. Hey, he's brought.
Oh,
he in this poem, he's included quite a few names that everybody knows. Don Juan, Casio,
Larry the Leaf.
well, there, Mickey Dean. They're all in it.
They're all in it.
Yeah.
Okay, I had to do it right.
Greenwood,
I had to-
Helms.
Yeah, we need to throw it out there.
It's all there. He even
Everybody.
mentioned Turner South.
Blast from the past.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like to me.
I'm not going to go. Oh, it's this time of year again. It's like when we changed, the clock. Everybody's
Boy, it
like,
got
here we
dark,
go.
didn't it?
Yeah, here we go. Here's the same speech again. And I won't bring this up and spend a whole lot of time on it. But the conversation
Here we
happened
go.
last night about Christmas decorations,
Mm.
and it's early. If you're listening live, it's Election Day. It's November the 5th.
Yeah.
A little early for Christmas decorations, in my opinion. I
think
wasn't
so.
even thinking about them.
No.
And Terry's opening up a couple of boxes that delivered to the front door, of course. Every day it happens. And I'm like, what is this? Oh, it's little Christmas trees. I said, oh, okay. Are you just, so you're opening them? And then she said, yes. Well, I was outside and I was doing some stuff, putting mulch out and all that. And I come back in and the Christmas trees are out and then the little limbs have been pulled down and she's pulling all the little stuff
No
apart and stuff.
way.
And I said, are you putting those up? And now they're small. I mean, they're half the size
Still.
of you.
Once it gets started, you
Yeah.
can't stop it.
And she said, well, I just wanted to see the way they looked, And I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, but now
They look like they did last year.
where are we putting them? And I start realizing, buddy, this is a battle you're going to lose. Just let her do her thing.
Yeah.
And so I stopped and I said, well, okay, well.
Have fun.
So then I go back outside, come back in, and they're up in the little foyer, the little entrance.
Well, Merry Christmas.
And they're right beside one of the little tables. And I said, oh, wow, so they're up. Well, yeah, you think, do they look good there? Now she's stepping back looking at it. And I said, well, yeah, I mean, they look fine to me. Are they staying there? So they're up?
So you
Do I-
get asked a question that no matter how you answer it, it's really not going to matter
Mhm.
because they're going to go whatever they want anyway, which is fine.
Mm-hmm. And
But I love when they ask our opinion and then don't take it.
Yeah. So then I asked the question that I was dreading the answer to. Do I need to go in the attic and start getting stuff down? Because that's really my job. I have the outside, and then get everything to me, and then I enjoy putting it up and kind of a my own little pace and stuff. Last year I ended up putting the inside Christmas tree up because she was working so much and stuff. So she came home and I had put it up, and she likes to decorate it and everything. So anyway, I'm like, do I go get all that? Oh. No. You don't have to do that right now. I'm like, I don't. So, okay. So we just having these, and then I stopped. And she said, well, so-and-so, they put all their stuff up this past weekend. What? I said, what? Damn. And, her little girlfriends and everything. I said, and she pulls out her phone. She goes, oh, yeah, look at Connie's house. Look at Ashley's house. And she's just giving me all the names. And look, here's Julie's house right here. And I'm like, wow, so they've got full decorations.
That's what was behind all this.
Yeah.
Pressure.
And
peer pressure.
Her little group. And then she got her little boxes of trees in. That just little little small, itty bitty trees. One comes up to your waist, like they're 3 different heights, and you put them off in the corner somewhere. But now the hype has started.
Oh, it's over.
And I asked her, I said, well, you just got to let me know. I mean, if we're all in, because I'm not going to die on this hill. I mean, if she wants them out, that's fine. That's I think it's a little early, but whatever. But all her little friends, I was surprised when she started showing me all the houses where this past weekend they fully decorated the inside. And going to wait on the outside till it gets around closer to Thanksgiving. But the insides are done. Looks like a Hallmark movie.
Good night.
I'm like, good gracious.
Good for you, buddy.
So, anyway. But how about that dreaded, do I need to go to the attic?
Yeah, do I
need to go to the attic?
Please say no. At least not tonight.
Please.
Right, can we wait till the weekend?
Please don't say yes. Please don't say yes, because my neighbor, who is really, Dennis, and he loves his little blow-ups and all that. He just took down his Halloween stuff, this on yesterday.
Yeah, he's got to let it breathe a bit.
And so then he'll crank back up and
Christmas.
He'll do all the Christmas stuff, and I'm thinking, honey, there's still people with Halloween stuff out that that they haven't taken down because they let it get through the weekend, and we're talking about putting Christmas up. Yeah. Oh, look, here's Stacy. She's one of them, too. See, she's one of them.
Boy, that's just early.
She's one of them.
That is early.
Now, Stacy's one of her other best friends. She said, I can't do it yet. I'm holding out. So she's one of the ones in the group that's not doing it.
Well, maybe I need to.
But and according to some of you that are corresponding with us, y'all are in the same boat. Y'all started putting them out, too.
I will say this. Well, Lisa's always been with these. We're not putting it up till after Thanksgiving. Then I get it up, and takes 2 days or more to get it up, and then you look, it's time to take it back down.
Yeah.
Thanksgiving is like the very last week of the month.
It is. It's a little,
it's just kind of, but I think I need to get out ahead of this.
Well, I think what you just said is what got me, and that is there's so much effort and time spent putting it up. My gracious, I don't want to put it up for 2-3 weeks and take it down.
Right. I'd like
if we're going to go through this much.
Look at it a minute.
Yeah. But I can just tell. I can tell she's starting to kind of roam around a little bit, and she claims we're not going all in. But she got a little little trees in, and she, I got to put lights on them and everything. I just want to see what they look like. Okay.
Little test drives, all that way.
Let me show me pictures like
everything
people have their whole house done. I'm like, when do they?
Santa and everything.
Yeah, everything. I mean, they got it all up. I mean, now the outside's not done, but the inside. I mean, we're talking about Christmas tree and the fireplace is done, and we got stuff all over the house. And I know the husbands, and I'm thinking, when do they have time for that?
Yeah.
What are they doing?
Some of you that time of year, hard to believe it. I just feel like I was taking it down.
I know, and I know we always have this. It's too early, but that's just my life.
Yeah.
And it surprised me last night.
Well,
I wasn't ready for it.
Rick and Bubba.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC Plus. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor.
Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
If fashion is your thing, eBay is it. eBay's where I find all my favorites, from handbags to iconic streetwear, all authenticated. For real. This time, a little Supreme, some Gucci. I even have that vintage Prada on my watch list. That's why eBay's my go-to for all my go-tos. Yeah, eBay. The place for new, pre-loved, vintage, and rare fashion. eBay. Things people love.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com. There's nothing more frustrating than when an everyday item that you depend on doesn't work. You know what doesn't cause that kind of fuss? Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are made to make your everyday a little easier. Every time they update the product, they add new features to make them even more easy to use, like 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once, and they're available in a variety of vibrant new colors. That sounds good to me. But Raycons sound even better. Seriously, the quality on these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio, and Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee, so if you need to make a return, that's pretty dang easy too. Stop the fuss. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox today and get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's right, you get up to 50% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox or use the link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings.
We're leaning on right at 10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. Rick and Bubba and Adler all join us right after top of the hour. Speedy and Greg here. And Greg has said, let's do some unscreened phone calls on Election Day. On Election Day.
Yeah, I want to hear what everybody's fired up about the election.
You do?
And Red Hair Day.
Okay. Y'all act right. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Holler at us and we'll jump out and hear from you, the people. You'll help produce this last segment. Portion of the show is brought to you by CBDistillery.com. CBDistillery.com. Been telling you a lot about them for quite some time now. If your medicine cabinet is crammed with stuff that doesn't work or you're not sleeping well, stressed out, CB Distillery CBDistillery.com says, hey, we're here for you. You can expect a real change, too. CB Distillery's targeted formulas are made from the highest quality clean ingredients, no fluff, no fillers, just pure, effective CBD solutions designed to help support your health. CBDistillery.com is where to go. Over 2 million customers and a solid 100% money-back guarantee is what you can expect. There's a source you can trust when it comes to them. And as a listener of the show and a viewer of the show for YouTubers and those of you that have the TV option, they've secured a 20% discount for you. So go to CBDistillery.com and use promo code BIGVOX, BIGVOX. They have an offer, Greg, pet products too.
What?
Yeah, Mr.
No way.
Maybe Mr. Buddy needs something. You
That's too
can
late
get him
for
under.
that.
Okay. CBDistillery.com. Save 20% with promo code BIGVOX. Or you can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, Greg, here we go. We're going out to the people on Election Day.
On Election Day, let their voice be heard.
Y'all play right. You know
Just go with it.
I am.
You know how it is.
I am. I got so many cables and
Yeah, you get a little tied up over there, aren't you?
It's just, we built this thing out and it's state of the art, but the cabinet space,
Yeah, we didn't think
the
about
counter
that.
space, in front of the board is just this. You can't put anything in front of it.
Yeah.
And now I'm all. Let's see here. Get this going. Okay, here we go. Going out to the people. Let's go to. Let's see here. It says 334 checking in. 334. What's going on?
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
Man, we're blessed. What's up?
Did y'all see where John Fetterman was on Joe Rogan the other day?
Yeah, I did. I watched some of that. The highlights at least.
That was a train wreck.
Yeah,
let me tell you.
Did you have to look at the video screen
Anyway,
to
that's
get
all-
the answers? Remember how?
That's all I've got.
Okay, buddy. Thank you so much. Yeah, I did see some of that.
I didn't
and
see that.
That was golly.
I may have to pull that up and look at it. I'm not making fun. Does he still have that ailment where didn't he?
No, he sat there and just talked.
Didn't he? What he had to read it off a computer?
Yeah, he
or
did.
Something
Yeah,
weird?
yeah. It man.
Guy's strange.
Woo.
Did he have his hoodie on, his shorts?
What did he have on? I think he
I'm
did.
sure he
I think I don't know.
He's a piece of work.
It says Josh in Birmingham is what it says, bud. What's up? Unscreened phone calls.
What's going on?
Hey, nothing much, bud.
Hey, you think if Trump gets it tonight, Kamala's going to back down quiet, or vice versa, or just going to be an all-out war from here on out?
I was, thinking that it's going to depend on the loser. Either one of them may not accept it.
Well, the left has scared you to death on what Trump will do, but again, we have history to look at. He was president for 4 years and didn't put everybody in jail like they say he's going to do now and do and.
But somehow he's going to take your vote away from you. You're not going to vote anymore. I'm that one, and this coming from Oprah.
Yeah.
What is that?
I don't know. Let's see here. It says 256 North Alabama area. What's going on?
Yeah, I just had a question for Greg.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder if he thinks either the Big Mama Womps are going to be voting for Trump this time.
We hope so. Last year he didn't get the Big Mama Womp vote.
He didn't.
The last time, so maybe this time he will.
Let's go to Alex City, it says. Is that where you're calling from? 256.
Yes, this is Michael with Senior Healthcare Benefits. Do you have Medicare Parts A and B?
Pretty good. I like that. I like that.
This says it's Chris at the lake. Chris, unscreened phone calls.
What's going on, guys? I was scrolling on, if you've seen these reels on social media where they have these people going up and knocking on Democrats' doors and asking if they're for immigration. Like, yeah, I think we need to bring them over here and help them out. And then like, oh, well, that's good. And they roll up a bus of paid immigrants, and they're like, oh no, not us. We can't take them for X amount of reason.
Yeah, how about the older lady that said no, and she closes the door. They're like, wait a minute though.
No.
You said you wanted to help.
I want someone else to help them.
Let's see here. It says the Central Alabama area 205 checking in. What's up?
Don't be mad with me.
Don't be mad with me. It says Tyler. It says Tyler on the call screen here. What's up?
Hey, I was wondering if y'all reckon the sperm whale was what was making all them noises outside the International Space Station.
It may have been.
You are so stupid.
Yeah, yesterday we had the story about the sperm whale making the noise they couldn't figure out.
Yeah, that's right.
But Adler had an example of the. Do you remember?
Yes. What? It wasn't a clicking sound.
No, it wasn't a clicking sound.
Him really acting out the sound.
Yeah, with his new goatee. That was something.
It says Julie on the caller ID. Julie, unscreened phone calls.
Hey, now I was just going to mention about Trump, what he did to that microphone at one of his pep rallies. I don't know if y'all saw that or not.
I heard something about that. I didn't.
no.
I never saw it. I really didn't know.
Can we air it?
What was he
know.
doing? I mean,
he was just acting like it was a body part, I guess.
What?
No.
Oh no! I didn't
Surely
see
not.
that. Surely
Why would he
not.
do that? Please tell me he didn't do that. I know Sound Out Loud made a joke about it. And I didn't know what they were talking about.
Yeah. Let's go to 256. What's up? Unscreened phone calls.
You seen where some of the Democratic states are already, the big cities are boarding up their windows already, getting ready in case they riot?
Well, it's funny you said that. All right, so a friend of mine, true story, got an email from their insurance provider, and it's a nationwide company. Then that's who they have their insurance from.
Yeah.
And it's about civil unrest and get ahead of it and have all your, pretty much have all your ducks in a row and your businesses, have a plan, blah, 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 blah. Pretty much scare you to death on
That's nice.
on getting ahead of it. But I'm praying nothing like that happens. But I did see that to the caller's point that there are a lot of businesses that are very concerned in some of these bigger cities. 205 checking in, unscreened phone calls. What's going on?
Yo.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. 256.
Hello.
Oh, okay. Let's. We ain't got the. Oh, it goes there.
Oh,
Gotta be
wow.
ready. Gotta be ready, Greg. It says Tom's in Pell City is what it says on unscreened phone calls. What's up, Tom?
What up, Tom?
What's going on, fellas?
What's happening?
Happy election day.
Yeah.
And they're already showing Christmas shows, man. We watched them this weekend. It's hilarious.
Well, that goes along with the Speedy's decoration.
Right. Do you ever go over to the Hallmark movie channel?
Lisa will, and I'll sit down and get caught up in it every now and then.
Yeah.
Like we say, it's the same story, everyone, but it makes you get ready for Christmas.
Yeah,
It has
that
Christmas feel.
Yeah, that style of movie,
Oh,
not
yeah.
necessarily just the Hallmark channel, because I know there's other
Yes,
channels
yeah.
now. But oh yeah, it'll get you going.
Oh, you think Lisa won't watch one of those?
In a second.
You talking
In a
about?
second. Let's see here. It says Center, Alabama, Centerville, Alabama. Excuse me. 205 checking in. What's going on? You're not gonna help?
Well,
That's it.
I never
Okay.
got that.
You didn't?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Well, you don't sing either on happy anniversaries. What's up? 662 checking in.
If you ain't voting for Trump, you don't give a turkey. Roll Tide.
That's pretty good. You don't know turkey.
You don't know
turkey.
turkey. Dun-dun-dun-dun.
Penny pop pop.
All right. There it is. Oh, well, Greg, I think we did okay with that.
Yeah, and it wasn't nothing bad.
Wasn't that
you didn't
bad?
get all tore up about it.
Well, no. I mean, I'm the one over here that's got to hit everything. You just over there scratching your chin laughing.
Yeah, I'm enjoying myself.
Right. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Rick and Bubba join us, and Sperm Well's in there, too. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Day across America. Thank you for being with us. We have much to cover and look forward to chatting with you today as we start this hour with the national anthem. Seven and a half minutes past the hour, the kickoff hour behind us. Speedy and Greg have knocked that out. They're here with us as we move forward. America, say hello to Eddie Van Adler as he settles in as your YouTube producer. He's got that both live and archived for you today, including a best of hour for Blaze TV subscribers. Don't forget Blaze TV's election coverage tonight. If you're a subscriber, you're in business. If you're not, make a move, get that done. So we have, obviously the election is big today as America goes out to vote. We'll talk about that. We have other things to speak of as well. And we look forward to chatting with you today on this edition of Rick and Bubba. We're missing one. There he is, the silver-tongued one. The man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, it is Election Day in the United States of America. Your chance to go out and cast your vote. It does matter. We're an American band.
American van. That's right, baby. Hello, America.
Yo.
Off we go.
Election day.
Off we go. It is.
What an honor it is to get to vote today. You know, I do. I get kind of sentimental, emotional about it when I start thinking about, you know, the great sacrifice so many people have made over the decades for us to have this right today. And, you know, who knows how it's going to play out.
Knows?
But just the chance to go and do that, you know, it's incredible.
No, absolutely. And as we've talked about many times, go out, use that freedom. We do still have it. I'm certainly not afraid that if Trump wins, Oprah, that we won't get to do it anymore.
Oh, how ridiculous. Who says stupid things like that?
Come on. You know, Oprah, I have a lot of respect for what she's done with her life and her career as far as her success.
Business, yeah.
Now, where she's gone, when she went off into mysticism and things like this, and of course I kind of lost interest. But I love what we were talking about, though, yesterday. So, you know, we talk about Pastor Dean and Sarah out of Tallahassee, Florida. And he'll speak at one of our Man Church conferences next year, and also wrote the great book, The Unsaved Christian. I love this when he said, America will be extremely divided. He was talking yesterday, talking about tonight. Tomorrow night, the first college football playoff is revealed. Yeah, that probably will be. There'll be as much division on that tonight as there will be on the election, and who knows when we'll see the results of the election. I don't know. We'll see. Have you got any inkling? I don't want to be unfair, Bub, and put you on the spot, but do you have any kind of inkling? How do you honestly think it's going to go? Okay. And by the way, the answer, Rick, honestly, I don't know. Is it okay?
Well, I remember very clearly the election of 2016. It had a football feel to it as the results came in, and I don't know if people really recall, but Trump won, but it was by a very slim margin where he did win. And then the disappointment of the last time where Trump appeared to be ahead till we came to work the next morning.
Right.
And all that changed, and then all the accusations. And, of course, both times we've had accusations that the election was not fair, of course.
Yeah, so.
But it's I was talking to somebody yesterday whose opinion I respect very much. They deal with this kind of stuff all the time. And we're talking about the electoral vote. Okay? That's the only one that's going to matter.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So you had a conversation with JT?
No, I didn't. This person actually has knowledge of this stuff and deals with it every day. They had Trump winning 297 to 226.
There he goes, throwing out stuff like that.
Come on,
270 is what it takes to win. Now, I worked the map myself. And I've got it closer than that. I've got Trump around 280 and Harris around 240 in that ballpark, give or take a vote or two. So I think Trump will win, but it will be by the slimmest of margins. And he has to have a couple of states fall his way.
Bubba, he's a sexy big peacock of meat.
Oh boy!
So you got him winning in Arizona. He doesn't need it because did you see what they said yesterday? It could be 14 days after the election before they know all the count.
I think
14, y'all.
You know,
That's
Wisconsin is going to be important. I think Michigan will probably go Democrat. Again, both of them razor thin. Georgia is there's been a lot of discussion about Georgia. You know, they've got two Democratic senators. I'm not as confident about Georgia. I do think Trump will do well in North Carolina, Virginia, a couple of those. So I don't have my map I was drawing out yesterday in front of me, Speedy, but
you do have him win in Virginia?
I think so. I think Virginia's a good possibility.
What about Pennsylvania?
Yeah,
that's the whole election.
Pennsylvania is. I've got it in a toss-up column.
Whoever wins Pennsylvania wins the election is what I've heard over and over.
Here comes Alt Adler. Let me say this: we did get. You know, I talked to somebody that both of us respect a lot too. You know, Gary. Hey, no, I'm talking about Gary Palmer, not Gary Vines. But anyway, and one of the things, so you mentioned Georgia, so I want to get this out there because, you know, some of the places other than the streaming.
A lot of people have Trump winning Georgia, but I don't know. I don't know about that.
The streaming services, you know, vary. We could literally be seen and heard anywhere.
Yep.
Okay. When it comes to our footprint on the radio network, there's some areas we have some audience, and areas we don't have a lot of audience. But Georgia, we definitely do. And the thing that was told to, and he sent it to both of us in a text. It was a few days ago. The rural vote in Georgia is what hurt Trump last time. Y'all didn't get out. So the rural vote in Georgia is crucial. So those of you that live like, our world, growing up in small town America, and you're in all those little small towns and counties all over Georgia, you're going to make the difference in Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to get out. I mean, you got to overwhelmingly get out.
Yeah.
You're going to have to offset
Georgia's going to be
Atlanta.
more important than I think people are realizing, because they got 16 votes, and that's
that's a big.
They got a Republican governor, but they got 2 Democratic senators. So, and Trump still has the election court things going on over there. So I don't know.
Rural Georgia, you could be a huge player in this, because you're going to have to offset Atlanta.
Vote too big to overcome the rig.
Too big to rig, baby.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Country of Malawi, and I kid you not, this is a story.
I love how you phonetically put it out.
Malawi.
There's Bubba's right.
Yeah, Malawi. So you like how I spell that?
I know. I noticed 2 L's for allow.
some reason.
Well, it's because if you had allow, you'd have an A there, and
I see.
it needs to be not.
I got you. Okay.
So you have to know my code. To do
I
it.
got you.
Malawi. The government there is set to enact a law that will make it against the law to break wind.
Who's going to write the ticket?
I know we've had too much windage humor on this show lately. I got that. But I couldn't let this one go
Now,
by.
how do you pass on a country that's
I
making...
couldn't pass this one.
Wait a minute, they actually voted, and this is a law. They must have been some serious wind breaking over there if they had to make a law against it.
Yeah,
No, wait a minute.
Bad.
You know how men love to talk about the legend of the best wind ever done?
Yes.
What if you're the person that calls it to be outlawed? You go, oh, you think you got wind? How about in Malawi? I broke wind. They made it agained the law. That's the king of all wind.
Y'all may remember the day that I broke large on Dr. Belinglu. And he carried it right to the legislature. The citizens...
There's got to be a law against that.
The government
Last
of
Indian,
Malawi plans to punish persistent offenders who, quote, foul the air in a bid that could mold responsibility
This is not real.
and discipline citizens, it says. But local officials fear that pinning responsibility on the crime will be difficult. It may lead to miscarriages of justice as criminals attempt to blame others
I was about to
for
say,
their offense. I can't even read it.
We've been blaming other people for that since we were in kindergarten. You can't pin that down.
I mean, whoever...
I didn't do it.
And the law reads, whoever smelt it, dealt it. Guilty dog barks first.
So you don't ever want to mention it?
No.
All right, the police here, look, they got their little... Now, we understand that you smelt it.
Now, Rick,
I thought it was something dead on the highway.
We have to check that box here. Did you dealt it?
All right, you smelt it, sir. Did you dealt it?
wait a minute. I can see banning the famous schoolyard move of cupping it and throwing it.
Right.
That I can see banning.
Right.
But how are you going to ban that?
Right. By the way, if Greg Burgess ever goes to, what's it called, Malawi?
Malawi.
Oh, whatever.
He will be put in jail so fast he'll be known as the Mandela of wind. That's not true. Free Burgess!
He's a political prisoner.
He's a political prisoner.
You know there's a little African boy right now that's a little Greg?
Oh, yeah.
Why y'all say Greg? What?
Oh, Greg, you in
Y'all
there.
act like
Hey, good
y'all-
morning.
That's not
Yeah,
true.
man, I see you
That's
every
complete-
time.
Here's
that
what
is not-
happens.
And what I love is he does the doubles. He doesn't just do the leg, but he goes like that.
That's not true.
Yeah, like you're doing leg. Yes, like you're doing prisoner squats.
Here's what happened.
Prisoner squad.
Have you fun?
Here's what happened. There's a little boy like Greg whose name is...
Like Greg, this whole place sounds like daggum World War III in the mornings. Come on.
Not like that, Greg.
Somebody said, I'll tell you what, Kimba, the way you're doing this, that ought to be outlawed.
Now listen
Well,
to
I said, I'm on
listen
there.
to the debate of this. Okay,
Hey, good
listen.
morning. How about that?
Said one Malawian said, "My goodness, what happens in a public place where a group is gathered? Do they lock up half a minibus?"
Yeah, that's right.
They said, "What about public meetings? It'll be difficult to pinpoint the culprits." How about this? They said children will openly deny having passed bad air and point at an elder.
That's right.
Or the dog. Don't forget about blaming the dog.
Oh, yeah.
My goodness, you going to sit there and let him?
That's the best joke.
That's a great joke.
Another one said, we have serious issues that are affecting Malawians daily. I do not know how fouling the air should take priority over regulating Chinese investments, which they do not employ locals. Serious gaffes among legislatures, and especially those in the ruling party.
Now, here's what's going to happen. And then there'll be people that are on death row for it. Why are you here? Well, mine was silent, but it was deadly.
Yeah.
Rick!
Silent but violent.
But you know, with Greg, but with Greg, you can walk into a room and know he did it. You know, it's like
what is this Greg
It's like
thing?
you've got a.
You talking about how like multi-time offenders usually have a pattern.
Right.
It'll get to the point where the government goes, now based on what we smell here,
right?
That's Greg Burgess.
That's great.
not
Yeah,
true.
you've got a
Here's
smell
the deal.
to
That's
you.
a fingerprint.
No.
What about those
Something died
people
in
that
you.
claim it's just a lot of racket? Because sometimes it's a lot of racket. There ain't a lot of stench to it. What do you, I mean, you lock them up for that, for the racket, or is it stench only?
That's a great point.
You know,
It says
nothing
breaking
but a lot of
wind.
racket.
Breaking wind sounds like to me it's racket or smell.
But what's offensive about the racket?
Well, let me ask you this. I'm gonna go back to this. How many people were breaking wind that we thought it was? We need to make a law. I mean, that must be some wind breaking people.
I mean, that. We're back 22 minutes past the hour. That was just for you, Bubba.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ken Osborne.
I know good well I cannot say that word.
Well, there's a lot of words we can't
That's been documented for many, many years. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Electoral.
Yeah. I was going to ask you this because I know that back during the pandemic and all that, we all established the term Karen.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and Karen always had to tell them to put their mask on. Karen had to do this, 6 feet, all that Karen. It was just a Karen extravaganza. What's the word? And we've been through it, for 31 years. What's the word for those that are just sitting? They're just waiting in the wings to point out our grammar mistakes, our mispronunciation of words. I mean, they just can't wait. I mean, what would you call them? Like an English teacher. I picture them sitting there with an English teacher, with their glasses down on their nose, and they just got notes, a notebook out in front of them, and they're just sitting here listening, watching the show, and they can't wait for the next one.
Grammar police.
Grammar police.
That's one I've heard.
Grammar Castapa. It is. So I don't know. And Bubba's covering his mouth because I know what he wants to say, but. It's kind of what the voice. It's kind of. It's kind of what the voice just said, Ken Osborne. As long as you know what we mean, at this point, I mean, you remember when
I can't teach this mouth how to say some of those words at this point.
I'll go this far.
I think they're hung. It's just how it's going to be.
There's some things that we can all keep working on.
I walk with a limp.
Right,
Can't do nothing about it.
Nothing you can do about
but when you reach to a certain age too, I mean,
electoral.
Electoral.
I
love how you have to use that
the
voice to say
electoral
it,
college.
Electoral.
Why don't you just say?
Go into that.
Why don't you just say the college? We'll all know what you mean. I don't like that word either. I've said electoral. I've said electoral. I've said electa.
What, Speedy? You said I was putting an oil on the end of it. Was that it?
You're saying an
electorial.
You're just putting an I in front of the A.
It's just electoral.
But it's electoral.
And I've done that too. I've said it 1,000 times.
TORAL. Electoral.
Electoral.
Some people saying grammar Nazi. That seems a little strong. Grammar Nazi, a little strong. I love this guy.
It is funny how we all have words we can't say, and then people sitting around us who cannot talk either will be able to say that particular word.
Sure.
Oh. Well,
that's true.
By the way, that's a funny text. One guy just texts. I tell you what you call it, my wife. Yeah, I'm married to an English major too. That's a blast. She should have almost just said, "I don't think I can marry you over that alone."
I've wondered how I've wondered how the English people and the majors and all that feel about the, a lot of the movements now that have hijacked the pronouns.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they just made up their own English words.
That ought to drive me.
Nobody went to the committee and said, how about change it? I just started doing it on their own. And they give us all this grief about the word ain't.
Yep.
I
like language litigator.
You know
but
what I mean?
we have a hard time saying litigator. Yeah, where's the grammar police? Y'all go concentrate on people taking pronouns and throwing them in the trash. Go spend your time there.
Yeah.
That could be good for our whole society. Critiquing us,
You can just declare that. We need to declare some of our own.
Critiquing us is like running the score up on a bad team.
Really?
I mean, come on. Go find some competition out there. So
that group that will actually choose the president.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You're talking about that college of states?
Yeah, that's it.
The electoral college.
Yeah, I think, and again, I'm not jinxing. I'm just telling you the science here on this.
He's so dangerous. Y'all go vote. Please go vote.
I have Trump winning barely. And I think the real story in this is going to be suburban moms that came back to vote for Trump who didn't vote for him last time. And I think a lot of African males are going to vote for Trump at a lot higher number than what they think.
Little shocker last night, NBC actually did a deal where they ran all the skits that they've done on Saturday Night Live making fun of all of them.
Oh, really?
As a little special. We had seen most of it because we get the clips. I'm going to tell you what, Dana Carvey.
He's got him.
It's Joe Biden.
He's got him.
Fantastic.
It really is.
It's fantastic.
The details.
And Maya Rudolph, her Kamala is good too. But I think as far as nailing it, Dana Carvey, it nails Joe Biden.
He does.
And the guy who's doing Trump, he's good too. He has some moments where he's really
that big nose.
Yeah, but his own
His
look.
mannerisms.
Now the
are
guy
good.
they picked to do J.D. Vance, you can't have an Asian guy do J.D. Vance.
I don't even know what that means.
That's not even.
I do not know what that means.
He doesn't.
It ain't even close.
J.D. Vance could be a good character too, and y'all almost are lazy with it.
Yeah.
But they're Kamala, they're Joe Biden, and the guy who's
Walz is good.
Hey, Tim Walz is fantastic
Yes,
with Gaffigan.
Gaffigan
And
does a
I'll
great
say
job.
the guy, and I don't know the guy's name. He was on Saturday Night Live, and I can't remember his name. Who's playing Kamala's husband, Doug?
Yes.
He's funny.
Yeah, he does a good job.
What is his name? He's so funny.
Yeah, I don't know, but funny guy. So I was surprised. But
they need to call in somebody that looks like
Bill
JD.
Hader.
Like, call in Chris Pratt to play JD or something.
Andy Samberg.
Andy Samberg. That's what,
Andy Samberg's funny. So, Bubba, did you want to help some people also? Because we're going to the polls today in different states. You're going to have what, amendments?
Yeah, you're going to have
who we got? We got representatives and who's running? Senators?
We're voting the whole House. The whole House is up and about a third or fourth of the Senate. I forget how much it is. So, but we always have these amendments, and there's always a lot of discussion about them. I think we have one statewide amendment, and then there'll be some local amendments depending on where you're at. But in our particular state, and we won't spend a lot of time on this, but I thought it was interesting. Franklin County school system has a tract of land, like several hundred acres, that they were given by the federal government in the 1800s. Well, it's actually managed by conservation, but for education. And there's a statewide vote to let them use that land how they want to. They may lease it. They may sell it to a developer or whatever for the school system to raise money. And we have to have a state amendment to do that because we don't have what's called home rule in our state. So that is the decision today. You're going to see, do you want that school system to have the ability to do something with that land or not? That's the bottom line. It's basically tied up in laws from 1800, and this will clear it up.
What are you going to do with it?
Again, I wouldn't tell anybody how to vote on this because I don't know the finer details of it, and I may be way off base.
Okay.
But I would say if it's their property and they want to use it, let them use it how they want to. So I would say yes.
Okay.
That would be my gut feeling on that. Now I know I will be absolutely shellacked on the on the email and the.
Do you think you're pronouncing the county right? Franklin, we can do that.
Yeah, it's Northwest Alabama. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's Franklin. Pretty sure. Might be wrong. Don't know. don't really know anything 100% nowadays. Best I can tell, it's Franklin County. But some of the land crosses into multiple counties too. So.
Yeah. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up. Hang in there right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, we talked often on the program moments that will try every husband and every father. And one of them we've talked about for years is the dreaded family portrait. I started receiving bizarre pictures of you yesterday from
we got him.
oh boy, Bubba,
He's in deep thought.
By the way, if you're watching on Ustream, Bubba, explain to me these pictures that I saw.
Okay,
one of them was sent to me via text yesterday. By the way, and I forgot about it.
So
wait a minute, let me
so
that's going to be great.
You know that
I know it.
that I had avoided family photos for some time.
Yes.
I was able to at least move the discussion more to a casual photo.
Yeah.
And avoid the tan pants, white shirt, beach photo, right?
No, everybody has to go through.
So, but and it's that time of year, you know, the trees are changing. I said, well, let's just make some pictures here.
Beautiful outside right now.
Well, Betty wanted to get Helmsy's wife Amanda to come do it because she is a very talented photographer.
I did not know that.
Yeah. Okay, that's not Donald Duck. That's Speedy.
Speedy, don't let us move to the proofs without you. Don't get ahead of us to the proofs.
So Amanda came out and we took some pictures, and you know how I am a fan of any of these websites that have awkward family pictures on them.
Oh yes.
And see, I have a goal that I want to make one of those somehow.
Well, buddy, you may be there.
And so, you know, I do the pictures that Betty needs, and then I always, you know, give them a little extra.
You and the camera were one, by the way.
Yes, we were.
Yeah.
We were one. And so I had a little fun yesterday during the photo shoot, and Helms liked some of those too, I see. So
I need to see these
he
pictures.
emailed a few of them too. But you got to remember, I've had a lot of practice looking at awkward family photos.
What are you, an illusionist?
An illusionist.
Listen,
Wait a minute, stop. Don't say it. Everybody just be quiet. Because I'm telling you, he's got a good one. Show it again. He looks like a promotional picture for an illusionist and his assistant.
You like the way I'm playing peekaboo? I'm coming out there.
He needs a dove up here on his shoulder.
Where's a white tiger? Where's a white tiger?
Look into my eyes.
Oh, my gosh.
Bubba, you look like you're trying to be sexy there.
Well, that is my awkward family photo
either
moment.
that or your stomach was hurting.
Gosh,
I can't tell.
Now, there's one better than that. Can you go on one more, Speedy? Go up one more. I know you can't see this on the radio. Now, here's the thing. Betty said we can't show all these yet because some people are getting them for Christmas.
Right, okay.
I hope I get that one.
I want that one.
No. That's the one you want right here. See how
new solo album.
See how I'll tilt my head. No, let me tell you what this is. This is the first album cover from the couple that sings Christian music at their church.
You're right. Look, this is your album cover. You know what they put that up? That's who's going to be here Sunday night.
That's right.
Formerly of Mr. Lucky.
Rick, explain what we're looking at.
I can't. How do I describe it?
And the name of the album, Answering the Call.
All right, Bubba.
You know, something like that.
Bubba, in a Bible verse right across your stomach right there.
Yeah, we got a big area to put that in.
Shirt looks familiar. Oh, wait a minute. You got it on.
But it looks like
I only wore it for an hour.
No. You also wore it, was it yesterday?
Yeah.
Or was it Friday?
One of them.
It was Friday.
Yeah, I don't know.
I made a sprocket comment then.
Listen, I don't know whether Betty in this picture of
The
Bubba.
rotation's a little tight this time of year. Choices
I'm
are
same
not
way.
right.
I don't know whether Betty is trying to show tender loving care to Bubba or push his stomach out of the frame.
She's got a shelf to put something on, looks like.
It's actually growling, and she's going, dinner is soon.
Y'all,
dinner is
we're
soon.
looking.
You ever had the picture made when your wife's pregnant and you got your hand on her stomach?
Yes.
That's the reverse version. look, especially in that one.
Hey, look at Teddy Bear.
Look, Bubba and his wife Betty had their picture made together. I guess it's part of the family portrait.
Show us the illusion.
And we're looking at Bubba. I think our favorite's the illusion.
That is the man of mystery. See, I'm only giving you one eye.
Either that or Betty presents it as evidence. We think we caught him on camera. the person who snuck up behind her. We caught him in this shot.
Betty looks great.
This was
in
the
all
last
these shots,
picture before
you know?
Mrs. Bussey was abducted. Hey, let me say this.
Doesn't Betty look great in these?
Oh yeah. and especially in contrast to who's standing beside her.
Right. Well, I tried to beg my way out of it. I said, I'm only going to drag the whole photo shoot down. So
anything your wife can tell us through you, we need to hear right now.
Of these too, and
Helmsley's wife did this photo session. I need to hear everything.
Amanda said she got so tickled when she was doing Caitlin and Hunter's pictures, their individual pictures, because Bubba would.
Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour on this election day. MyPillow.com/Big Box is ready. Speaking of big voice, Mike Lindell. He certainly has been very opinionated. He has been fearless. He has been bold against the cancel culture on the left, and they have been unable to quiet him or destroy his business. Maybe the left didn't think about modern-day technology. If you run people out of your retail stores, retailers, by the way, that desperately need business, they just take their product and they go online and they use e-commerce and they just sell it anyway. If you're a retailer and you run somebody out of your store, you're just hurting yourself. That's all you're doing. So MyPillow.com/Big Box right now on this election day, the standard MyPillow normally retails for right at $50. It's just $14.98 right now. Queens are $18.98. Kings are $19.98. So there's savings of $30 to $50 on the best pillow that anyone has created so far. Mike Lindell and the MyPillow team are not going to allow the big box stores to cancel them. They're just bypassing the retailers and passing the savings directly on to us. So MyPillow.com/Big Box on this election day. Another way to say, you know what? I believe in capitalism. I believe in freedom. And I don't want to live in a country where if you don't like someone's opinion, you try to destroy their business and destroy their life. MyPillow.com/Big Box, or find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, you were talking about how, and it does feel, can y'all believe it's been 4 years?
Oh, I know. It
Bubba
flew
came
by,
in, we went by the office like, it doesn't feel like 4 years have passed. It's been quick. Another big endorsement, by the way, for Trump yesterday, when you talk about influencers. Do I have this right, Adler? This is probably your area. I'm not stepping out when I say Joe Rogan has the biggest podcast.
You were correct.
Is he the big boy?
Yep. He is.
No one has a bigger one?
Nope.
He endorses Donald Trump.
He did it.
He finally just said, you know what, I just want to let y'all know that is an endorsement for Trump. I think that's the way for the country to go. And you wouldn't really think as Joe Rogan being some staunch conservative, but he says the state of the country and what we need, Trump is the answer. That's a big endorsement. That's a big. Now a lot of people, just like us.
But Lady Gaga endorsed Vice President Harris.
That's right. Well, see, again, I think I would find myself making sure everybody knew those two things.
Yeah.
When I see the way some of these who, like, that's right up there with me going, oh, goodness, what does Cardi B think I should do? I just don't really care what Lady Gaga, her opinion on things, it just doesn't hold a lot of water. And for some of you out there, you could say the same thing about Joe Rogan, so I understand that. Just because you have a big audience that likes what you do doesn't mean that they will go and agree with you on every decision you make. If you don't believe that, just remember Rick and Bubba, the restaurant. So anyway, so you said
some of the other numbers here, I think it's interesting because so much of the country has early voting now, or a big window to vote. They say about 77 million votes have already been cast, or about half the total number of votes that was in the last election. So, it'll probably go up this time, but that's still a lot of people who's already done with election today. Yep. Now, our state does not have it, so you got to get out and go to the polls.
I know, we're not an early voter.
And I'm voting at a new place. So
Are you?
I got
that's
my
right,
card.
Yeah.
And,
new life.
I scouted it out over the weekend, so looking forward to visiting with everybody today.
Yes.
I'm sure it'll be a nice long line.
Where I vote, it rarely ever. I never stand in line.
Right.
It's usually just in and out real quick and go. So it's never and it's close. It's not a hassle. So that's good. But Rogan said that after he interviewed Elon Musk, He said he thought that Elon Musk made one of the most compelling cases for Trump that you'll hear. And Rogan says, I agree with him every step of the way. He said, I really believe if we don't go this way, after hearing Musk saying why we need to go away from the left right now to Trump, he said he sold me on that. I think his case is the best I've heard.
Can we hear cut 7, Adler? I think this is a good time to bring this up.
Okay.
And this is why what's wrong with our country, because Elon Musk has a right to say who he wants to vote for, just like Lady Gaga does. But will he face repercussions if Trump doesn't win? And, you know, he's really moving the needle forward on the technology curve. And we don't need that to end no matter who wins.
Yeah. If you're Rachel Maddow, this point she's going to make, I'm with you. It almost, I think, might help people decide they should vote for Trump.
Well,
because you don't want Elon Musk to be attacked like you're saying, and
he may be the only technology that could help us survive here eventually.
But even if Trump doesn't win, the Defense Department and NASA are going to need a new arrangement for all their rockets and for all the multi-billion-dollar contracts Elon Musk's companies have with the U.S. government. The U.S. government is going to have to either, unwind from all of those contracts, or Elon Musk's companies are going to have to unwind from him. This is an untenable reality in national security terms.
What?
Now that we know what we know about Elon Musk.
Oh my! What a joke!
So he's not allowed to have an opinion? Now you got one.
Right.
Why can't he have one?
Yeah.
That's the whole idea. One vote, one voice.
Oprah's got an opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
She voiced it last night.
Yeah, said that this may be the last time you are able to vote.
Yeah.
Because her and Stern said the same thing. Why would you make that's the dumbest statement I've ever heard.
Well, I guess if you think that you have mindless memes listening to you that will do anything you say, because look, he was in office last time. He didn't build concentration
who could do
camps.
that anyway?
Yeah, you can't do
our
that.
government's set up to prevent that.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
What we all should be concerned about is the state of this bizarre, dangerous left in our country right now. And there's another example. Rachel Maddow is already saying things like this, that, hey, Elon Musk, since he decided to support Trump, I mean, he can't be trusted. The government, no matter who wins, has got to be done with him. And these are the same people. You got to just use your minds, those of you that hadn't decided yet, if you're out there. The people that are telling you that we should fear this character they've created as Trump, the dictator that will be a king and will take over and destroy all who oppose him, they're the ones that are doing it and keep threatening, like Rachel Maddow just did, to go after you if you don't agree with them. They're the ones who actually do it. And you have to remember that. You have to look, you go back even to January 6th. They set that up. It's so obvious they set that trap. Now, I remember us even talking about it. There should have been more wisdom not to have fallen for the trap, but they absolutely set that trap. Mm-hmm. They set a trap to try. They're willing to put security at risk if they can get a political win out of it.
Absolutely.
They'll do anything to win politically. And we can't have any party, whether that would be the right or the left, we can't as citizens allow either party to be that way. We have to cull them. We have to make them pay a price for that, saying we won't tolerate that. You're not going to weaponize the government. We're not going to live in fear of you coming after us if we disagree with you, destroying our business. I just did a commercial about that with Mike Lindell. Elon Musk now, no matter how brilliant he is, no matter how much he's helping our country, if he supported the wrong candidate, so we have to disavow him and separate him from working with our government because of his political opinions. We can't. That's not the world. That is not our country. Now, the good news is the founding fathers have they set up a really cool system that the people can keep these people from getting out of hand. So rest in that, but still listen to what they're saying.
And Elon was talking about how on the Rogan podcast, how the DOJ is coming after him already right now with all these crazy frivolous lawsuits. They're suing him because he did not hire people that are not U.S. citizens, permanent residents, but because SpaceX is an advanced weapons technology company, it's actually illegal for him to hire people that are not permanent residents of the state. So it's a darned if you do, darned if you don't type situation, and they're just absolutely targeting him just for that, and that's just one example.
Oh, well, Bernie Sanders was giving him all kind of grief getting the FAA permits they needed to launch rockets in Texas, and that the committee that Bernie's on is over the FAA, and he was trying to throw as many roadblocks as he could in their way, which slows down them testing, which slows down the technology curve.
It slows down the progress of our country.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Exactly right.
They'll throw the country in the trash if they can have power.
Yep.
As long as they can continue to tell people what to do and create the world they want to create, they'll do whatever they have to do it. And we as the people need to say no to that. Not you got to get back in line.
Yeah.
Top of the hour. I'm sorry, not top of the hour. We'll be right back. 15 minutes to the top. Sorry.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, I know we've got a lot to discuss. I think we covered the weekends pretty well, and we had a good time. I know the show got together at your house on Saturday, a little Christmas party. Thanked you and Betty for a wonderful evening, and had a great time there. That was I noticed that you, of course, were playing ping pong. It was like being at work.
Right. Well, I did a little of that. I shot a little pool, watched a little basketball. I tried to work a little bit of everything, going on. So.
Yeah, so it was. I thought it was smart of you too to invite the Lenore so Speedy would come.
Right. Good to see him.
It was like, I hate to say it was like baiting the field. He came right in. As a matter of fact, the joke we make about Speedy's obsession with the Lenores at hunting season, it was hilarious to watch two Lenores coming at me and trailing them Speedy.
Yeah, well, that's
they actually came in together.
Somebody else had mentioned that to me. They said, "Have you noticed that everywhere that Speedy will not separate from the Lenore?"
No.
Well, I tried to help them out a little bit. They knew how to get to the gated entrance and stuff, but they didn't know exactly where the house was. And they said, "Hey, would you meet us, and then we can just follow you in?" So that's what we did.
Yeah,
so I appreciate you getting them by the machine gun nest.
Yeah.
Y'all got any pictures of the party?
Greg,
I'm sorry.
I'd like to look
Greg,
at them.
where were
It made
you
me feel
at?
like I was there.
Where were you at?
I'm bad about not going to parties I wasn't invited to. That's just the way I am.
How about this? I looked up and I'm like, how about every member of the show's here? Where's Greg?
Yeah.
Well,
but
I'm just weird that way.
Classic,
if I don't get invited, hell, I won't show up.
You're on fire.
I'm just weird like that.
I'm just weird like that.
Hey, in classic Greg Burgess form, he says it doesn't bother him, but that's all he talks about.
Oh, it's bothered him.
I was fine until I saw Adler got one.
So you were good up to that point.
I can understand him slipping his mind. I just sit to his right 5 days a week, 4 straight hours.
About 2 feet.
Yeah.
Well, Greg, I'll tell you, if you did not get an invitation, it's my fault because you were supposed to. Everybody here got one.
Yeah, that's
right.
Whatever.
So I'm going to check and double check you didn't get the email and just missed
Look,
it.
I will say this, and
I could have messed up. I don't know.
Unfortunately, Bubba Helms did check this morning, and he was not on the list.
Well, he wasn't on the one that Helms got. I mean, several of them went out because I had some problems.
Yeah, why would I have been on the one with the rest of the show? Yeah. I should have been on the one with the Lenores. That's it.
Greg, if you did not, I will say it is totally my fault, and I apologize. But here's the thing: you guys always have a standing invitation. Anything I do, anywhere I go, y'all are always welcome. You know that.
How about the? How about
like if you wanted to go to the parade with me Saturday morning, you could have just showed up. It'd all been good.
I knew that because we did. Well, I enjoyed that parade we did.
How about this? I was. And again,
you would love Westover.
It's funny because it's funny this when these things happen. But in all fairness, when I got my invitation, and I did get one, Greg.
It was Rick, Theo that cleans up got one.
But I looked at it, and the one I got didn't even have anything on it. It was just a bunch of Christmas balls. And I went into Bubba and I said, Bubba, I don't know how to tell you this.
Took that one.
I have no information here on my invitation.
Yeah, but you had a title that said Christmas party.
I'm just saying we
I signed for a UPS package Friday, and the guy said, "See you Saturday at Bubba."
Well, then you should have come on.
Well, again, I got this funny thing about me.
Oh, Greg, it was clearly just an oversight.
Yeah,
I mean,
fine.
Just move on, Greg.
My goodness, let it go.
Let it go.
Huh?
What y'all keep talking about it?
Well, speaking of which,
I am Franklin on the Peanuts.
we did get.
That's a good one.
He's part of the show. You never see him.
I'm Franklin on the Peanuts. That's so funny. Greg, if you didn't get invited, it's my bad, bro.
No, that's all right. Of course, I did what I needed to do. I was working the food to make sure it was okay.
And Rick, I appreciate you.
Hey,
boy.
let me tell you something, Bubba. You guys, wow. I don't know how
Betty was. Well, there was two things, probably in my mind that I thought subconsciously. One, Greg doesn't want to drive back to
That
town
ain't the point.
on
That ain't the
Saturday,
point.
and two, there's no alcohol there, so he wouldn't.
You
he
let
wouldn't
Greg
enjoy
make that
that.
decision.
Yeah, I was surprised some of your tennis buddies came when you did have that. But
No, that was a non-drinking buddy.
I could have snuck a flask in.
But it was a lot of fun. We got to hang out, and the Heisman announcement was about the time the party was kicking, and so I got to.
I got to see a
there.
side of James Spann I've never seen before.
Yeah,
you know what? James Spann had
James there too.
James.
Gonna be all day.
What's he do? Maybe 3 weathers a week. I'm here every day. And he ain't even here. He's on a stupid screen. I'm actually physically sitting here. You could have.
Alrighty, 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, Election Day today. Fired up to be with you as we start another segment. Reminder this weekend, Sunday night, couple of opportunities for the men out there to get involved in the manchurch.com, the discipleship strategy in Opelika, Alabama. First Baptist Church Sunday night. James Spann will be speaking there for their next Man Church. I'll be in Athens, Alabama at Clements Baptist Church for their Man Church Sunday night. So both of us that night, 2 different places. Find those details at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. And both James and I look forward to seeing all of you men who'll be attending. All right, so it is Election Day, and we're trying to get you ready for the big election coverage coming up tonight, probably into tomorrow. Who knows? Last night, it was the closing arguments for the 2 candidates, Kamala Harris for the Democrats, Donald Trump for the Republicans. And here is Kamala again. There's one thing that Kamala really needs to work on. She's not a good chant person. She struggles getting people to chant. I think they're confused by what she's asking.
Say your name.
She doesn't communicate. You know those people that just don't have the rhythm.
Yeah, let's go.
You're right. Well, wait a minute.
Right
So there's an art to getting a chant started.
There is.
And let me tell you one thing. Bill Bubba Bussey can do it.
He can do it while wearing suspenders.
But in all fairness, this has been a team we love to chant. We know how to chant.
Yeah,
we
we'll
love
chant.
to chant.
I'm a chanter from way back.
Oh, yeah.
Here's Kamala trying to get the audience to chant again. Now, where was she wrapping up last night? Where'd she go? I forget.
She's
where
in
she went.
Pennsylvania here. She's in
Pennsylvania.
Scranton.
Who made that poster behind her?
This is awful. Listen to this.
So they're chanting Kamala.
Let's vote. Let's get out the vote. Let's get out the vote. Let's get out the vote.
Worst
Let's
chant.
get out the vote. Let's get out the vote. Let's get out the vote. Let's win.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Let's get to work. 24 hours.
How's everybody casting a vote for her? How are y'all doing it?
What kindergarten class did the sign behind it? Y'all notice that?
You got to know how to. You can't. They just. That's the worst attempt in the
Get out the vote.
She changed it mid-chant. You can't change it.
There's some things you can't chant anyway.
Vote. Let's get out the vote.
That's one of them.
She couldn't decide whether she was going to do let's vote or let's get out the vote.
Let's get out the vote. Let's get out the vote.
Out
Let's
the vote.
win.
Everybody chant your name.
Oh my goodness!
Say your name.
Oh, she
Good night.
It's
Sean.
about you.
Let's get out.
That's such a terrible
Let's
chant.
vote. Wait, let's get out the vote.
You know what? She has the voice and the tone of a kidney stone.
Oh boy, I'm telling you, she hurts.
Oh,
It's worse than childbirth.
all right. So REM's Michael Stipe.
Oh, he's
Is that how you
good,
say his
isn't he?
name?
I think that's
Stipe?
right.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, is he not voting for Trump? I'm sure he was.
It's some sort of
Well, that's shocker.
rally in Atlanta.
Yeah.
And
I want that man to be my vice president.
Talking about Tim Walls.
I bet he does. Yeah, Greg.
All right, everybody here, give me a V.
What's this camera shot?
I know.
Give me a T. Give me an E.
You're bad as...
It's fun to get out the... No. It's fun to get out the V-O-T-E. It's fun to get out the V-O-T-E.
Come on.
Listen.
You know, when
it's fun to get out the
vote.
No.
Wait a minute, Rick. Wait. So it's the night before election.
Oh yeah.
Hey, we're gonna bring the big guns out. right. This is what you got.
Yeah, this is
this is what you brought to drive your point home.
Yeah.
Good night.
I've never seen such an attempt for the gay vote in my life. I mean, it's.
Well, this is gonna hurt. Here,
First of all, he hits on Tim Walls.
Okay, right out of the gate.
And then
Tim was like,
Greg, and then he had a cap on, the flannel. He was doing something somewhat masculine. And then he wants everybody to spell it like YMCA.
V-O-T.
Oh, John Bon Jovi is doing this with him?
This is awful. This is terrible.
Come on, John.
John, come on. You're tampering with the memories, John.
It really is. So I will say Stipe's voice sounds okay.
This one goes out to the one I love.
Okay, maybe not.
Wow.
I mean, is he nervous? That's as good as ever.
I didn't even like this song when it was done right.
Talking about America's been left behind.
America.
John, I'm just going to remember you in the 80s.
Yeah.
He just played guitar. Can we let him get away with
No.
that? He didn't sing.
Do you see him dancing back there?
Point. It's all right. I mean, it could have been worse. I thought the thing he did the other day when he tried to sing was worse.
Yeah.
And when you start saying the surgery didn't work, God bless him.
It didn't work.
I hate that for him.
Oh, I do too. I was a huge fan of him. I've seen him in concert like 3-4 times.
Greg.
Just think about Slippery When Wet, Greg, and it'll be all be fine.
That was a good one. That was a good one. Right into New Jersey.
All right, what is this about the fleet of buses? Is this Kamala buses in?
We ain't got no more chance
to the rally. So she's just buses people in.
This is where you've seen this, and this is the largest scale line of buses I have seen at any of her rallies. And the line of buses just goes and goes and goes. They are bringing people from somewhere to her rallies.
Well, you're trying
to get
a
lot of buses,
and it's organized. You don't see this at Trump rallies. People come, stand in line for 12 hours to get in.
On their own.
Well, now groups of people might get buses and go to a Trump rally that they got their own bus. I mean, people might.
Rick, now are those same buses?
This is coordinated.
Are those same buses going to the poll to vote today?
No, I agree.
That's the scary part, Bubba.
Yes.
I understand the difference, but I don't want anybody to think we think that nobody brings a bus to a Trump rally. But they do it on their own. That's the important part.
Yes.
Yeah. Right.
Yes.
That's a bunch of them.
This was in Homestead, Pennsylvania.
Okay. Well, there you go.
The Thrasher brothers are offended by this.
and then plus they bring in about 2,000 people via bus, and then they have to have Beyonce trick people into thinking that she's going to perform in order to get people to come out to these things.
But now Michael Stipe, though, he brought it.
Yeah,
he
good.
did.
Like I say, I didn't like REM songs when they were actually being done correctly.
That group has
when they were in their prime.
History of this show has flown all over you. If you bring up REM to Rick, he's immediately responds.
I don't like them.
Yeah,
I never have. I'm sorry. No offense to any of them that might be fun to hang around.
Yeah,
I like REM.
Well, didn't we interview the one at the? I didn't. That was widespread panic. Guy.
Yeah, he was nice.
I think I was supposed
to.
But
the bass player plays in the regions.
I think I was supposed to interview the REM guitar player one time, and he didn't show up.
That's
something.
what it.
I think he was playing in the pro.
Yeah, he plays in it every year. I believe.
I like REM Speedwagon.
And I think that would.
Now you're talking.
You never know what some of my sons are going to be listening to, and
this one.
JC asked me about Driving and Crying. And, they'll go back and listen to all kinds of different things. I said, oh, yeah, you love Driving. I said, how about Hootie and the Blowfish? And he said, who? I said, you've never listened to Hootie and the Blowfish? And then I told him the story about you, Rick, about going and seeing them at Jack State, and you didn't know who they were.
Yes.
Which started a funny conversation. So anyway, I bump into him a couple of days after that, and he's listening to Hootie and the Blowfish.
Yeah, well, we have to help our kids on things they may have missed.
Yeah, but I didn't put them on REM though.
No, don't do that to them.
I only want to be with you.
And then you always run the risk of what? They like it. And then they start playing in your car.
I know you did. You don't have to admit it. I know you
It's
did.
all right. Everybody has different opinions about things.
Did you do the little
I'm
dance?
just kidding. That's a joke. I'm kidding.
No, he's not.
It's all right. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Even if you think it's a bit overhyped, AI is suddenly everywhere. From self-driving cars to molecular medicine to business efficiency. It's not in your industry yet. Well, it's coming fast. But AI needs a lot of speed and computing power. So how do you compete without costs spiraling out of control? It's time to upgrade to the next generation of the cloud, Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, or OCI. OCI is a blazing fast and secure platform for your infrastructure, database, application development, plus all your AI and machine learning workloads. OCI costs 50% less for compute and 80% less for networking. So you're saving a pile of money. Thousands of businesses have already upgraded to OCI, including MGM Resorts, Specialized Bikes, and Fireworks AI. Right now, Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to OCI for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. Offer ends 12/31/24, end of the year. See if your company qualifies for this special offer at oracle.com/Bubba. That's oracle.com/Bubba.
Remember as a boy, we used to take our BB guns and go out in the woods, and it was pretty calm. I know some of you in the new politicization of America will lose your mind, but little boys used to get a BB gun and go in the woods and shoot squirrels and chipmunks and birds and whatever.
Bird didn't have a chance.
Yeah, whatever we could shoot. And I remember I had a mistaken identity one time, and I shot this bird, and I'd always go over and check out what kind it was. And I walked over, I picked it up, I said, "Oh my gosh!" And it was a yellowhammer, which is a state bird.
What does a yellowhammer? What does a yellowhammer look like? Somebody asked me that the other day, and I couldn't really tell.
They've got a white chest with some black rolling through it, and there's a little yellow ring that comes up around their neck, and they're kind of a dark brownish on their wings.
Do we have a lot of them?
They're state bird, I guess so.
We used to.
Well, the woodpeckers.
I mean, we had a lot more until I became a little boy with a BB gun. But
it should be the crow. We got plenty of them.
We didn't have many of them at Shell Acres #1 after I was done.
But, that was illegal.
Well, I didn't know, Gray. I was a kid.
I remember that time I tried to take a great blue herring out with my pellet gun, and it couldn't take him down.
Yes.
Well, I thought I had something.
You were very excited.
Yes.
I know what you were going to do.
Is that the one that eats the fish that we're supposed to get rid of? There's one we're not, and there's one we're supposed to.
I don't know if we're supposed to get rid of him.
Yeah,
really?
You lay off the herring.
The blue herring?
Or keep it to yourself.
Them BB guns. Hey, he can take him BB guns. They don't hurt him.
But I tell you the one time.
They don't do good against the 270.
I tried to shoot him.
How about I had a man down the street, though, that became a game warden? Not a real one, but I found out that you could.
Say the Holiday Inn Express.
Well, I found out if you took your little Daisy BB gun down there where he had the bird feeders, wow. And
them hummingbirds were tough.
He decided of his own free will that I was hunting over bait. And, he called that clown.
Rick says, "You ain't gonna believe this place I found. There's birds everywhere."
And they don't leave.
Well, they'll come into those little feeders.
I did talk to one of our game wardens last week.
Mr. Bailey. Mr. Bailey shut me down.
How do you know his name?
Because we harassed him.
You know what happened those days, Bubba? And you remember it. Mr. Bailey came out. A little boy was playing in his yard with a BB gun, shooting his birds. He broke my little spirit, hurt my little feelings, sent me home crying. But you know what? I never did it again. You know what my mama did? She thanked Mr. Bailey and wore me out again.
Right.
Rick, what did he say to you?
I did shoot at his house one time.
What did he do?
He had kind of a weird accent.
He was
He
weird.
wasn't from around here. Yeah, and
what did he do?
In his house, his house always had kind of a little Asian look.
Then he had his little red car and he wouldn't drive it.
Yeah, and he had a little red car he never drove.
Well, why? He's got a state truck. Why would he drive it?
Why you shoot my birds?
No, it wasn't like that.
I look out again. I see that chubby kid from up street again.
He wasn't Oriental at all.
No, he was. It just sounds funny.
I had a bad memory.
Right over Greg's
He wasn't even kind of
Asian looking house.
Rick, he had them things outside that spin in the wind. That's all. That's what you're talking about.
Is that another one? He liked the Asian decorative, but he wasn't Asian.
No. Rick, I need to know what he said to get you all upset.
Well, he came out and asked me straight up what I was doing, and you can't hide a BB gun. You know it.
So hold on, you just out there shooting.
I think
well,
he was
what
nice.
I did, I
around his feeder.
Where
where he's probably doing it to watch birds.
That's exactly what he was doing.
He didn't like watching birds. Doing this.
Yeah,
when they started falling.
We had, there's something. There's just not something that majestic about a blue jay whose wing is mane. but what I did, and it was this way when we grew up, where we lived, most everybody, because everything wasn't so developed, lived near wooded areas. Right. Everybody, no matter where you lived. Mm-hmm. So all the houses had huge yards. They were little tiny houses, and they would back up into a wooded area. So I would sit in the woods facing into his backyard, shooting toward his feeder, and unfortunately his house, now that I look back.
We didn't think about that.
I was about to say.
Well, I wanted to have some cover. But,
well, you don't want to be in his porch.
Did he walk up behind you?
So he came down the yard kind of angry and ducking, and came in the woods and grabbed my little chubby arm and asked me what I was doing, and I told him I was watching the birds and threw my gun.
Yeah.
But
he never brought your gun?
No, I was telling him I could see the birds, and he saw my gun and said, "Are you shooting at my birds?" And I said no for some reason. I don't know why I said no.
Right.
All little kids.
You tell them they weren't his birds?
Most little kids are.
Hour, Election Day across America. Thank you for being with us today. As you have heard, the gang is all here, and we'll walk you through this as America goes to vote today. So, Bubba, we've mentioned some of these individually from time to time. Today, when you start thinking about people of faith, those of you that are part of the church, you've been redeemed by Jesus, you're a follower of Christ, you're working on your sanctification, you know that you're justified, and you start thinking, I just feel a little bit angst today. I don't know the state of our nation. I'm worried about the vote. I can't get it out of my mind, can't sleep. I'm tossing, I'm turning. So I've handpicked some of the verses that we've all mentioned here on the show a few times, just to kind of, you have these for you today as you go out. And I hope they will bring you peace, the kind of peace that it's brought us and brings us. Because this is that thing, Bubba, and anybody who thinks, anytime a human being says, well, let me tell you, I've got this figured out, this is one of those concepts. I guess there could be divine revelation, no doubt about that. But when people try to comprehend, and it's been referred to as a dance between God's sovereignty and our free will. And it is a very complicated thing to try to wrap your mind around, but that he's
a big topic for mere mortals.
Yeah, it's a big topic for mere mortals. So here's what we do. And this was actually, I think Scott Dawson and his wife Tara taught our Sunday school lesson this past Sunday. We're all in the same Sunday school class, and we rotate on teaching. And I believe it was it Spurgeon who said this? Maybe he said, anytime you get to the point, and I'm paraphrasing, to where you're just completely overwhelmed by something that your finite brain cannot comprehend, just keep doing what you know you're supposed to do.
Right.
And we do know that we, are to go out, and we're to be disciples, and we're to make disciples, and we are to live as citizens of whatever nation we live in. And we've been given instruction on what to do with a reminder of the things we're supposed to do, but always being reminded who God is in all of this. So here's some stuff just to kind of apply. And one of them we refer to a lot, Romans chapter 13. I'm using English Standard version. It's my favorite to study with, but I'm not saying this is the one you should use or whatever. It is a good one. It's very literal, not as poetic and beautiful as some of the others, but it's very literal. Let every person be subject to the governing authorities, for there's no authority except from God, and those that exist, meaning the people who are in government, have been instituted by God. Some say ordained, others say appointed, and some of the other English translations. So what we can rest in from the holy word of God, whomever is placed in these government positions, ultimately they've been placed there by God. Doesn't mean we don't participate. It just means we rest in his sovereignty. Isaiah 40, 17 and 18. All the nations are nothing before him. They are accounted by him as less than nothing and emptiness. To whom then will you liken to God? Or what likeness compares with him? Now think about that. We get all caught up in all these wars and all these nations. Isaiah says the nations are nothing before him. They're nothing but emptiness. It's meaningless compared to the power of God. Daniel, in chapter 4, after Nebuchadnezzar has had a dream that he's about to be humbled about his authority, and Daniel says the sentence is by the decree of the watchers. These were the angels that were saying in Nebuchadnezzar's dream, hey, chop the tree down. You don't want, by the way, if you're the tree in the dream, you don't want God's angels say, chop it down. Okay, but that's what Nebuchadnezzar has just seen. And he says this decision is by the word of the holy ones, God's angels, to the end that the living may know that the Most High rules the kingdoms of men and gives it to whom he will and sets over the lowliness of men. He's saying the kingdoms ultimately belong to God, and the people who run the kingdoms, God calls that. Daniel says in chapter 2, 20 and 21, blessed be the name of God forever and ever, to whom belong wisdom and might. He changes times and seasons. He removes kings. He sets up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Even the very wisdom that we might be impressed with, Daniel reminds us, that came from God. I wouldn't get really impressed with the person. I'd be impressed with the giver of the wisdom, the giver of the knowledge. And then the one that I've always kind of liked, because, we're from the South, so this analogy we can see, he's using a stream here. But picture if you're a Southerner and you've got you a glass of sweet tea and it's got some ice cubes in it, or whatever you like with ice cubes in it, how easy it is to take your finger, say you put a little sweetener in it, and you just take your finger and stir those. That's about how much effort it takes God to wipe out a king or listen to this. The king's heart is a stream of water in the hand of the Lord, and he turns it wherever he will. So rest in that today. Certainly participate. And you've been allowed, we have here, not everybody gets to do that in other nations, but in our nation, we are blessed by God's grace to be able to have a say. But ultimately, when you think about the things you can't control today, rest in the one who is controlling it. As the now late Steve Farrar said, never think things are out of control. They are completely under God's control. Rest in that. So that's just keep that perspective.
It can either be a blessing or a curse.
Yeah, but he's going to decide it ultimately. And when you think about who's going to steal this, who's going to steal that, what's going to happen, ain't nothing going to happen that God doesn't allow.
Yeah, and you see,
because he can certainly stop it.
You see people like Joseph, Daniel, the disciples in Acts. They all say, follow the government, follow the laws of your land until they go against God's law.
Yeah, they certainly
and they worked in those governments. They did what they were supposed to do to the best of their ability, but they never crossed that line, and I think that's the key point in all that.
Yeah. So remember that if you see the church and those of us in the church refuse to follow any command that blasphemes God, that's the example. We got that from Daniel, and we got that from the disciples and the apostles.
Yep. Pay your taxes, be a good citizen, but don't cross that line. And you got to go a long way to cross that line usually, too.
Yeah, true. So people asking us to put these. If you'll go, I actually put these on Instagram today. If you follow me on Instagram, all these verses I put under a picture today there on a post. So you can go find all of them. I think I put them all there. If not, most of them are there. And right there for you. So rest in that today, and participate. Participate. Get involved.
What a blessing we have the opportunity to vote.
Yeah, to have a say.
Like you said, a lot of people don't. Still, even to this day.
Mm-hmm. And God seems to always be interested in how we feel about what we're telling him. You remember when he had his people ask him for a king? Was the wrong thing, but they were allowed to ask. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Superintendent Wayne Brookhart said he wishes the group's co-ed chaperones had chosen another restaurant. That is his official statement. He said, I would also like to say, though, that the 15 or 20 male students are now voting their chaperones the coolest ones in history.
Yes.
I
bet.
So anyone, man, I knew we should have had Billy's dad. He's awesome. Can't you see the guy?
Oh,
Hey,
yeah.
What if I got a chaperone on a trip? Honey, I cannot go. You're going to have to go. I got to go chaperone some school trip. And, because it wasn't supposed to have been somebody's dad.
You're right.
It was supposed to be somebody's mom.
You're right.
And like Billy's dad got picked for it. And can't you just see him? They've already probably tried to get him at the National Aquarium for sneaking off and taking a drink.
Right.
You know what I mean? I'll tell you where we could go. I mean, if it's up to me as chaperone, why don't we go try Hooters? I bet we can get in nowhere. I mean, we got 15, 20. I got one of them big tables. We can all get in there on that one. And maybe we can take the love of the guy. We can all get a picture made with some of them waitresses or something. They're pretty famous. I mean, National Aquarium's one thing. I mean, I guess, I like looking at red snapper as much as anybody. But, I mean, and, I thought the octopus was really something. But let's what do you think about that?
But how you always come home, the students come home, and, the parents are, how was your day? What'd you learn? No,
I'll tell you the one.
Everything good? You went to where?
I'll tell you the one you love.
What?
Yeah, I'll tell you what you love is when the chaperone gets home to his wife, the one he was supposed to go.
Yeah.
Honey, how did it go? You know what? I'll tell you what. I like that National Aquarium. It's pretty nice. We ran into a bit of an issue on lunch. Did you? What happened? Well, they told chaperones to pick our own place. We couldn't all get in one place, and so I took mine to Hooters. What? I'm sorry,
Rick, that's where you do that. You're not going to believe. We had a great trip, but I tell you, getting lunch was a pain. We couldn't get in here. You ain't going to believe what we had to do.
Right.
You just ain't going to believe
Honey, I want to tell you something. I thought the trip went well. Now, we'll give you a heads up. You're probably going to get a call from superintendent.
Right.
And let me explain what happened. I mean, we couldn't find a place to take 100. And so we split up in groups of 20, which was kind of unfortunate because then we could only feed 80 of them. So then we said, well, let's break it down. And I ended up with somewhere between 15 or 20. I don't know how many I had. And
You know how I love wings.
You know how I love wings? And wings is an easy food to eat. I mean, you eat it and you go, and the food comes out pretty quick. And
well, honey, where did you take them?
Well, the place I think of, I thought we'd get in was Hooters.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And I got all the kids a calendar. And so
I met Mr. August
and thought it was nice. Yeah, we never did know that.
Took a couple of snaps.
Let me tell you something. You never know when you go into Hooters. We ended up actually being waited on by Miss August. I thought she was from one of them out down there in Florida. Because up here in Pennsylvania, we get the ugly Hooter girls, don't we? And can you imagine?
What a handle.
How about the superintendent?
What a handle. Why in the world did you give me that handle if you're the superintendent? What did you think?
All right, I'm the superintendent. Hello, yeah. Field trip, yeah. No, I know of no issues. He took him to eat where?
Do what? Let me call you right back.
Let me get back to you on that. Yeah, hello, it's Dickie. Well, I mean, where's I supposed to take them? Wouldn't nobody take a group of 100. They said 15, 20, take them wherever you think you can get them in. It's all about wings. I don't know why he makes such a big deal about this. I'm a happily married man.
Is he that guy that did this so he would never have to do it again?
Yeah.
Probably.
Well, now you're thinking.
No, I don't think it was that complicated.
Yeah.
You just see him going, all right, now, next, they come home. Honey, why? I got a letter that you can't chaperone anymore. What happened? I don't know. Last thing I remember was looking at the grouper. Yep. And I made some comment about how good they are to eat and got the aquarium person all upset. By the way, I did that. Do you remember when I told you about that time?
Yeah.
Wow, I got eat up at the Georgia Aquarium. I was talking about how delicious grouper is as one was floating in the aquarium in front of us. And I got jumped. And you know the reason why we have to, they've been in trouble because they've been overfished. I said, I think that's a step out. And that's when my wife always says, could you please just not even, just say.
Just let it go.
And I said, don't think that. Don't think we've got a shortage of grouper. Believe you're wrong on that. and then they have to start, well, we are the aquarium. I think we have some idea. No, I've seen no headline on a shorter grouper. Exaggerating, by the way.
Don't miss them coming in 2025, 20 minutes past the hour, Election Day. So we're going to continue. We'll get some of your phone calls coming up here shortly. As you know, we're probably your source for a lot of things, but one of them is the ongoing study of secondhand embarrassment. This is when you take on the embarrassment of another person. You vicariously are embarrassed through their embarrassment.
On their behalf.
You bring it. You bring it on yourself. And there's about 3 or 4 people in my life that seem to have this to a high degree. The two who seem to struggle the most is Speedy, who we see every day, and then someone we see from time to time, Andy Blanks. And you've heard us reference this. I think it's possible that Andy may have it worse than Speedy. I don't know. It's one of the worst cases I've ever seen. But so I understand that there was a mishap yesterday, and in a strange twist, it involved both you and Andy.
It did.
Which that's almost like a gunpowder being in the wrong place.
Right.
A tinderbox, smoking next to a gas pump. What happened?
Blowing your hand off with a firecracker.
I'm out doing some yard work yesterday, and my text goes off, and my phone was over on the back porch. So I looked down at my watch, and I've met the time. If I don't have my readers on, everything is blurry up close. So I'm kind of seeing on my phone, Andy has texted me, and he says that he is doing the legwork for somebody and wanted to know about that they have a site being built out, and who does Rick use for the site or whatever. So I'm kind of looking at it, and I'm thinking, okay, that's weird. And so I'm like, oh, that's Andy Miller, who is Tyler's father-in-law, who lives down in Jemison. And I'm thinking when he said build out a site, I'm thinking he's got land and he's doing some work and doing some, wants to find out who Gary, the bulldozer man's contact is. And I said, Gary Vines would be.
You talking about passionately wrong?
Yeah. I said, Gary Vines is who to use. I said, now I don't have my readers on. I'm just responding. And I said, I walk over and I pick up my phone and I said, Gary Vines is who to use. And I said, he's great. And I said, he's the best. And
Gary did this for her.
And so, and again, you got to realize I'm busy, even had some music rolling. I'm out in the back doing some yard work,
dancing.
And he said, the reply is from Andy Miller, who I think
you're right,
is no way. There are 2 Gary Vines.
Oh my God!
And he said, what's the name of the company? I can't remember. And I come back and I said, well, he doesn't really have a name of the company. He works by himself.
You're all in.
I said, Gary the Bulldozer Man is the name we gave him years ago on the show.
Right.
So and
I'm thinking back. I'm thinking back because I still don't have it. I still think it's Andy Miller.
Andy Miller. What's wrong with your mind right now?
Didn't somebody in Chilton County put out that they were also Gary a Bulldozer Man or whatever?
Yes.
So I'm thinking that Andy Miller's confused on who Gary is.
Isn't it amazing if you just take one wrong turn?
Yeah.
How you can just make it.
Yeah. And so
he's working it out.
And I haven't start like trying to tell Andy, who I'm thinking Miller, oh man, he's good. This is who to go to.
You're vouching for him.
Yeah.
He's doubling down now. Let me tell you what you need to do.
So at this time,
don't do anything but contact Gary Vines.
That's it.
Well,
take care of it.
And out of respect to Gary Vines, I text Gary.
What?
And
I brought somebody else in it.
And I say, hey, Andy Miller, Tyler's
father-in-law, everybody you come across
might reach out to you. They're trying to build out a site, and if you can't do the work, you might know who can. And
has gotten out of
and so I didn't want Gary to get a cold call and not know what's going on. And I even
And
said
he's so confused.
And I even said, looking back at Gary Vine's text, I even said. I even went into Tyler, my oldest, his father-in-law,
Are you
Andy
going
Miller.
this far?
This is to Gary Vines. Asked for contact about a guy that's trying to build a site down there.
This thing is
they live in Jemison. You might know him. Blah blah blah. And I go through, and he replies, "Okay, just let me know." That's what Gary Vines is. Well, then
Now
I
he
go
thinks
back.
something's going on.
So then I go back and Andy texts me back. Well, now I stop what I'm doing. I go and I get my readers and I sit down.
Oh, my
and
God.
then
Maybe you should have done that first.
At that point, I realize, oh no, this is Andy Blanks. It's not Andy Miller.
And you've already contacted Gary.
I've contacted. I've got things in motion.
You got it rolling.
Gary's already spent the money.
So now I am crumbling inside. I want to run away. So now Andy Blanks is embarrassed for me, and I'm embarrassed.
And you got to go back and clean
So
this
now
up.
y'all get embarrassed for each other.
Yes. He said this is Andy Blanks had some great one-liners. He said, I can't believe there's two Gary Vines in Rick's life, and he still comes back with that. And I was like, wait a minute, this is out of control. And then I tell him, wait a minute, I thought you were Andy Millard. I couldn't see, and I got my readers on now. And he said, look, I'm picturing Gary Vines. He had a bunch of one-liners,
Well,
and a lot of
understand.
laughs.
Yeah, one
I'm
thing
picturing Gary Vines shirtless in a web meeting. He was actually looking for a website, not a land site.
Oh, my
and
gosh.
I thought
Couldn't been
he
any
was
further
asking
apart.
for somebody to build out a site for him, like with land. He had somebody, I missed it, on up in the deal. He goes, I'm looking for some web help. And I missed that.
Well, let me ask you this.
Completely, because I'm looking at it on my watch. And so I said, oh, High Level Marketing does our website stuff. This is who the contact is. I gave him the contact. He said, wait a minute, I can't leave Gary Vines being in charge of a website. Because in my mind, when you sent me Gary Vines, I pictured him in a web meeting, shirtless, going over trying to build a website.
Well, the thing I need to know from Andy, does he want cascading style sheets?
I was so embarrassed, y'all, and so
do you have them both as your contact as Andy?
No, you got to realize one said AM and one said AB at the top, like when you get it off your watch, and I just didn't pick up that last. I just thought it was Andy because when he said building a site out, I thought, well, he's down there in Jemison and he wants Gary.
Hey, thanks. I went and bought $100 worth of diesel fuel.
Guys,
I thought I had work
I don't know
next
what
week.
You can't even have a backhoe job.
So
let me know.
So then I go back to Gary Vines.
Now I'm gonna do some HTML.
I want to hear what did Gary say about it?
I said
HTML.
I did not go into anything. I just said, okay, false
Rick.
alarm. I'll explain later.
Okay,
Rick, say
that was
you're
the
gonna do some
safest
Java.
thing.
Hey, if I need to do some Java, little cache, let me know. If he wants some cascading style sheets as part of it, I need to know that.
Yeah.
HTML.
Need to know.
Andy Blank says,
Hey,
I
I need to know.
I don't even know what to say.
How many RAM he got?
He said the only way this gets more out of control is if I call Gary Vines and ask him to build my website.
Yeah.
Hey, is he on that thing Leon Musk come up with, Starlink? I need to know what kind of stream he's got.
You can't.
This thing got
nothing.
deep.
It got way out.
That's what's funny.
Please look. I'm showing you all the timeline of all the texts.
And you thought you were knocking it out.
I felt like I needed, kind of a finder's fee for Gary Vines.
Yeah,
I'm selling him on what kind of work he does and how good he'll be.
You felt good about the way you was
And then I'm
maneuvering
thinking, well,
through
y'all
this.
probably have met. Andy Miller's down in Jemison, and Gary Vines he owns Chilton County.
Just let him know.
Now I'm confused. Does Andy Blanks need me to do some bush hogging? And does your father-in-law need a website? Which one? Because I can do both.
He said, I'm confused. I'm trying to build a website. This is Andy Blanks. And that's when it
got you.
As I put my readers on. And I asked for a contact for a web shop, a website. And that's when I'm like, oh, no.
Wow.
And then I looked up and I'm
Gary.
like, no, this says AB, not AM.
Hey, as a matter of fact, I got a HDMI cable out of the camp house.
Golly.
Can you believe it?
I just hear him
I got
saying
that.
it. I really can hear him saying it.
What's it going to be? AndyBlanks.com? I need to go and get
good.
that. So,
So now I'm over the top apologizing to Andy Blanks, who doesn't know what to do because he's embarrassed for me.
Yeah, now it's just y'all are just
and
on
so
top.
now I'm coming back, so I'm overdoing it, you know.
Wow.
And poor old Andy Miller doesn't even know anything happened till right now. Right. He doesn't know I've been, thinking.
Well, good thing.
Right.
What are some things you need in FAQ?
Well, Gary, I know he might not take on new clients because him, he's covered up.
Got all he can do.
I'm covered up. I got all.
So that's why I reached out to him. Hey, just heads up.
Well, he told you to let him know. Keep him updated.
You can't even have a lead on a job from Speedy.
Andy Blanks at one point said, "No way, there are 2 Gary Vines in Rick's life."
Yeah, nobody should have that. No.
That's on me, Blanks. My bad, bud.
That's hilarious.
Hey, we'll come back and we'll take your phone calls next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We got a report that Greg and Buddy Love just came out of Panera Bread. Nobody said a word to him.
Rick, this also in 3-on-3 Saturday. Speedy and Wesley Snipes are teaming up to compete.
You're injured, aren't you?
And the fact that he keeps assessing.
Well, I don't know how gym shorts and a Rick and Bubba T-shirt makes me a gangster.
Whatever.
Yeah, it doesn't. But I hate to say, if you
normally he has some type of Adidas theme shirt on.
I will say this: if you go watch
FUBU or something.
I know Bubba's Adidas.
If you go watch,
I never worn FUBU, by the way. You don't know what you're talking about.
Now Rick's the FUBU word.
I had a FUBU shirt at one time. Yeah. But it worked back when we had a band. Doesn't really work just walking around now. Or showing up at Briarwood Christian School for a parent-teacher meeting.
Do you remember your trench coat?
Oh yeah,
I love the trench coat.
I don't know what happened to it, but
I remember you had told me to hold it one day.
Don't make him put cowboy hat and trench coat.
Right.
Hey, somebody may get hurt.
And rock the long hair.
Hey, when that trench coat came on, it meant
business.
Yes, it did.
Yes,
business.
But if you'll go watch the movie White Man Can't Jump.
Yeah, there's Woody right over there.
Am I Woody? The Woody Harrelson character is
like
you.
right now?
Oh yeah. Wearing the loose shorts down to your knees, below your knees, and a black shirt. Yeah, and just put your hat on. That's all you got.
Okay. What time's Wesley picking you up? Y'all heading to Huntsville.
Okay. It's real rough now. Gregson got mad. You wouldn't believe the horrible things he said to Eddie Van Adler to Ray.
Oh, it was awful. I mean,
it wasn't even his fault.
And I know Eddie didn't want to come out here, and I know we got to do this Justin Bieber story, but he went out and bought some plaid shorts yesterday, some 29s, and hey, wow.
I told him a minute ago, I said, you know what? My son was missing those last Sunday to wear to church. Would you give them back to him? He's 10.
At least he bought his right size this time. You remember he bought too big a pair because he didn't want the checkout girl to know he wore small pants.
Now, Bubba, that's right.
That's true. I mean, they were 3 times too big.
Yeah, it was worried about taking them back.
He thought the checkout girl was attractive, so he got bigger pants.
Yeah.
She said, "What size you wear?" He said, large."
Large, of course.
Yes.
How about this?
I could squeeze into a medium.
What's funny is watching little Eddie Van Adler. He's back there with Greg. Of course, Greg's an injured dog. He's biting everybody. He's ripping into everybody.
He's staring at all of us, trying to figure something out.
And he looked at Eddie Van Adler.
Dress weird enough.
He looked at Eddie Van Adler, who has decided today that he would wear plaid shorts. Okay, like that he got out of the children's section, little boys section, and a Pink Floyd T-shirt. So anyway, Greg
those slip-on shoes.
So Greg looks at him.
I like the shoes.
Bubba, you missed this moment. Greg looks at him. He says, "Can you imagine backing a truck up? You look on the loading dock, and that's standing there, pointing at Adler." He goes,
"He's the only help you got to get the stuff off."
And he looks. He goes. I have you know, Greg, that I used to unload trucks all the time. And Greg said, "Where?" He said, "When I worked for Pet Superstore."
He said, "Big stacks of dog food, man."
Bags of dog food ain't no joke, guys.
But you didn't expect to hear the Pet.
I got a truck full of stuff, and there he stands to
Pet
get it
Supply Superstore. Yeah, man, you won't believe how much in bags of seed are.
Yeah, buddy.
50 pounds.
One time I had to unload a box of finches.
Hey, that crushed up cedar for the rat cage.
And the day the ferrets came in, you wouldn't believe it.
You ever tried to unload those plastic cubes that hamsters run through? And don't get me started on tropical fish.
especially the gulpies.
Not fish day. It's not so much physical; it's more mental.
That's
day.
right.
Rick, could you ask?
You know how heavy 100 leashes can be?
Could you ask Adler to return his calls? I love when you do that.
Well, I've already got on him a minute ago. I told him that my 10-year-old's calling looking for his Sunday shorts.
And how about this? It's not raining today. Every day he's came in with that rained on hair.
Yeah.
I don't know. It ain't raining a lick today. Same hair.
I really, that is.
You know what? I have to say, Eddie Van Adler's greasy hair makes me think that maybe it doesn't look foolish on the back of the shampoo bottle to say, Sud, rinse, Sud, do it, repeat,
Yeah, right.
repeat.
He forgets to repeat.
Yeah, lather, rinse,
Or he combs his
repeat.
hair with a pork chop.
How about he's a
or a handful of uncooked bacon.
I've told her to quit wearing that bacon headband.
It looks good, but it don't do your hair any good at all.
The real Greg Burgess taking phone calls right now, so you can join us by simply picking up the phone. The number there, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'd love to chat with you, America. Some of you are already on hold, ready to go. amac.us/BigVox. Here they are. The Association of Mature American Citizens, giving us a lobby in Washington for mature American citizens, an alternative to the leftist group, AARP. Do you still get an array of discounts that'll save you big when you travel and other things? Yes, you will. And right now, you can join AMAC for $1. For 1 year, $1, you're going to get the bi-monthly magazine. It keeps you updated what's going on. They'll be in Washington lobbying whoever wins today, to make sure that they adhere to those of us that are conservatives. And you do get all the money-saving discounts, hotels, insurance, restaurants, so much more. You get, great benefits like advice for Medicare and Social Security, things like that. So if you want to join now, go to amac.us/BigVox or call them 1-800-262-2006. $1, 1 year. Also find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. Standing by is Sarge out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Sarge, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Sarge.
Hey, so you guys were talking about the grammar Gestapo earlier.
Oh, yes.
So I had a guy when I was in the military. So I'm originally from Franklin County, and this guy who worked for me was from down around Jasper. So I walked in the office looking for something, and I said, "We ain't got no scissors nowhere." And he tried to correct my grammar, and I was like, whoa, don't correct my grammar. You're from further south than I am.
There you go. Set them straight. Let's go to Laura. Laura, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
We're good. We're great.
I'm starting out my first big girl job pretty soon.
Okay.
And I was wondering if you guys had any advice for, starting out in your career, maybe advice you would have given yourself, or maybe just advice on how you kind of turn over your worries to God in the process.
So is this your first step into a field that you're excited about, or is this just kind of a first job just to get your work life started?
No, this is like a first step in a career. I've been training
for
about 2 years.
Okay, all right, here we go.
I thought she was a big girl. I didn't
No,
know.
she means like an adult.
Okay.
An adult.
All right.
Yes. Well, some of these things we've said a lot on the show, but Bubba, I know, and you add to this what you want. One of the things I really think is going to serve you the best, just have a great work ethic. That's so sorely missing right now. Let this company know that you're the kind of employee that is here to work. You work hard. You'll do whatever it takes to help the company. You don't compromise your morals, but I mean, hey, I'll do it. You know, I'm the one. Be on time. Gosh, we talk about that a lot.
Yeah.
You wouldn't believe how many people can't seem to be on time. Be on time. Outwork everybody else. All of that will be the first thing they're looking for. I mean, there's a lot of people that have talent. There may be a lot of people that, you know, are ready to do the same thing you're doing. But if you will just outwork them and be dependable, good gracious.
Yeah.
I mean, that will set you in a league by yourself. I mean, there's not a lot of that out there right now.
You know, we were talking about it a minute ago. We have some really good examples of what it is to be a believer and to work on a job that might not be directly in ministry.
Right.
It may even be for something that looks counter to ministry
Correct.
at times.
Yeah.
God puts us in different places at different times for different reasons. But the example of how they worked, Joseph, Daniel, again, and all of those is they were remarkably different because of their excellence that they did. They didn't have to go around and put a Bible on everybody's forehead, you know, and try to baptize them in the water fountain or anything. But they were different because of their work ethics, and they were noticed because of their work ethic. And I think we should too.
Yeah, and that's it. If you do that, you'll rise up in that company, and you'll be given more responsibilities because you've proven yourself trustworthy, dependable, and a hard worker. You do those things, and you're going to be fine. Mm-hmm. And you can control all that, Laura. Yeah, thank you, Laura.
And I would say, too, when it comes to your budget and your paycheck, my mom used to have a great saying. She said, pay yourself first, which meant put a little savings back. We believe in tithing or giving from the New Testament version of that, the cheerful giver, and, you know, put 10% toward your faith, 10% into savings, and learn to live on the other part of it, and I think you'll go a long way.
Let's go.
And that's easy said, hard to do.
Right, right. It's one of those things that you completely understand, but sometimes you just don't do it anyway.
Right.
Let's go to.
But later on, you'll be glad.
You'll be glad you did. Let's go to Lynn in Wetumpka. Lynn, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
All right, good morning, y'all. I have two things. First of all, Bubba, I'm on my way to play pickleball.
Oh, good. Well, be careful out there.
Woo, my sister, you know, that went to the wrong funeral.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yesterday we're talking. I told her I was going to play pickleball.
Pickle.
True statement. She said, do y'all get a pickle?
No.
Oh, yeah. And also, all these celebrities
we did, I was
that
gonna
want
play
to move
stickball.
somewhere, they want to move somewhere. I don't have a lot, but I will buy them all tickets and hopefully can get them on an electric plane and send them off.
Funny, Lynn. But yeah, I was thinking about that the other day. Anytime a leftist says they won't participate in our elections anymore, I say let them go.
Yeah.
Right? That helps us win.
Look, I think that is such a lame argument. You know, if you want to move, pick up and move. Nobody cares. You're free to do it. Nobody's holding you back.
Let's go to Lisa, Ella J, Georgia. Lisa, go ahead.
Hey, guys. How are y'all this morning?
We're good. Hope you're okay.
I love the show.
Thank
I
you.
just wanted to call and say I live in a small town. I will be going to vote today, and I will be voting for Donald Trump. And I also wanted to say I'm blind, and I use voter's assistance. It does not stop me that I'm blind. And I just wanted to let y'all know I will be voting today for Donald Trump.
That's what we got to have. We got to have small town Georgia. Everybody getting out today. I'm talking about whether you can see or not.
And you better trust who's helping you out.
Well, that's true.
They could do
That
you.
is true.
Yeah, I got your vote here.
Oh, yeah. Let's go to Huntsville. Michael, go ahead.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, Michael.
First of all, I want to say that I love my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Amen.
And who else is ready to fire Jezebel Harris and bring Trump back to the White House so he can invite Jesus back to our nation?
Well, you know, there's no doubt that we got to change the administration. No question about that. And you know, I think that you know, if Trump gets back into power, I believe that whether he is a member of the church or not, that's debatable by some of the fruit. However, he's not an enemy of the church, and certainly has been a friend to the church. So that's good. We continue. Let's go to Marshall out of Birmingham, Alabama. Marshall, go ahead.
Good morning, fellas. Happy Super Tuesday.
Thank you, Marshall.
Yeah, I wanted to. I can't really go into a lot of detail. I meant to say anonymous, and just out of habit, I used my name. But we're going on a mission trip to.
Be sure and text Speedy today. He can help you build a website.
Yeah. Right. Well, he knows me as anyway.
Okay.
This is fairly serious. We're going on a mission trip at the end of this month to, I guess you'd call sort of red zone. And really apprehensive about all this. But this morning, rarely do I listen, or am I able to listen to the show live. Commercials, I'm taking time to pray. I'm a driver, by the way. All right, so I'm praying, and the stuff that's coming in my mind that I'm saying to the Lord, it wasn't 5 minutes later you reiterated all of that with what you shared on Instagram.
That's great.
And so further confirmation for me and for y'all and for anyone else listening, the Lord has put forward these people, whether it's to a detriment, whether it's judgment, or whether we're going to prosper from it. I think it's up to us, and we have to get our hearts correct.
Oh, yeah.
And that's all I know to say, guys. Y'all have a great one.
Thank you, Anonymous. And may the Lord go with you wherever he's taking you. Thank you for that. All right, we'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. Bubba, believe it or not, there's something else going on today. The college football playoff. Wow.
That'll get some TV time tonight.
Wow, let's talk about divisive. We'll be back. We'll discuss that right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Go, Bubba. Listen to this idea. A tiny Spanish village collectively got together and used their power to buy multiple lottery tickets. And, Bubba, they won.
Did they really? How much money did they spend winning?
Well, we don't know, but they won $950 million.
Well, that's probably a good investment. Yep.
The village of farmers and construction workers, that's okay. They all will get a minimum payout of $130,000 per resident. So it must be a pretty big village. But Bubba, as the checks are handed out and as they celebrate and jump up and down, there's one sad sack in the village.
No.
One villager decided not to participate.
And look, Rick, he is the one who has been left out, and his name, and I thought this quite ironic, Pete Best.
A little inside Beatle humor. He's a Greek filmmaker. You'll love this one. Just listen to these lines. A Greek filmmaker who moved to the village for a woman.
Oh, no.
Of course. And is the only resident of Sodito who did not purchase a ticket. He says he is no longer even with the woman that he followed to the village. And
I
now
bet she bought one.
And listen, and now lives in a barn that he is restoring outside the village.
So of all the people there, he needed it more than anybody.
I want everybody to picture him in that barn and listening to the just pandemonium in the village as they're going nuts.
Hey, you think they had a party?
And you're sitting out there lonely without the woman that you followed there in a barn as everybody's handing out them just money probably being tossed in the air.
I mean, and she's probably in on the winnings, and her new boyfriend is.
Right.
You got to deal with that.
Yeah. Why do I feel like there's going to be a follow-up story about Wednesday of next week? Crazed villager kills fellow villager. I mean.
They said this lottery has been going on since 1812.
You talking about the fat one?
1812?
El Gordo.
I mean, the British were burning the White House when this thing started?
Right. Yeah, how about that?
Huh? Is that right, teacher?
For example, this year, it says a little different than American lotteries because they have multiple winners. This year, there were 1,800 first prize winning tickets. Now, that explains the 130,000, who all had the same number. Each winning ticket was awarded a cash prize equaling $520,000.
Good gracious.
But since each ticket costs $26, Spain allows them to be divided into as many as 6 participants.
Look who's here for some birthday cake.
I'm sorry we cut you off the corner. That's good, by the way. That was so funny. There's your gift, my friend.
Happy birthday.
Look at him. He's never been, I hadn't seen him as happy in a long time.
We've never had a guest come to the window that we can't mention his name.
He's giddy as a schoolgirl.
Wow.
Happy birthday, Helms.
That's from me, by the way.
Just for that, I'm going to buy you a ticket in El Gordo.
I never noticed how much their haircuts were like.
Very similar.
They used to not be.
Yeah, you're right. Helmsley adjusted his haircut to look more like his buddy.
He sure did.
Y'all go to the same place?
That explains your obsession with that haircut there. I'm like, your hair's not long, but it's not like his.
He got one Tuesday.
I've had this style for a while now, guys.
That ain't the point.
Yeah. But you're adjusting it, rounding it off a little more.
That's pretty good.
That's funny.
That is funny, by the way.
Yeah, that also explains why. That also explains why Helms keeps calling management. Y'all do something. Please. Please.
The train is pulling out.
Just call them back. All right.
We're doing the show for us now. Nobody knows about it.
Look, it's inside, but I think you can still find some humor in the fact you don't know what we're talking about.
Right, sure.
Great approach.
And I'll tell you, the ones who do know are laughing hysterically.
Oh, yeah.
So we're getting
nervous.
We're getting chuckles if you don't know, but we're getting side splitting if you do know.
Yeah. I don't know why he didn't come in.
I don't either. But
I do.
We ain't got to talk.
So anyway,
so they're having to sit there back to the other story.
Well,
they have to sit there listening to the party.
This is something great.
Y'all can think about it.
Let me tell you, this is what rude Tourette suffering Eeyore needs to hear. Listen to the guy's attitude about being the only one left out.
All right.
He says, well, there's a silver lining because there is some land that I've been unable to sell, and I bet now some of the residents will buy it from me.
There you go.
I bet they won't. Ain't no way he's got that much land. He's living in a barn.
Rick, can we act like this is what he hears from his house as it's going on? and you talk to yourself.
Sitting out in his barn, just sitting there.
Here we go, 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you for being with us today. We're glad that you are here. So, election is today. We don't know whether we'll know who the president is when we go to bed tonight. We might. I don't know, according to how I think all of us, with the time that we get up, we've committed that if it looks like it's going down to the we don't know yet, we're just going on to bed. I mean, I'm not going to stay up all the way to the end. I think Alt Adler is thinking of it.
But Rick, Oregon and Ohio State's in the same conference.
Bubba, and I'll share your frustration, by the way. I don't understand. We have an election, and also tonight is supposed to be. Now, back when we only had 4, this thing, and we all enjoyed it, it would be if the season ended today, these 4 teams would be in the playoff to play.
And they updated it every week.
They updated it, and we all enjoyed it. Well, now that we've gone to 12, I don't think that's possible because of all the stuff, everybody.
Well, because you're going with the highest ranked conference champions, and that hadn't been decided yet.
Right.
And it won't be until the very end.
That's true.
How can you say if we played right now, these would be the 12, when there's things the teams have to do to be in the 12 that haven't been done yet?
Why don't they just look at it they look at it like they do in high school? We have the ranking, and then we have the brackets. The season has to end. I mean, you can go up and down rankings all you want to, but when the season ends, then you fill the bracket in, and here they are.
But that's not what we used to do.
It's going to give the fans a kind of a look at what the field would look like. And so,
But
like for Oregon and Ohio State, Oregon and Ohio State, Oregon and Ohio State. Oregon and Ohio State can't be in. Yeah, well, they can. Just one would go in as the champ, one would go in as the highest rank.
I'm just being all the textures.
Well, what about home field advantage?
Who's hosting?
Yeah.
There are a lot of details that you can't predict at this point.
Right.
You know, my luck, I'd be sitting there at number 11 or 12, and when all the conference champions were declared, and I'd get bumped to about 15.
Yeah.
You know, I'm all ready
You've been
to go.
up top the whole
Fans
time.
are trying to make hotel.
See, I don't understand what tonight
But
is.
I'd rather it be 12 and 13 arguing about it than 4, or it used to be 2 or 1.
Yeah, and I'm glad we're doing the 12. I think they're trying to be sharp. Now I'm quoting Greg. I think they're trying to be sharp
got a TV program
by having their
themselves.
TV program like we used to do, like we once did with the 4, and with the 4.
But wait, Rick.
The 4 you could say if we ended today, but there's so many variables that get you into the 12, and I like the variables, by the way. I just don't know how you can do a pre. You can't really do a pre-12.
You got to let the season finish and go, all right, here they are.
Yeah, this just gives the fans an early look of,
but it
of
doesn't
what
mean
the
anything.
field
Honestly,
would look like.
But it really isn't, because we don't know.
Do y'all even know who's in any of the conferences
I
other
don't.
than the Southeastern
I really
Conference? Because they're all over the board. You got California's in the ACC. Or
SMU is right now being favored to win the ACC.
Yeah, they're going to have to do away with geographical names for it, I think. I mean, it's just, B conference number 6, or something.
You think about it, SMU was doing the NIL before anybody when it was illegal.
Right.
This
They
is
had a
perfect
very
for
good
them because they got a lot of
program.
money.
Right.
So now we can just buy. So I bet they'll be good from now on.
Yeah, SMU and Miami are both undefeated in the ACC.
Yeah.
How funny is that? Just to say that sounds funny.
Yeah.
Who do y'all think right now? Let's do something.
And they're saying Alabama LSU is an elimination game. Loser will have 3 losses. They're out.
Yeah. And don't forget, BYU is leading the Big 12 conference.
I know,
Let's
and
not
that
forget
bothers
that.
me.
I don't.
They're 5-0 in the Big 12.
For some reason, I don't like when BYU is good.
Let me ask you this:
it just don't feel right.
is there? And Rick, you've brought this up with
Where's Auburn?
the Bearcats too? That them and Chick-fil-A, Cincinnati and Chick-fil-A's logo is very close.
Similar.
Yeah.
BYU and Yahoo, I get their logos confused. The Y,
the search engine thing, Yahoo,
yeah.
or the Yahoo drink.
No,
that's you.
Yeah, the online.
You idiot! It's you.
Whose home field are you drinking?
Y'all, that's Wanda from Willie and Wanda. You do it.
So these voices are the people that are criticizing us talking about the
We
bracket.
refer to this as critical listener. That's the voice of critical listener.
Know nothing about sports. You shut up.
You can't even say electoral.
You know what I can say?
Let me tell you what I say really good.
Watch out!
I got a couple of words I say real
clear.
good. Got a couple of words I can really say.
I'd rattle
Crystal
them all.
clear.
Oh, that's good stuff.
You're stupid.
Sky's not blue; it's gray at my house. That's my favorite.
It's not an elimination game. You don't know what our match is going to do. I don't know why. I don't know why we're there. I don't know what tonight is. And it was supposed to be my escape, but it's really just a bunch of. We could sit here and do it right now.
Yeah, well, it's the first show, the first reveal show of what it would look like if it ended today, and then every Tuesday it will change depending on, because the biggest thing is the 7 highest ranked teams remaining outside of the automatic
Is the
bids.
computer picking any of them? I love when the computer picks.
That's been gone.
I don't know.
They ought to have
Bubba,
one
you're right.
spot for the computer. Don't y'all think? Just let the computer pick somebody.
Okay,
They want.
I'm gonna ask the hard.
Say, look at this. Is that not confusing to y'all when you
Yeah,
say?
wow. Except fact one's
real. But I mean, same why almost.
I mean, if it comes up on your on the computer, you go, no, wait a minute.
Yeah, if
is
it
that
had a
BYU or Yahoo?
exclamation
Where's
point.
Yoo-hoo? But the
And their Y kind of looks like that too, I think.
But so let me ask you this right now: any team you want, Bubba, any team you want, any team, you get a national championship and a Super Bowl win, but Trump loses.
Oh,
and you have Kamala as
good
president.
Gosh,
No, I got to give up.
What kind of?
I know. I'm just throwing it out there.
I mean, what? I mean,
There was a time, Rick, I would have took
so just say
football, but not now.
say Auburn wins the national championship and the Vikings win the Super Bowl. Just say it like that.
That's the way it should be said.
I don't. I could make that deal; they'd still lose.
Doesn't matter, no threat.
So I think I'll just go with the president and be done with it.
I agree.
I think the things that really affect our lives, like the ability, like the ability to be able to maybe afford food.
Right.
I
like that better.
I really think that the election is going to impact our lives a lot more than what our.
Rick,
teams
I
do.
promise you it is.
Right.
So you're
Some
gonna
people don't
watch.
know that. By the way, Greg. They don't know it.
No, they don't.
Even though, Rick, it's going to frustrate you, will you watch the show tonight?
No, I won't.
Okay.
Because I know it doesn't mean anything.
It really doesn't.
Right.
Mm.
It'll be fun tomorrow to go, okay, this is the field right now. This is who all would play each other if it ended right now. And then every Tuesday it might change a
Well,
little
all
bit.
I got to do is pick about the list you gave me Monday. I can look at that.
That's not true.
It's the same thing.
No, it's not the college football playoff poll. That was the AP. It's two different polls.
Oh, they'll go with them.
AP now is meaningless.
Yeah, but they'll follow it pretty close.
I mean, I know the top 12. I can just look.
To be honest, they really shouldn't.
Quick Google.
They shouldn't
done.
pick one till it's over.
No,
really. I mean,
I wonder who Roll Tide Willie supporting. Anybody know?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's a big one.
Now, don't ask him about Trump.
Bama Blitz.
But he's kind of. I think there's some of the Roll Tide Willies, your Nadmeyers. They're still. They don't believe in their team.
No,
they don't think there's dominant.
They go down to LSU and win this weekend. It's
okay. If I had,
Texas A&M beat them bad.
If 2 years ago I had said, okay, we've had a 4-team playoff. Alabama has been in it pretty much every time they've had it. We're going to go to 12, but they won't make it. Would you have took that action?
Absolutely.
No.
Yeah, you're right.
Any chance Ole Miss?
I thought 12 meant that Alabama would be in the playoffs as long as I live the rest of my life.
Like a permanent member.
That's true.
Yeah. Will Ole Miss beat Georgia and upset them at home?
No.
No?
Nope.
Okay.
Not gonna happen.
I wouldn't bet against them.
Rick and Bubba.
We had talked earlier with Greg about him having some car trouble and trying to find a solution to that.
And we were concerned and trying to find a way to help.
Kind of got him in a bad mood, and we all know that terrible feeling. And so he's turned into Eeyore, and he's his RT and his RA is just affecting everybody here at the office. And Speedy actually found some audio. And this, I guess I'm going to quit making fun of it now because I didn't realize how bad it had gotten and how frustrating this can be for a dad and a husband. We actually have audio of Greg in the family vehicle trying to take his family out to dinner. I didn't realize it was this bad. Here's the audio right here. Greg in his car.
Yeah.
You might be mashing down too hard on your acceleration, flooding her out. I'll handle this, Gomer.
I think Gomer's right. I smell gas. Do you smell gas, Andy?
I smell gas.
I smell gas.
I smell gas.
I smell gas, too.
All right. You smell gas. Of course you smell gas. What do you think this car runs on, coal?
Face.
Please don't go.
Now they're pulling out.
By the way, this is Greg.
There's Greg and his friends and family headed out in the vehicle.
In their little SUV.
Going down to the ballpark.
Here they come. You feeling pretty good about it now because it's running pretty good.
Shifting a little rough.
Is that the Johnson farm down there?
You there in Pleasant Valley?
I see they painted their barn.
By the way, you need to pull that audio anytime he was having car trouble.
That sounded like me yesterday.
Yeah, so you know how that sounds.
Yeah. And the wash, it needs a good wash.
Your nose is about as red as your eyes right now.
I'm red.
Let me tell you
body's red.
Let me tell you what's funny. Let me tell you what's funny. I don't think anybody was ever better in Don Knotts when he would do his face where he was proud about something.
He thought something was sharp.
He thought something was good.
Sniff.
When he finally got that car cranked.
That's the greatest
show me when he
show
thinks
ever.
the car's okay. I want to see that face.
You know, that's the greatest show ever.
Greg.
His face, yeah.
When he thinks he's got it like he likes it. There goes Greg.
Come on.
They start talking about barns.
Yeah.
Look, Rick.
Face.
I see they painted their barn.
I love red farms.
That's Speedy.
I think the Johnsons keep their farm up better than anybody around here. Their farm's a picture no artist could draw.
Oh, by the way, Gomer.
Listen, how do you feel?
It's a dog, but having a dog no artist could draw.
Listen.
Oh, by the way, Gomer, how you feeling?
Sick as a dog, but having the time of my life.
You might need that cut out.
I need that one too.
Yeah. Rick, that's it right there. Oh, Greg.
Greg, you'll be fine.
Yeah, that's no problem.
Transmission.
Yep.
big
When
deal.
you heard Gomer running that list, did that sound like yesterday?
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir.
How much is that going to hit you?
How much is that going to hit me?
About a nail guy?
I don't want to talk about it.
Well, about a nail guy.
Oh, no. Nail guy won't touch it.
Rick and Bubba.
Is Greg okay? I noticed he's been a little ill.
Yeah.
Last day or two.
I'm fine if y'all leave me alone.
Right.
He won't talk. He won't say that anything's bothering him.
Leave me alone.
But I didn't know if you knew if something was wrong.
I was not.
Is it? He's got a case of Speedy.
Well,
is that it?
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, the gang's all here. 6 minutes past the hour. Election Day in America. As we roll through another one, as you heard, the gang all here. Also, college football fans, whatever this thing is they're trying to do tonight, if you want to check that out, the 12-team playoff. Bubba, you know why it's impossible to do that tonight? Because everything hadn't happened yet. That has to happen.
That's right.
And if you don't believe that, just try to mention it. So anyway, that, by the way, just had somebody on the text line. Look, folks, if y'all were trying to teach us about Ohio State fans, Michigan fans, we're not educated enough to know the level of intensity there. We see it on TV and we enjoy it.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the Southeastern Conference and fans in our own state, we know too much for y'all to try to fool us on the text. Okay.
Yeah.
We just had somebody claim that they would take Alabama never winning a national championship again for Trump to win today. That's not a Bama fan. I'm sorry.
But you know they do have a lot, though. It'd be different if you were one of these.
Well, no, that's true. That is true. But
But you're right. I don't believe.
I don't know any real Bama fan that would take that kind of action.
No, Rick.
I just, you know,
Rick, their friends would look at him and say, "You don't mean that."
Yeah, you don't mean.
You
that.
don't mean that.
You
You're
don't
just
mean-
emotional.
And a rotated. So, but I will say this though: Trump will get a lot of Bama fan votes today. Now, there's no doubt about that.
Absolutely. What are you kidding?
Oh my goodness, I can't believe he wasn't parading around on our shoulders when he came to Bryant, did he?
buddy.
You know, so one of the things, though, all the different weird scenarios, if you think the 12-team playoff has you a little bit confused, a lot of people are asking what happens, if we end up in certain situations. So Ben Shapiro has a scenario just for fun. Let's have a little fun today.
Rick, it's not completely.
giggles.
This is not far-fetched as it used to be.
Okay.
Can you slow his talking down so I can hear him?
I know. If I could get
He
him,
does, man.
if he could bring, if he could just bring his meter down, maybe no more coffee for Ben. I don't know.
Super intelligent, but hard to listen to.
And respect his brilliance, but wow, he talks fast.
He does.
So here he is talking about a scenario in which the Supreme Court could decide the outcome of this election.
And he's, I'm skipping ahead a little bit. He's talking about the census in which a couple states were overcounted and a couple states have been undercounted, thus messing up the college count of how many votes each state gets. This is courtesy of the Full Send podcast.
And it radically undercounted states like Florida and Texas. Like, this has been openly acknowledged by the Census
What do you
Bureau.
mean by that?
So whenever they do the census, they can't survey everybody, right? They take a sample.
Okay.
And so, like,
In the
they
actual
try to
ballot?
get everybody, and they get about 67% of people, but the estimate is very often wrong.
Okay.
Okay, so in 2020, they acknowledged, like, afterward, they're widespread, the government acknowledged that they'd gotten the census wrong. The problem is, how do you apportion congressional seats and electoral votes? You do it based on the census, right? So, theoretically, Florida should have 2 more electoral votes, New York should have 1 fewer, and Delaware should have 1 fewer. So here's your worst-case scenario. Your worst-case scenario is Donald Trump wins North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada. Okay, if he wins those and he loses Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, the final electoral college tally is Kamala Harris 270, Donald Trump 268. Now, now you have the state of Florida say, guys, you f***ed up the census. Okay, the census is that we should have 2 more electoral college votes, and you failed to, and you acknowledge this, you know this, so you need to rejigger. We've now been damaged. We now have standing. This election really should be Donald Trump 270, Kamala Harris 268, based on the population shifts in the country. That goes to the Supreme Court. Now you have a Supreme Court in which 6 of the justices were appointed by Republicans, including 3 by Donald Trump, deciding whether the Electoral College count should be reversed based on the census failure.
That was Greg saying, "Ooh," not the podcast.
It literally sounds like that you're listening to a archive and you're using the speed up option when he talks.
Am I the only one that couldn't quit staring at his eyebrows?
I didn't look.
They're huge and they move up and down the whole time.
That is a nightmare scenario. If this election goes to the House of Representatives, it's going to be bad.
It is. By the way, I don't know.
It doesn't matter who wins. It's going to be so close and so divided that you're going to have a lot of people all tore up. You know.
Did we bleep the F-bomb, or does he talk?
It was bleeped.
Or does he talk so fast you just couldn't hear?
That's true.
It was
bleeped.
Right. It went by so quick.
Okay. Rick, I'm working on an impression of him.
Greg, I'm glad you just mentioned his eyebrows and not the Hanukkah on top of his head. You know.
Yeah.
That's not.
He didn't see that. I can promise you.
That's a yarmulke.
I can promise you, he didn't see it.
I saw it. I respect him.
But
I respect him. No, it's because he's brilliant, man. He's brilliant that he talks so fast, his brain's just firing. And all that.
Yeah. I respect him.
Yeah.
All right, wait a minute. Listen.
We go to Shapiro.
But listen how he said it again one more time.
He brings up a good point, though.
Makes me tired. Did you hear me? Makes me tired.
You're right.
I was exhausted because I was trying to hear him and look. I didn't look at the eyebrows.
Oh, get on them.
No, never.
I didn't even notice them.
Oh, they're huge.
I think.
Of course, he's got it.
Is it one? Is it uni?
No, but that boy. Ooh.
Oh, they talk to you too. Okay.
See, I didn't know.
Get what you're
So
saying.
he's doing his forehead.
I didn't know the census.
I thought somebody was waving at him.
I didn't know the census officially acknowledged that they didn't get the count right.
Yeah, well, I don't either. I haven't heard that.
Well, you heard what he said.
But it is based on that. So it is important when they do the census.
So, hopefully.
A lot of people, I don't want the government knowing my business, so they don't fill it out.
Are these the same people that correct you on the 12-team playoff?
Yeah, sure.
Just lower voice?
Same group.
Same.
But just different octaves.
You ever wondered, is the census even close? You know,
well, apparently not, according to Ben Shapiro.
I don't ever remember being counted.
You fill one out.
I don't think it is.
Do you find it interesting, though, that
you're one of the people giving us trouble, girl?
Listen, I remember they get these workers, that had to go around out in these rural areas and try to find people. Mm-hmm. I'd see them out there and they were going, because with the power company, I think we knew everybody's address. Mm-hmm. And they'd come up and ask us. And I was like, I don't know.
What if we did a campaign about how everybody need to participate in the census when you use that guy that is the rapper, the one. Wait. And he came out and popped. Get on the census.
Rick,
putting on the armor.
From the text line, we have someone who is a court reporter who has to type what everybody's saying in court, and they said they can't keep up with.
How can you? I don't know how you can. I mean, you better not rest on them home keys.
No, you better not. You don't get a chance.
But he's flying. It sounds like when you use that option to speed something up.
It really does.
Y'all, I'm just reading something right here. Quick little election factoid. This is the first time in over 47 years. So since 1976, you've either had a Bush, a Biden, or a Clinton on the ballot.
How about that?
I wish I had said that differently, but you guys know what I'm saying.
No, I got you. Yeah,
we got it.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
Yeah, next time probably go a different order. But I will say this.
We're gonna get.
But I know
don't put it after class.
And don't let Greg update us from New Hampshire again.
That's what I was going to say.
But I knew you were. I could see what you were doing. I saw that.
I backed out though.
It's like how sometimes you go to these parts of our country where the roads are real long and flat, how far you can see something. Oh, yeah. You know what I mean? I could see an 18-wheeler in about 30
Did you see me
miles.
pull back?
It's like a Texas highway.
Did you see me pull back?
Yes, I did, and I was proud of that.
So proud of it.
Look, Greg's like, look at me.
He's still going to
You know,
say
he
it.
just said, look at me with somewhat self-control.
He'll slide.
No, and you know, I know you've got the clip today, and we've done this before too, that if Bill Clinton, the person they claim to just celebrate and as a hero, his immigration policy, they would call him Alt Clinton.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they would be like, you know,
They got a clip of
there was
here,
there was a time when both parties at least could share some unity on logic. And the border is one of those. I don't know how anybody has taken the border and say, I'm anti-secure border and made that part of your platform.
It's all about turning Texas purple.
You're right.
And they have done that.
So listen to Clinton in his own words. All right, here he is.
Not only in the states most heavily affected, but in every place in this country are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country.
Oh, you can't call them
He even
that.
said
The
aliens.
jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more by hiring a record number of new border guards, by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before, by cracking down on illegal hiring, by barring welfare benefits to illegal aliens. In the budget I will present to you, we will try to do more to speed the deportation of illegal aliens who are arrested for crimes, to better identify illegal aliens in the workplace as recommended by the commission headed by former Congresswoman Barbara Jordan.
Clearly racist.
We are a nation of immigrants, but we are also a nation of laws.
Oh.
It is wrong and ultimately self-defeating
Bubba.
for a nation of immigrants to permit the kind of abuse of our immigration laws we have seen in recent years, and we must do more to stop it.
Clearly xenophobic.
How about that?
That's 1995.
How about that?
That's almost verbatim what Trump says.
Yeah, so did Bill Clinton change his mind on this? Was he reprogrammed?
This is before the Turn Texas Purple campaign started.
Yeah. Right. Did you hear what Shapiro thought of it?
No. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Because I know that can just rub you. You know?
Oh, yeah, sure
It's
can.
like number 6 sandpaper time.
It is, and undoubtedly Greg has been using number 6 sandpaper in places we don't understand.
But
All
I know is that he hasn't been able to come to Torque the last
That
2
ain't got
times.
nothing to see. Now
And he
you're
says-
exaggerating.
he
That
said
ain't
'cause
why.
he's-
That ain't
he's
why.
hurting,
That
and I
ain't-
don't know
no.
what that means.
This is kind of odd, though, because
I'm not. Y'all need to just let it go.
there was a rumor.
Literally.
There was a rumor that he had some kind of, it was a bizarre
Inflammation.
group of symptoms.
No, I didn't want to say it.
No,
Yeah.
no. A bizarre
Soreness.
group of symptoms. Okay,
Right.
I'm not going into it.
Right.
But then I run into a guy yesterday afternoon that had the same exact bizarre group of symptoms, and I thought, how odd.
And was headed to the doctor.
That 2 people I know have these same exact symptoms at
Well,
the
good.
same time.
Let's just leave it at that.
Greg, why don't you want their help? There's somebody
Rick,
else
hey,
had
don't start this.
had the same symptoms.
I have a resolution, but you got to go to a doctor.
I don't want a resolution.
So you just gonna walk around with it hurting?
I'm not. Y'all seriously. I'm
It's
not
just
going to go
one.
there.
It's just. It's
I'm not
hurting.
going there.
So you don't want help?
Nope.
Greg, but here's
You
typical.
came on the
Greg.
air.
Here's typical.
You came
Greg.
on the air and took us on a wild ride
Right.
after you had an examination. This is off limits.
Exactly.
Rick, look at me.
What's wrong with you?
Typical Greg Burgess. He doesn't want to go to the doctor and get anything fixed, but he wants to complain about it all the time.
Yeah, they don't mention it
Okay,
anymore.
so
Excuse me for thinking out loud.
Well, you can't help by the way you walk, and you know something.
But, in my world, Rick, and I draw the line. I mean, I don't like going to the doctor, but I have a rule. If something's swelling, I go get it.
Well, it ain't. Y'all see, don't know what you're talking about.
Well, or if it's just
you remember,
constant pain.
Well, the reason why I knew
y'all
there
know
had
what
been
you're
some
talking about. I'm not
swelling
talking about it.
is
Y'all
he's
might as
now
well.
walking the way I normally walk.
Yeah.
See what?
That's a good one, by the way. That's a good one. That may be. Hey, that's enough there. So you took the best one right out of the gate. Didn't even save it. Did not even save it. That's good. That's real good.
We're just concerned.
You're welcome. Hey, you're welcome.
By the way, I'm here all week.
You're welcome for that.
It's not to be ashamed of.
It's really not.
Let me tell you this. Seriously,
Helmsy has
straight up, I will get in a fist fight with somebody at this table.
Greg, this is a common.
And right now, you're leading the race.
That's fine. Pack along.
You're at the top.
He does know what it is, though.
Well, really?
So you don't want to know. You don't want to know.
Nope.
You don't want to know what it is.
Y'all don't know what you're talking about.
Greg, it's fine.
Greg?
I just care about you, Greg. I have nothing else to say.
Yeah, you're done.
Yeah, I'm done.
That was awesome.
I'm over with George Costanza. We're having coffee.
I just care about you, Greg.
Well,
Yeah, we just don't want you to be in.
How about that last day of baseball last night?
We don't want you to be in pain
No
or
pun
agony.
intended.
Or,
No pun
yeah.
intended.
It can be one. They did
Boy,
say
it
it
all
can,
leads there, doesn't it?
it can be one of two things. They said.
Really? Well, good for they.
Well, I mean, the guy, Bubba said the guy has exact
No, you don't. You
back
don't know
pain,
that.
lower back pain, and all.
That ain't just serious.
Greg, let me just say this, and that's all I'm going to say. We know people who have had the good news from this and the bad news, and you need to listen to both and find out.
Right.
Listen, y'all seriously.
I
don't ask much. I know y'all think that I miss anything goes. There's certain areas I just don't, I'm not ready to go to.
That and family reunions.
Yeah, that's it. Well, Greg, I just know that you've lived in fear of being single phase, and I just want,
I'll tell you this: if I ever become single phase, we will openly discuss it.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
And I'll be a lot calmer.
It's your brother.
And I'll suddenly become very boring.
It's your brother.
You know why? It's what it is. It's
I've
like,
always wanted to
it's
see
like
y'all
all,
fight.
No,
Y'all gonna fight? Yeah.
Listen, it's like all of y'all in here are amateurs when dealing with the lion. I'm a lion tamer. I know how to speak his language. I know how to pull it out of him. You know what I mean? Y'all's approach is all wrong, by the way. Yeah, but I know. See, I've already got more than all y'all. You know what I mean?
Well, can we talk about the lab you're taking home today?
No, I'm not doing that either.
So you getting lab test?
No, he's talking about that dog.
Greg, don't-
Oh,
Greg,
because
don't
that's what
take
you
another-
need. They said you need lab test.
Don't take another dog on.
Hey, I'd help you with that
I'd like
lab
to,
test.
but I'm not.
Do you need 2 lab tests?
No, I don't need nothing.
Yeah, but I
Can we
can't
talk?
tell you how off air with that. I'm not a doctor, but how to take care of this problem.
Will you at least listen to that, Greg? I'll leave you alone about it. Will you at least do what?
Can I whisper it into you?
Greg, I don't know. I don't know
Can we-
what caused it,
You're
but
assuming a lot.
let me just
You're
tell you this.
assuming a lot.
Greg,
I'm
I
gonna
don't-
whisper it into your ear.
I don't know.
assuming.
Wait a minute. I don't know what caused it, but I got a theory how you can get rid of it.
Yeah, right.
And I'll tell you this, Greg.
Is that really
No,
right?
it's not.
Greg, let me tell you this. If you don't go get this
You're
taken
making
care
that
of.
up,
No,
Bubba.
it's not. Listen.
No.
If you don't get this taken care of, it will get worse, and it's going to be
Well,
very bad.
I cannot believe he just told me. By the way.
No, that's true, by the way. That's why I'm not telling it on
Well,
air.
I'm not going into details, but
So just
never mind.
Greg, just have it resolved.
What can we
But you're
talk about?
wrong, by the way. You're wrong. It's a different thing.
Okay.
So
That's
he's
what-
experiencing
This
the
guy
exact same
had no
thing.
idea, by the way.
Here we go, 22 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up here shortly. Election Day in America. So, there's all kinds of things that we always enjoy here on the program, and like some of you have clearly said, and we get, where Greg has made it clear that he doesn't like subtitles because he doesn't like to read movies or TV shows. And some of you have said, yeah, we also don't like to listening to videos on the radio. So I understand that, but sometimes these videos hit and it spawns conversation, whether you can see them or not. And we try to do our best to give you an idea of the play-by-play. But this one has just got us kind of going. I mean, I don't know. Do you have any idea how old this kid is, Speedy? Anybody?
No, I would think probably
Looks maybe what, 10?
Yeah, I was going
somewhere
to
in
say
there.
12, maybe 12.
Maybe 12.
Maybe I don't know, but there's
I guess like 19 to me. They look 19.
Okay. This
No,
is
no, no.
it's some sort of a game. It looks like it's maybe youth level. Maybe
youth level. It's some kind.
It's definitely youth level. And there's a kid that everybody's talking about, and we'll explain to you for those who can't see it, who has shown incredible speed. A player has made a breakaway run for a touchdown. He not only runs the kid down at about what, you think, Bubba, the 3? Somewhere in there?
Yeah, right before he went in.
He takes the ball from him, and then nobody can catch him as he goes all the way to the other
He's not
end
even tired.
and scores. So his speed is like no one can match him on the field defensively or when he gets the ball offensively.
He's 6 to 7 yards behind the guy breaking away and hawks it down.
Right. So here we're watching. So the kid gets to the 30, the 20, and look him run him down. He runs him down. Look, takes the ball from him, and then now goes the other way, and no one can catch him as he's now running the other way. Probably
crazy.
What, Bubba? 97 yards.
97 yards.
Yeah, and I mean, look, nobody can run him down at all, and he just stayed. Do you remember how bad it was when you played youth? And you had that kid.
Oh, my goodness.
And I never.
Look how fast he is
did anybody
compared to
ever get that kid on their team, Coach? And
No,
I never
I
did.
didn't.
I never did.
And he was 8 to 9 yards, by the way. He hawked him down.
I would always have to play against that kid. I never had him on my team.
I know.
And
they toss it to the wide side, and here you go.
Well, yeah, because you would be in the game and you'd be thinking, look at us hanging. And you realize the coach just kind of toying with you. He just hasn't given him the ball yet. And you realize if he ever gives the kid the ball, he's just going to run as far as he can, turn up the sideline, and you have nobody on your defense that can get the angle on him and cut him off. Yeah, you can talk about containing all you want to.
But he runs this guy down with no angle.
Yeah.
With no
Just
angle.
Runs him right.
One of his teammates is trying to catch him, and he just flies by
You got to
him.
kind of get him out of the way.
Oh, yeah.
It reminds me of myself, you know.
Yep.
Yeah, you talking about the mosquito?
Yep.
Back in the day?
When I saved the touchdown, Josh King was going to score. If we
flipped
didn't
his
catch,
foot.
I flipped his foot, Greg. You remember. Everybody remembers.
No,
everybody that saw
talked
it.
about
No one has ever stopped talking about it.
People still think about it.
You know, we call it the day the mosquito stung the runner.
That's right.
That's right.
Did they score on the next play? They did.
That don't matter.
But you had a moment.
I had a moment.
Had
where
to
I
snap it
stopped
again.
him. Take that, Josh King.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I have a
Wherever you
similar
are.
situation, but I was the slow one. I held field goals, and we were going for a field goal, and it was blocked. And the other team picked it up on the bounce and was taking it back.
Oh boy!
Well, I'm the closest thing to him, so I get up and I'm running. All of a sudden, I hear, "Watch out!" And it's Duffy, a guy on the team, and he is flying by me.
He comes by you
like I'm standing there and hawks him down. I had no chance of catching him. And
you say thanks, Duff.
I got ragged for a while, but he could fly.
Oh,
he
yeah.
could fly. I thought for some stupid reason I'll get up and get him.
You thought you had.
Well,
it.
there was no chance.
You
But
know-
it literally looked like I was walking and he was running.
Well, you remember when, because there's, and even though people would violate them and everybody would always be accused of them, sometimes it was accurate, sometimes it wasn't. I remember like trying to coach Little League, and you'd go somewhere to some field, and you were looking for where Law and Order is, and this is back in the weigh-in days where you would have to weigh in every game, and if your kids were too big, they couldn't play. And so what would happen is you would watch a team, they'd have everybody weighing, and then when everybody was supposedly, certified, other kids would come walking out of the woods and stuff and go on the sideline, that never got weighed and things like that.
You gotta do what you gotta
But I think the most lawless time, if any of you have ever played sports, the most lawless time where there's no rules whatsoever is that weird time when you play on B team. B team is a whole nother world. Now I know some people call
it's nothing.
Some people call it junior varsity, whatever. We called it B team. You have to understand this was not as kind and gentle a time. They would literally say you're on the B team. We have an A team and you're not on it.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And
usually it was 10th grade.
10th grade.
or something.
It was 10th grade.
And you're on the B
Junior
team.
high was 9th grade.
The B team our uniforms were terrible. We had the throwaways from the A team, and we didn't even get to wear the colored pants that the varsity wore. We had to wear our practice pants
And they were on
throw a jersey on.
Yeah. You remember, and the other schools may not have one, so there were like two other teams, and we just played them like 3 times each.
Right. And the thing I remember about the lawlessness of it all, and every now and then, I don't know, the varsity, if you played at a school that people just hated and they wanted to beat you if they ever got a
they'd bring
chance,
their varsity down.
and they'd have players that wanted to get more reps, and so you would be hopeful.
Yeah.
Like it'd be 3rd and 11, and you'd be like, we're going to hold them. And all of a sudden a kid comes off the sideline that hasn't played yet, and they hand it to him, he runs over the entire defense.
And
and
his
scores.
helmet has to have stars and stuff that the varsity gets.
Yeah.
You're going, he's not
You're
supposed
like,
to be.
what is he doing on B team? Well, we want to get him a few more reps. B team is the most lawless games you'll ever play. You don't know because the varsity's using it to work on what they want to. The uniforms are terrible. And keep in mind, don't forget, not when we played. Our B team was actually separate. We didn't practice with the varsity or
we
anything.
didn't.
But I remember when my kids started playing, and it was at schools bigger than we played. I never understood this. The B team is just on the team with the varsity, practices with them, and on the Monday practice, they just leave early and go play somebody.
Yeah.
They're out there practicing with the varsity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And to your point, some guys are told, hey, you didn't get enough reps Friday night, go with them.
Yeah.
Hey, B team's leaving. Want you to go play with them tonight.
Right.
And then you're another team thinking we're going to beat them, and then you realize, oh gosh, they got a couple of varsity guys. What I hated though is they'd let you get hope. Oh, we're going to hold him. We're going to do it. Here comes 22 coming in. Who is he?
Stars all
People
over
jumping on his back.
His legs look different than everybody else's.
Yeah. Got a beard.
The JV jerseys were just like clear, like Swiss cheese, that mesh.
Oh, yeah.
You see straight through. All you see is pads.
They're not even the old game jerseys. They're the old practice jerseys.
Yeah. And you may have a different number depending on what color shirt you have. They may not have two of the same number.
In basketball, our home and away was a different number.
Yeah.
It's one off. One off.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, we're telling you, this is it. Election day. This is it. Are you ready for election coverage tonight? Do you have Blaze TV? Well, if you have Blaze TV, if you're a subscriber, you're ready. Unfiltered. Just here are the facts. Boots on the ground. Do you realize? I mean, with Blaze TV's coverage, I mean, you're going to have some incredible reporting, true journalism. Their headline, the group they've got together. Listen to this: Glenn Beck, Megyn Kelly, Liz Wheeler, Allie Beth Stuckey, Steve Deese. I mean, the list just goes on, and they're going to be breaking down what's actually happening. Now, if you don't have Blaze TV, well, you're not going to get this. So if you'd like to go ahead and subscribe, there is an opportunity for you to save $47 off because we need Trump to be the 47th president. Head to blazeelection.com/Rick and get $47 off your subscription. You get immediate access to the full library of exclusive content, including an hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, but you'll also get tonight's election coverage, and it will be like none other from Blaze TV. Arlie Ermy visiting with us in the studio today. You can see Arlie Ermy today, Hoover Tactical and Firearms. Of course, was one of the most famous was Full Metal Jacket. Did you do anything before that?
I did 5 films before that.
Boys and Company C.
Boys and Company C.
Well, I love Boys and Company C. I forgot about that.
I ever saw him in.
Love that movie.
Yeah, it worked out okay. A little movie, I think they had like $3 or $4 million, but back in the day, you can
That's a good
$3 or
movie,
$4
though.
million
Great
bucks,
movie.
you could make a good movie. And we shot that in the Philippine Islands, but I did Boys and Company C, Purple Hearts, Siege of Firebase Gloria. What was that? Boys and Company. Oh, and Apocalypse Now.
I didn't know you were in Apocalypse Now.
Yeah, I was a helicopter pilot then, and I was also technical advisor for the show.
Yeah,
I was number 3 or 4 technical advisor,
Right.
but
Great
number
movie.
5
That's a
was
great
Full Metal Jacket.
Yeah.
Boy, that was a movie.
Wow.
That's the one that opened all the doors for me. So, Full Metal Jacket is near and dear to my heart. And then they let me tear it up and rewrite it because as well as I do, there's not a writer in Hollywood that's ever been in the military.
Right, yeah.
So, how do they write movies? They look at all the other movies that are made and decide that's the way it is.
Current day, could a sergeant in that same role do the things you did in that movie? Was it that way when you went through, or was there some exaggeration?
No, in the day we couldn't do that.
Not even then.
No, not even then.
Okay.
Drill instructors were never allowed to put their hands on a private and hurt a private. Period. I mean, that's our product,
Yeah.
But back in the day, that was right in the heat of Vietnam, right in the middle of Vietnam. We were hurting for warm bodies in Vietnam, and so they cut recruit training down from 12 to 8 weeks, and they increased the size of the platoons that we were picking up out of receiving barracks from 60 privates to 120, doubled the size, and with the same stroke of the pen. We were picking up usually a platoon out of receiving barracks usually about a week before we even graduated the old platoon. So drill instructors was day on, stay on, 7 days a week, anywhere from 14 to 18 hours a day. And times were hard. And we had no officer, very little officer and senior staff NCO supervision. So the drill instructors basically ran the show. And when drill instructors run the show, they find little shortcut ways of doing things, like instead of putting a private down and having him do 25 good push-ups. It was easier just to walk up and give them a little shot in the solar plexus, and the job was done.
Right, yeah.
But we were never, ever in the military were allowed to abuse anybody physically.
Yeah. Now, did you really? Was the frustration? Because one of the funniest parts in that movie is when you worked to train Joker to be this great killer, and then they sent him off to write for Stars and Stripes. Did you ever experience that disappointment?
Absolutely, a lot. Yeah, a lot.
You're a killer.
Because we,
think you're Mickey Spillane?
but still and yet. I mean,
Greg
we
can
had
quote the whole movie.
We had cooks too. We had cooks. We had bakers, candlestick makers, the whole ball of wax. Marine Corps was self-supporting.
Right, that's true.
And so, but all that said and done.
There comes the phone troll music. You know what that means? Yeah. That means all 10 lines are open. Calvin, Speedy, Wilburn taking phone calls. We'll bring you in here rapid fire. No meaningless shout outs, no shameless plugs. No, I mean, 30 seconds will be the end of your phone call unless you get a timeout either from Bubba or Greg. They only have one apiece.
Timeout!
Greg, you can't call that. So anyway, dial us now. All 10 lines are available. If you will move right now, you should get in. And even if you're in line, the buzzer's going to make sure that line moves quickly. A lot of comments, a lot of questions, and here we go.
No birthdays.
The rapid fire. Look, just keep the tempo going. We're going to take calls at the rate that Ben Shapiro talks. HelixSleep.com/bigbox. Greg, how'd you and little Lisa sleep last night?
Slept well, Rick. You know why? Because I got a mattress
got
that
your
is
own.
made my own personal way, and it fits me perfect, and I love it.
Snuggle up to Gregory.
Take a little survey.
Most of us will be up late tonight watching these election results. So once you head to bed, what a difference sleeping on a customized mattress will make. But be sure and get yours customized now. They make them right here in the United States of America. They have their own manufacturing facility. They want to know a little bit, if they're going to customize it, how you sleep, back, stomach, side, firm, medium, soft. How do you want the mattress? Are you big and tall?
Big and tall.
Is it for a child? All this they want to know, and
Adler?
they customize the perfect mattress. Let me tell you, Adler got one of those kids' mattresses, not for his children, for himself. And let me tell you, it has changed his napping. I mean, it changed it completely. So you can get yours now by going to HelixSleep.com/bigbox. They ship it to your door. 100 nights to sleep on it. Shipping is free, and right now we get you 25% off. If you don't love it in 100 nights, they'll take it back. HelixSleep.com/bigbox, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. We start with Kyle out of Tennessee, Rocky Top, checking in.
Kyle.
So, Kyle, you got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba show. Go ahead.
Hey, I was just wanting to bring up something that most people don't talk about, the importance of the primaries. So I know that general's going on right now, but nobody really thinks about how important the primary elections are. I think they're probably a little bit more important than even the general, because most have made up their mind by the general. But you can really kind of pick your party's candidates in the primary, and that's something most people don't talk about. And also those three.
You know, I understand the point. Today seems a weird time to make it, though.
Yeah,
because we are in a general election today, and
kind of a done deal now.
Why don't you call back and give that speech when we're going into the primaries?
It was hard to.
Because let's go to Sharon. Sharon.
Hello. Sharon. I'm calling from Heddle, Alabama.
All right, go ahead, Sharon.
Okay. I just got through voting. My daughter-in-law got her spit out twice for a watermark. That one had a watermark on a Democrat, and then they made us use ink pens. I don't know why. We always had to use pencils before. So I think something's going on, and the computers are down. And my son couldn't vote because they said he wasn't on in the computer thing. Of course, there's computers down, so they just had written down names.
So where was this at? Where did she say?
In Alabama.
They've always had pens where I go. It's
Me
like
too.
a Sharpie, I think.
It's kind of a felt tip ink pen. That's what I
Same here. Now look, I'm seeing here they've had tech issues in Pennsylvania and all these.
Yeah.
They've melted down. I mean, people were just standing in line. They're having to wait for them to fix them.
Yeah, we'd had one report. I've got several pictures of people who are voting, and they're saying they're having lines like they've never seen before. And then where we are, it's raining a little bit today, which we desperately needed rain.
Yes.
But it doesn't appear to be curtailing the vote turnout.
Well, I hope we're getting some
which is
rain in
good.
Chilton County. We getting any in Chilton
They
County?
said tech issues in the early morning hours in Indiana and Pennsylvania.
Okay.
They were left waiting while the ballot machines had to be fixed.
Thank you, Greg.
So
Greg is
that makes
on
you
it.
feel any more
I
confident.
didn't expect Greg to take the baton on that one, did you?
I don't know. Isn't that funny?
It felt odd, didn't it? Jason, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, fellas. How are y'all?
We're fantastic.
Rick, I can remember B-team football going to play on a Monday night, leaving football practice, get on the bus, still sweaty, still got your practice pants on, just grab your game jersey, get on the bus, let's go play, get down to where we're playing. Team we were playing was an area opponent, so we get down there to play on a Monday night. We're winning at halftime. Starting third quarter, they come out and we're playing their varsity team, and we still beat their tails.
Oh, well, that's no, Greg, do you remember one time our dad, when he was coaching, got mad at the B team because the program that Dad coached would do so well when we had non-counters, teams that didn't have to play us, they wouldn't play us.
Right.
And so you had a hard time putting 10 games together because 8 of them counted and 2 of them didn't. So he wanted to have 10 games, and so he had a coach that was going to play us, considering playing us the next year. And we had a B team game with their B team, and we beat them badly. Well, apparently he had put the varsity out there, and we still beat them, and he would not play. And Dad said, hey, thanks. He got on the B team. He said, I didn't know they put the varsity out there. He said, well, now they ain't going to play us. Y'all ruined it.
Yeah,
So
you got to be careful.
B team is just. Let me tell you what I think B team is: deciding if you still want to play.
And we had a coach, Rick, and our B team coach, Coach Hubbard, was the perfect man for it.
One of the meanest.
Because if you
humans.
made it through his, you were ready.
Mean.
You were ready.
So mean.
If you weren't committed, you wouldn't be there for us.
Bubba's favorite story: Spider-Man Hansen blocking his punt. That was the B team coach, by the way. Luckily, Bubba loves that
Coach
story.
Hubbard, man. I love Coach Hubbard.
My B team experience was basketball.
Yeah.
So it was that's really where I started working on comedy for the first time.
Yes,
and
comedy.
so it was a lot of fun. But we scrimmaged against the varsity some.
Yeah.
And we also scrimmaged against the girls team some.
What?
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah. And ninth grade we did too.
Y'all didn't go shirts and skins,
They
did
play
you?
well. You know what? That was always the joke. You know, one of our guys would run out immediately and go, "We're shirts." You can't say that now.
No, that's good. But some of your B team basketball stories slay me.
Well,
when you kept saying that the Richie won't shoot or whatever.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, we kind of knew where we were at there, and we used to have a little fun.
Sure.
I'd tell the coach I don't think he was always really right on top of it, you know, like he probably should have been.
No, he's B-team coach. I mean, come on.
And I would tell him that we had 2 Johnsons playing.
Right.
Okay. And they know these stories. They're very familiar with them.
Richie's had a tough time on the show with years.
But I'd say, Coach, Johnson ain't covering his man. He'd say, Bussy, get in there and get Johnson out of that game. He ain't covering his man. I'd go up to the table, and they go, what'd you tell him? I said, I don't know. He's telling me to
taking
go in.
advantage.
Do you remember Mark Garnett inserted himself in the game and didn't check with anybody in B team? Coach went nuts.
Oh, we had one game that the other team, everybody had fouled out but 2 people, and he put us out there 2-on-2 to play full court. I go, that's their fault. They fouled out.
Gosh, put our 5 out there.
All right.
Or call a timeout, and he would take the 5 on the floor off and tell 6 of us to go in. We'd all go out there and look like morons.
Try to figure out who's supposed to be in.
Yeah, because he had too many people going in.
Y'all get in there.
Y'all get in there wholesale. Justin in Tennessee.
Hey, our Rick, my favorite. Hey, Coach, we're up by 20. When you going to put scrubs in? Buzz, get in there, time out, and get the scrubs in there. And we'd be up by like 4 points.
Sure.
What'd you tell him? I don't know.
That's good.
Oh, he just said get in
y'all
the game.
retired.
Oh my gosh.
Said you uncovered your man, Johnson. And sometimes it was Richie, sometimes it was Tim. It just depended on which whoever was closest. It didn't matter.
B Team World. I love B Team World. Hey, it makes you decide if you want to keep playing or not.
Oh, yeah.
doesn't it?
You got to love the game.
Because it's got all the hard and none of the good. It's got none of the good. Nobody cares.
Nobody comes to the games.
So in our with basketball, of course, I always get called in the know the hump of things. So we had some 11th graders that were on the B team. Some, not the whole, but a few.
Sure.
So the next year, we were all kind of figure, well, I might get to start on B team this year in 11th grade.
Yeah.
Because I'm not ready for varsity.
Right.
Whatever. This year, new rule, 10th graders only on the B team.
Come on, man.
There it goes.
Thanks.
You can't
I guess I'm headed to church league.
Oh, but you dominated church league.
Well, it was not quite the
I forgot about the
competition.
church league.
Oh, look.
We had a lot of fun.
Yeah. Justin in Tennessee, go ahead.
Hey, have y'all talked about this affair that Tim Walz had in 1989 with a daughter of a Chinese Communist Party official?
No, I missed that.
Yeah, I saw that story. It's a weeds issue, but it's
But can I read you a quote to make you feel gross today, real quick?
Well,
I don't know. Come on. Why do I want to feel gross?
Go
Listen,
ahead.
She said, I can still remember dancing with him to our favorite song, Careless Whisper. The fact that we couldn't.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, let me tell you. There's
I'm not a wall. I was proud to hear it was a woman.
Look, the fact that Tim Walz was selected, it gives me hope that the Democrats aren't even trying.
Yeah, you're right.
When you look at Kamala and Tim, it's like they're not even trying.
If they'd have got the guy from West Virginia, you'd have thought they were in it.
Right.
I mean, Virginia.
You're right. Maybe Gavin Newsom and him, I would have been like, oh, wow, they're serious. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Still, at the end of the day, the cook was able to pick up a rifle and go out and be a grunt, same as anybody else.
Absolutely.
So, and it's still that way. Cook or whatever the case may be, you might run the base laundry or whatever, but you're a staff non-commissioned officer in the Marine Corps, and you can pick up that rifle and you can go fight just as good as any grunt could.
As good as that movie was, I will have to tell you, possibly my all-time favorite is Saving Silverman, though.
Yeah, well,
when anytime a football coach kills a referee with a first down marker, I mean, you got to go. Hey, that's good stuff.
Yeah, my dad's a retired football coach. He liked when you impaled him. That was great.
I figured if
he tried that one time.
If anybody was going to bring up Saving Silverman, it would be Bubba, wouldn't it?
You know where he's headed with this. You know where he's headed.
Oh, yeah,
I'm not headed there. No.
So I kissed Jack Black. Okay, get it on out there.
Say that.
Throw it right on out.
That was Greg.
Let's get it on the table.
I don't even remember that.
All right, now let me explain that to you, okay? Here's the deal. They came to me and offered me $200,000 to do, they gave me the role, the description of the role was that of a gay homicidal high school football coach. Now, I had not done that role. I had never done a gay homicidal high school football coach, and I'm up for a challenge. I'm one of those guys. So I said, okay, I can do this. I can pull this off, and they offered me $200,000 to kiss Jack Black. Come on, give me a break. Hell, I'd kiss everybody in this room.
Amen.
Take up a collection.
Right now.
But I got up to Canada. We shot that up in Vancouver, Canada. I got up there, and I unloaded everything out of my bag and hung everything up the way, got my room squared away. And then I immediately got on the phone, called up Jack Black's room and said, get your fat little butt down to the bar and I'll meet you down there. I'll buy you a beer and we're going to talk this over. You know? Set down some ground rules. And number one, there's going to be no tongue. So there was no tongue, no wetness, no reach around, none of this stuff. Now, I do understand this is a family show. So I'm trying to keep it as civilized as I possibly can.
Thank you.
We brought it up.
But I want to just say one thing, and that is that the old gunny will not be coming out of the closet anytime soon.
Well,
glad to hear that.
That's
So
good.
don't hold your breath.
Right. Well, look, for $200,000, look, me and you right there in the broadcast plaza.
let's go, baby. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Thanks for being with us today. All right, so it is Election Day. We've covered that, and we'll continue to talk about that. And a shocker out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Even though, look, don't worry, we're completely in for Trump. You won't have to worry about us giving the votes that we do have to the Republicans today. But they're saying people are letting us know they're having trouble voting in one of our counties. And it sounds like somebody is just going to be I mean, you can't even have a ballot.
No. St. Clair County.
St. Clair County. What's happened?
They apparently did not print either both sides of the ballot or they left the amendments off. So they're not letting anybody vote while they try to correct that. And you got people that are standing in line that have
Gotta
left
go to
work
being
and it's
turned away.
raining and they're not happy.
So WBRC, a local Fox affiliate in Birmingham, had just released a story, and it says that officials in St. Clair County, Alabama, have confirmed that computers are now up and running after an issue earlier this morning. A statement says officials said the computers were down and election systems and software were working to resolve the problem. It's a developing story, but they say things are back up and running, but that was a problem earlier.
So somebody that was in charge...
That's according to WBRC.
Now,
who messes up the ballot and doesn't put the amendments on it?
I don't know.
Are the computers offline while the foreign powers update them?
Yeah, that's probably a lot of that going on.
Yeah, that's a story that was like 20 minutes ago. So.
All right, somebody, and of course we all know the very pristine Chicago.
Yeah.
They've always been so above board when it comes to voting throughout our history. They said their son went to vote and got there and was told that the entire precinct where he lived had already voted. That they've already
do what?
Scroll down right here. My son just went to vote in Chicago and was told that everyone in his precinct, how do we say?
Precinct.
Had already voted.
Rick, you didn't say precinct.
Stop
the show.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. I mean, that's so Chicago, though, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, y'all's already
Listen,
been there.
go back. If you don't think Chicago is not a piece of work, okay?
Oh, my gosh.
Go back and read about the 1968 presidential election.
Oh.
Kennedy and Nixon.
Dirty Chicago.
And they absolutely stole that election.
It may be windy there, but it's blowing
did.
a bunch of dirt.
Let's say back.
They just left the polls open until they got enough votes.
And we don't know that we're hearing from people that tried to vote what they were told at the precinct. Okay, that the ballots were wrong
Got
or
somebody
something.
went right
Amendments. So we're only going off what they were told.
Here's somebody that was there.
How does that happen?
Kathy, tell us what happened. She said she went to St. Clair County to vote. Kathy, what happened?
Yeah, we were in line and before the doors opened at 7, and then the poll workers come out and said they have an announcement to make and said the ballots are wrong and nobody can vote today. You'll have to come back later when we get the correct ballots. And people were leaving and upset, and they said, well, we can't come back. We've got work. We've got other obligations. And so no one was allowed to vote.
So what? So, and what we're hearing is like somebody didn't put the amendments on the ballot.
That's what some were.
That's what some were saying.
It's misprinted somehow.
That's correct. And because the amendment wasn't there, we were not even allowed to vote for our president.
Yeah, most people won't vote on
Who
the
cares
amendments
about
anyway.
the amendment? Let's vote for the
really.
Gosh, officials say they're back up and running according to local TV. So I don't know.
Yeah, so if you can
somebody
get
just text me said they're in line and they're not back up and running where they are.
Okay.
They said the repairman is inside working on a machine.
No, that's good.
Greg, I so wish you were in charge of the ballot.
I do too.
And you come in there and say, "Did you not put the amendment on the ballot?" Oh, what? Oh, God, I forgot.
How do you not know till this morning that it's wrong?
That's
I know. How about shouldn't you check ahead and go, let's make sure we got everything in order. Hey, let's start with the ballot.
Where are the 5 Ps? Prior planning prevents poor performance.
Or the sixth one.
Does anybody go over this stuff?
Yeah, let's check. Hey, let's check the ballot.
The
before
amendments
we start
didn't
handing
change
them out.
last night, and neither did anything on the ballot.
We
that
knew
we've
when this
known.
day was coming.
Yeah, they should have happened a month ago.
I bet they probably locked the ballots up to the point they don't let anybody look at them.
Somebody said voting machines are down in Chelsea.
What?
Look over your shoulder.
Sorry, Tyler. The deal?
Mm-hmm.
You heard my Rick. You heard my report earlier.
What
about Pennsylvania and Indiana?
Yeah, Greg, we heard you. You've become our political reporter for some reason.
What's Ben Shapiro?
I didn't know Greg would. I didn't know Greg would be the voice of get out the vote.
Well, Rick, I mean, we got Machines breaking down sounds kind of fishy to me.
Also, I'm having fun on the family group text, which Sherry, of course, is leading because she is. You talk about she makes Adler look like a moderate, and so she's of course already voted and is willing to take anyone to vote. My sister's taking her planning period as a teacher to go vote, and I've just put into the text that I'm not sure I'm gonna vote today, just to watch everybody, just to watch the family go nuts.
Y'all got it. Rick, I feel like we got it.
I said, you know what? It's raining. I don't know.
It's raining,
and of course I'm getting pummeled, but I am gonna vote. But I just love messing around with that.
Well, you
We sure have a lot of tech problems,
right?
Even in Alabama.
But Bubba, this is back to your thing on the folks that don't have early voting, like we don't in the state of Alabama. I
Right.
mean, you need a holiday or
stuff
something
like this could
because people have got to go to work and they're in a pickle.
You're
They're-
right.
You know,
They-
what do
they
you
need
do?
to have it.
It really should be a national holiday.
Thank you,
Look,
buddy.
we've
I
never
agree
turned
with
down a
you,
national
Greg.
holiday for anything else. Why now?
Right.
Yeah, I say we have one.
Well, what we
let's
need to
put it-
do-
but let's move it to a Monday, make it a long weekend.
If you want to get this done, of course they already have a month. Get the LGBTQ semicolon. Get them to tell the government that they don't feel like that they can vote on election day because it's too hard.
Yeah.
And
well,
then-
every state
Well,
does their
and
own.
I'm
I
sure
mean,
it
we
will-
could. Your state decides that.
And what they'll have is you can be off work today if you put a rainbow sticker on your right next to your vote sticker.
Yeah,
and then it'll be a day off.
So someone
they
just
need at least one more.
said their wife is a poll worker and the ballots are sealed and they have to stay sealed until the morning of the election. So that's why they did.
POLL worker. I thought you
What do you
meant
mean?
like poll
We're talking about the
not that kind
election.
of poll.
Okay.
Yeah,
Greg,
yeah,
we're
yeah,
talking about
yeah.
the election.
Yeah.
How did you mind even go?
Yeah,
It just
Greg,
sound-
in that case, see,
way it sounded.
Greg, for her alone, we need to have early voting.
Exactly, because she's got a job to do.
So now you're in with your baby.
Of course
brothers.
I am. We draft on stuff all the time for years.
But this is not a way. You don't want to be drafted this way, Rick.
I know he's taking me places that I didn't want to go, and I've taken him places. he didn't
Sure.
Yeah.
It's you know.
It's even. We're even.
It's a wash.
But Ben Shapiro has an update though. Ready?
See, he said
So,
voting machines
but
are back up.
This is what is concerning because in our state, most of the people who are working on this, I have confidence in that they're doing a fairly good job, and we're having these kind of problems. But you go to some of these other areas, good.
Oh,
night.
golly.
Some of these states where it is going to matter. I mean, it's really going to
yeah.
matter which way you go.
Yeah, that's
Those
right.
need to be right.
All right, guys, we had 4 years
Like if this was
to prepare
Pennsylvania-
for this day.
Mm-hmm.
4. Like you're in a football game and you're headed the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Well, I
All right,
think
everybody hold your 4s up. You had 4 years to prepare for this day. How is there any issues?
well, I hope and I think we are more prepared. Laura Trump, RNC, is saying that they have 250,000 poll observers and poll workers working this election, 500 attorneys in every battleground state. And without all the shenanigans of COVID, all the mail-in ballots, I do hope that this will be a much more accurate election than the 2020.
Have you texted them about St. Clair County and Birmingham?
I need to.
In,
They know about
in
it?
Alabama,
I
near Birmingham.
need to. Yeah. We'll see, though. We'll see what happens overnight. Hopefully no water pipes burst overnight and people are locked out.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Have you been following this Hollywood scandal that broke yesterday? With Kristen Stewart. Are you familiar with this whole thing?
I don't know who that is. I do know that the story I saw was that she's admitted to having an affair, but I don't know who she's married to or even who she is.
Well, this is the star of the movie Snow White, and she's not married.
She's the star of the vampires.
Which one?
Yeah.
There were a bunch of Snow White movies that came out. Which one?
Yeah, but she's known for
The dark
Twilight.
one,
She's the Twilight girl.
Is she okay? See,
Yeah.
I don't know anything about
And
that.
her boyfriend's the Twilight vampire guy.
Yeah,
know
Robert
their names.
Pattinson.
See, the werewolf or the
Pattinson.
Vampire.
And apparently they've been dating very close for the past 3 years. Anyway, she was caught in a very passionate embrace with the director of the movie. And
Which movie?
I guess it was the Snow White movie.
Now this was the Snow White where it was a little darker. It was about the woodsman and all that.
Right? If I got that right, get it done.
Because we had the comedy
glitter done.
We had the comedy
So they
Snow
get her
White
done.
that had Julia Roberts in it.
Right. It wasn't.
And
that
then we
one.
had a darker one about the huntsman or something.
Yeah, this is the weird.
But I mean, it's so rare that you have photographs that come with a story. I mean, somebody had some pictures that were unbelievable. Just caught them all, snuggled up, And so now she's come out. She said she admitted it. She's apologized to her boyfriend. She's apologized to the wife of the director.
Oh,
And,
my gosh, so he was married.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
It's
And,
one thing to cheat on your boyfriend, but when somebody's husband.
Yeah, Liberty Ross is her name, and you've seen her in a bunch of movies too. And she said that she's going to write her a letter about it also.
Oh, boy.
So, boy, it's just, I mean, and the fans of this guy have been on, I mean, there's all kind of YouTube things of them just crying in the camera going, how could you do this to him? And I mean, it's
Well,
just,
yeah, Bubba,
you
yeah,
talk about
that's so-
social
yeah,
media
yeah.
meets Hollywood run wild.
Well, these idiots really think he's a vampire that can be trusted and loved. I mean,
Right, right.
I mean, it's just ridiculous. I mean, our inability to grasp.
So they're
reality.
mad about it. And they're making little.
Oh yeah, well
comments.
somebody probably suck her blood or something.
Rick.
I mean, she'll probably be attacked in the night by some follower of him or something.
Well, I mean, all the tabloid shows that come on at night were all about this yesterday. That's all they had on.
Yeah, so I'm out of the loop on her and on.
Yeah, I am
on-
too,
on the-
really.
on the
But
vampire series.
they couldn't get enough of it.
Oh yeah,
yesterday.
I looked up today and it was just on every time I looked up, but I didn't know who it was. But I know the movies
So
are coming out.
which movie, which Snow White is she in?
The one about the huntsman that was a little darker and it had the
Charlize
witch
Theron.
was played by Charlize, whatever her name is, Theron. She was the witch in it. Okay. And it was a darker look at Snow White.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see it. And Snow White and the Huntsman or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Did I get that right? Is that right?
Close.
And now I did want to see the one, and I think Sherry did see it, the comedy one with Julia Roberts. I like that would be pretty fun.
Rick, this one's crying here.
Oh my! Please.
Wait a minute.
Oh my gosh!
Hey, hold on, I get back.
First of all, you can tell
Yeah,
she has no life except Twilight.
Right? Can I?
This is the one I'm talking about that made the rounds.
Is there language in it?
Oh, I have not.
Yeah, we probably.
It doesn't say a warning about it. So
All right, let's see.
Well,
We'll dump it.
was just photoshopped, and I thought it wasn't real, and I thought they're just making it up because they don't want it to be real. But I've just gone on PerezHilton.com, and Kristen's released a statement admitting to it and saying that she actually did cheat on him, and saying that she's sorry, like that makes it okay.
Oh my gosh, people be that involved.
I feel like everybody needs to back off, okay? This is none of your business. This is none of anybody's business. But her releasing that statement, it's like saying, "Hello world, come on in." It's like saying it doesn't matter, it's okay. I don't understand how she could do this. Oh my god.
She's a little wrapped up in her celebrity.
I hope she gets a ticket to the Olympics and gets out.
All right, let me try that.
Y'all understand that she's ruined her life because these two characters she loves so much.
Can I? Really, in her mind,
She thought it was Photoshop.
Listen, in her mind.
Photoshop.
Listen, in her mind. I can't believe it. Snow White cheated on the vampire. I mean, you're like, what?
That's funny.
But here's the thing.
I'm gonna have to watch that.
Make sure you went to ParisHilton.com to find out why.
Yeah, well, and I went to my news source, ParisHilton.com. let me say this. Let me say this. Here's where it gets so delusional. Well, I would think that if I was madly in love with a teen idol, I'd be glad that he got cheated on.
No, I got a chance.
Right,
Even
why-
though looking at her, probably not. But
Probably not.
I'm gonna
Probably
doubt.
not.
I'm gonna doubt.
Probably not. I was about to say.
I hope you ain't got your hopes up too high, but that's fine.
Sure, but I like you shooting for the moon.
Sure.
Quite a forehead.
Everybody needs a fantasy, right?
I'll tell you one thing she does not have, and that is a drawer full of headbands. And
I don't think she gets out much. I think she gets to watch them Twilight DVDs over and over and over. You think she don't want Edward to come bite her on the neck?
Greg.
Well, she does.
She does. So Greg is all over that. If you think all this is your world, you
think she ain't wrapped up in it?
Oh my gosh. She lays awake at night and pulls everything down where her neck's exposed.
Yeah.
Just in case Edward shows up.
Yeah.
Get a marker and mark the spot.
She marks it. This is my jugular right here.
Bite here.
Because then she gets to be a vampire then. So
Oh,
that's
sure.
what's
And they
awesome.
get to live together in eternal damnation.
Yeah, forever because they can't die.
Right. They get pale and live death the rest of their life.
They ain't climb
she's
the
got
trees,
the-
though.
She's got the pale part.
Y'all, please
Already.
look. I'm gonna watch that all day, man.
When it first came on, I said,
Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler, all here today. And welcome back for a brand new hour. Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us now for over 30 years. We appreciate it. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day. And we'll remind you today to get out and vote, unless you're in St. Clair County.
Yeah, so we're not trying to suggest anything. We're just saying, do whatever you want to do, Dave.
They'll get it worked out.
Sure, they will.
Hang in there.
Nobody
said it'd be easy.
Greg, anybody got a report from the clubhouse at Shell Acres #1?
I think things are moving, Rick, at a steady pace.
Steady pace. So Trump
right down there by the 8 track.
Last night, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump trying to do their closing arguments. Trump, who can be a little lengthy at a rally.
Oh, boy.
Sure. He can be a little lengthy. Apparently got so lengthy that he crossed over into tomorrow.
Yeah,
2
a.m.,
which is now today.
It went to 2 a.m.
So here's
like the clubs back in the day.
Here's the audience that's reminding him we've now moved into Election Day. We're no longer on Election Eve. So here we go.
So it puts us, assuming we can win tomorrow, which I think we should be able to do pretty easily. It's in our hands, right? It's in our hands. It's totally in our hands. Oh, it's today. Oh, it's today.
It's today.
It's today.
They can do it. It's great. It's today. Think we can win.
That's today. Wow.
Okay, buddy.
Take it down.
It's really not a reason to select how you vote for president, but the fact of how he will drive the national media crazy for 4 years is almost worth it.
Oh, it's absolutely
Rachel Maddow will cry day after day.
Did you see that clip they were playing when they had the bulletproof in front of him? And he was talking about where they had the news people are now. Where he said, "Well, they got to shoot me down. They got to shoot through all these people." And it was the fake news.
Yeah.
And of course, he couldn't let it go.
No.
And he went too far with it. Those things might not. Well, it will upset me. Y'all be careful out there. Percy kind of thought about, well, he always throws
too much.
He always throws a little something in there.
They say this because this is such an interesting story as it unfolds, Rick, in St. Clair County. They said now at this particular voting place that the sheriff has just rolled up with lights blaring, delivering more ballots.
All right, get them in there, Sheriff.
And you know what's awful? And Speedy not having a great day. Somebody said he actually sent them
Mark,
Gary Vine's name
where
to
you're at.
Gary Vine's name to fix it. hey, I mean, I can get up there and fix that ballot. So,
what if Dickie was in line? You think he would be mad?
A road Trump and a road Tide. Let's get this moving. If Nick Saban were here, he'd be running like Chick-fil-A.
Buddy.
A road Tide.
There's dipping.
Do you think he put up with that for a minute?
No.
Oh, my gosh.
So, also.
Have somebody by the face mask.
Saban. So, we also have an old clip, and it's gone viral again. This is when Mike Tyson was on a radio show, was it?
Yes.
Mike Tyson.
And he let them know that he was going to vote. That he was going to vote for Trump, and of course they didn't care for that. And if you're Mike Tyson, you are able to tell everybody.
Well, didn't he tell them what are you going to do about it?
What are you going to do about it?
What are you going to do?
What are you going to do about it?
I want to hear this at least 3 times.
Okay, so here's Tyson.
I'm voting for Trump. So what somebody's going to do about it? I don't think anybody. I mean, I'm going to disagree with you. So what? What are you going to do?
I'm voting for Trump. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it?
You know what? I've always thought that Vivek Ramaswamy would be a good press secretary, but I may back up on that. I may go Mike Tyson.
Oh, yeah.
Wouldn't you like to see him?
Anybody here want to say something negative about Trump? Anybody here want to say something negative about Trump?
What are you going to do about it?
I could just see him going, come up here and say that. You want to ask that question in my face? Come up here.
Well, you for CNN? You for CNN? What do you say? You want me to punch you? Want me to eat the children? I'm a marauder. Anybody want to say something about Trump?
I hope the rest of the dudes in the country say that today. What are you going to do about it? I'm voting for Trump. I hope that happened.
That's right, Adler. That's right, buddy.
I'm sorry.
Go back to the
shave
scripture.
down your beard a little bit. Looking sharp in there.
Don't look so worried.
Well,
Adler, what did you do? You went
Go
Fu
read
Manchu, right?
Yeah, I'm going. It's Movember, so I went Fu Manchu. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's not a good look. It's a month long joke, but it's fine.
What did Movember? What?
Movember, like mustache. People used to do no shave November, in which you like didn't shave the whole time and grew a beard. But I had a beard all the time, and so I just went Fu Manchu / like 5 o'clock shadow. It is a month long joke, and that's a risk I'm willing to take.
Yeah, it's okay. It looks great. I'm sorry I stared at it all day yesterday.
It's okay.
When you were talking to me, I was just staring at your chin.
It's a little bit of Hulkamania, Trumpomania too, you know, brother.
You look like a reliever coming out of the bullpen.
Oh, yeah.
And like I told you yesterday, you look like that guy on Boogie Nights.
Oh, Greg.
He did. One of the characters there.
Thanks, Greg. Thank you.
That's where's my.
I didn't see the movie, so I don't know.
A little later today, I'm going to be a poll worker, so that works out.
He almost looks like Goose Gossage, little son.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, he does.
He does.
Little Goose Gossage.
He looks like a reliever if you don't see his body.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Like if his head just came out there.
Right.
But if you just looked at him, no way you would think he voted Republican. No way.
No way.
Just from looks alone.
He was leaving out in his
And what
gi.
are you going to do about it?
His gi yesterday. He was going to jiu-jitsu class, and he looked pretty mean when he looked at
He
it.
sure did. That mean look on his face.
Whooped up on some white belts yesterday, brother.
I used to be a white belt.
Who did they vote for?
I don't know. We keep politics out of jiu-jitsu.
What color? What color's your belt now?
It's blue.
Ooh.
Whipped up on
But today it's red, brother. It's red, brother.
Is it a light blue or navy blue? What kind
It's
of
more.
blue?
It's more
Royal
like
blue?
a royal blue.
Okay.
Yeah. That'd be good.
That's a good color.
And then as you hopefully it doesn't take too long to get your next belt, because then it'll wash out, and you sometimes see blue belts that have their belts are a little bit washed out, and it's like, hey buddy, you should probably come to class more. And I will be that person. I will be.
No, you won't.
I hope not.
No, your life was different when you had that white belt for 2 or 3 years.
It was 6. It was 6.
And 6 years. Good gracious, I was trying to make it better.
Yeah, it's
Worse. White, blue,
purple, brown, black.
Oh yeah, you're almost there.
You're almost one step up the
So you say
the
it,
ladder.
you're almost there.
you almost got a brown.
If you'd have stayed with Webby, you'd have been there long ago.
I know. I did take 3 years off because of COVID, so there you go.
Do y'all still get in line like you're picking
So COVID
neighborhood football
defeated
game?
COVID is not friendly.
COVID pinned him.
Yes,
Yeah,
COVID versus
You know what?
jiu-jitsu.
Then it was only 3 years.
It was
ago.
only 3, so that's
you
better.
can't count years they wouldn't let you do it.
Yeah, that's true.
Can I ask a question? If you stand in line and call each other out, do you normally get picked first, or are you standing there last?
It's been a while since that's and that setup was more common at Lionheart Jiu-Jitsu, but now since I have Gracie Baja right here by the studio, it is more everybody get on the wall, and then you just go through the whole group.
What is it called?
Gracie Baja is the name of it.
I thought that was
restaurant. I did too. I thought it was a restaurant. I thought it was a restaurant.
There is a
That's Bahama Bob's.
There's
I think
a
is what you're
Baja
talking about.
by where I live.
Okay.
So y'all just get on the wall.
He's pointing on me. He's pointing across.
It's actually confusing because it's spelled Barra, but in Portuguese it's Baja is how you spell it.
Speaking of Portuguese,
It's getting better.
It is. Just
I think you're in a Pure Bar.
I got by a. I've been doing Pure Bar this whole time.
That's what it is.
That is funny. Actually, I got by a brown belt chick yesterday, so that felt good.
Oh,
What?
Don't
Yes.
say that real fast.
I was on her back, and I thought I was going to get her good, and then she snuck something on me. It's called the pump handle submission, and she got me good. You want me to show you how to...
Wait just a minute.
Hey, I'll
You need
show
to
you how
erase
to-
that entire
No, stop
paragraph.
just a minute. Say that one more time. I got lost in that.
Yeah, I bet you did. That'll make you look up from your phone.
Yeah.
You know, I'm gonna get speedy. All right, so we're fighting. All right, and so I get on her back. Okay, I'm on her back.
She's
and then she
bald-headed.
does a 2-on-1. So grab my wrist with
Excuse
both your
me?
hands. Grab my wrist with both your hands, and I know I'm in a lot of trouble here.
Uh-oh.
She then
But she is a
swaps
brown
it-
belt.
She's a brown belt. She knows what she's doing. She real quick swaps it to this side.
No.
And then just pulls on my arm.
Oh,
Just
no.
pulls on it.
Did you tap?
And what is that called?
I go, that's it. You got it.
And what is that called?
It's called the pump handle.
Two-hand.
Don't laugh when I say pump.
I didn't laugh. That was Greg.
You're the one screaming.
I was
it.
laughing when you well.
So you
Hey,
tapped it.
so,
tapped
all right,
out.
so
you tapped. That's
Good
what
move on her
you like,
part.
You
Tapped
tapped
out.
shoulder.
did
You
you tap
tapped out, right?
Did you?
Yes, I tapped.
She
All right.
tapped me.
All right, so a brown belt female is like a male what? Purple?
That's a good question.
Yeah, because we don't want men.
That's fair. That's
men,
fair. That is absolutely fair.
Okay.
How come we're mad about men competing in women's sports, but we don't have a problem with that?
I would not do a tournament with her, and I wouldn't pretend to be a woman.
And plus, she also beat you, so I guess it doesn't matter.
Well, that's a great point too, Greg. But I wouldn't pretend to be a woman. I wouldn't wear women's clothes and say, "Look, I am a woman. I'm equal to a woman." I would never do that
Thank you
because
for being
that's
honest.
insane.
Well, I'm
That's
glad.
insanity. That's
Right.
crazy talk.
I agree.
Thank you for being honest.
She will
about
wear
that.
their hair, though.
It's metal. It's a metal look, not.
Rick and Bubba.
At the house we used to live in, we had a swimming pool. Okay, we never had one before we moved to that house, and I'd heard all the horror stories.
Yeah.
We really had a great time. It was the upkeep was not that bad.
They've come a long way.
The kids could not swim, which I just demanded they learn how to do.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Betty could not swim, and I wanted her to learn. And, they took to the water. They all did good. They all can swim. And then we ended up moving, which, second thought. But we ended up moving, and we didn't have a swimming pool. So I told Betty, I said, look, what I'm going to do, I'm going to save up some money, and we'll build a swimming pool. Okay. Well, so, we go several years, and it's, the saving process is a little longer than I want it to be.
Sure.
And so we got the first of this year, and we said, okay, well, let's go ahead. We're going to do a pool. And we put off starting it a little later than we probably should have, our own choice. But as it worked out, I can't talk.
I'm
getting choked up thinking about it.
If you think you're choked up now.
I think my blood sugar's low.
Right.
So
Quick, get him some M&Ms.
Speedy, get me something, dude.
Yeah,
Seriously.
Cut another piece of Greg's cake.
That stuff's good after
It
a
is.
weekend.
It's
I like
good
when it
stuff.
dries out just a little bit and gets just. But anyway, so we start the pool building process, and there's all you got to. Oh my goodness, all the plans.
So many variables.
Oh my
so
gosh.
many variables.
Live on a mountain.
And we've talked about it, and you got liners and fiberglass and concrete, and I just don't know. And we go through all this, so we finally get it whittled down. We're ready to go. Got some guys working on it, really like, and
right now.
And
Yeah, it's still
no,
early.
we're good.
For
We're
now.
good.
For
We're
now.
good. We're good.
Rick
Don't
liked
jinx
the guys
me.
he had
Don't
originally.
jinx me. Don't jinx me. Everything is good. Nobody move. Nobody. It's kind of like you walking through the woods. You hear a rattlesnake. Oh, nobody move. Nobody move.
Oh, I still like the guy I started with. He just can't do the job I hired him to do.
So
I just don't like his work.
So this is funny. The pool company, they give me a price. I said, look, this will do it. We'll do this. Fix it back like this. The only thing that would cost you more is if we hit rock. And I said, well, I know that it's rocky.
You're on a mountain.
It's rocky around here.
Yeah.
But the guy who built
Mounting.
the house told me that when they blasted extra and, it's field dirt right here, and then there's a good hard layer under the field dirt that'll be
Yeah.
perfect for
Oh,
setting that
that's
pool.
perfect,
Right?
yeah.
Perfect. So this is funny. This is how it went. You get the backhoe out there. Now you've had to, permits. Permits everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Call before you
and
dig,
then
please.
and then you park your truck on the road and get a nasty note. But anyway, I won't go into that. So
Sure.
you do that, and you got the backhoe back there, and it goes in and it gets like one scoop of dirt, and it sets it over here. The very next scoop, it goes.
Oh no!
All the way, all the way. And I'm like,
One scoop.
And I'm like, hey, what was that? I think we've hit rock.
Of course, you're not more than 6 inches in.
Rick, it's such
Horrible sound.
Then teeth of that backhoe just drag it, and the bucket's empty, so it makes that rattling.
Oh yeah.
Across it. And it's like fingers on a chalkboard with hydraulics involved. You know what I mean? It's just an awful
I'll tell you what
sound.
it is. It's fingers in your bank account is what it is.
So then you have to bring in the thing that breaks the rock up. Now,
Oh,
this
yeah.
ain't a thing a guy holds.
Oh, no.
This is a backhoe. This is a backhoe with its own thing on it.
Yeah, it goes,
okay. So, not quite that quick.
No,
You were kind of woodpecker there. It's a little more. It's a little more. Tink 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 tink. You know, you're tink tink
Boy, that'd
tink
get in your head, won't it?
Oh no!
And Bubba,
and
whatever
because it's on rock, you know, it transfers all up and down the neighborhood.
Oh, yeah.
And
whatever you do, don't go out there and ask how much that thing's running an hour.
yeah, I said
for every tick, what's that cost?
I was like, it's like, is it a quarter a pop? What is it?
Right.
What a dollar?
Every time
a
that
pop?
hits that rock, how much is that?
Yeah.
So you know, really, what should have taken one day hole to dig ends up taking a week.
Oh, sure.
You know, give or take.
Sure.
And you know, at one point in your sleep, you wake up at night going.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's shaking.
I told Robin, I said, I think I got a feeling loose from that track.
Oh
yeah. I think it's
shaking the whole house.
So
I got an answer, Bubba. Did you not think about an above grounder, 4 foot of fun? You could always went that, built a deck around it.
Here we go. 22 minutes past. As we make our way back, Election Day in America, and everybody, the voter turnout looks pretty strong today. Hopefully, too big to rig has been the mantra on the right today, so we'll see. Will we go to bed knowing who the president is?
No. No way.
No way?
No way.
No.
No.
Wouldn't it be nice if we did? And it was already...
You know, there was several years there we knew who the president was by about 9:30.
I know.
You know, it was over and done.
Yeah.
Or in you know, the case in '84, we knew about 6:30.
Right. Is it
when New York went Republican? They went, that's over.
Was it Nevada that said it might be 4 weeks before they let us know?
That's right.
In Pennsylvania, who knows?
How can Nevada take 4 days or whatever to count votes? Look, they can pay out gambling debts in mere minutes when you go to the window. How can they not do this?
Embarrassed to even announce that to anyone.
Rick, here's a shocker. Dick Van Dyke, Kamala.
What?
Yeah, he's 98.
I saw that. He's losing his mind. Don't listen to
he's
him.
too
Speedy
close.
had him dead when he read earlier.
How about this?
He thought they were announcing.
How about he's too close to being dead to do something like that right before he sees God?
Yeah.
Well, he knows there will be no consequences for his vote, so you know.
Rick, as we
too much? Was that too much?
Too much.
You're right.
As we tap the brakes here on Election Day for just a moment,
please.
Interesting story here about Jeff Bezos trying to recover engines from NASA that were discarded into the ocean back when the Apollo project and all that was going on, and he's delivering them to the Smithsonian. Is that right?
Yes, they're in the Smithsonian already.
Oh, but he's the one that retrieved them.
Now, what he's trying to do.
Does he ever wear any other shirt?
Well, you know, Rachel Maddow says we need to get to know this guy because we can't work with Elon anymore.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. And this guy's doing some good.
Isn't he doing great? And
go up and down.
This is him trying to get some attention. Elon's getting all the attention. Hey, look, I took some rocket engines off the bottom of the ocean.
I'm pretty rich, too.
Yeah, all right, here we go.
I was sitting in my living room one day, and I said, I wonder if you could find those F1 engines from Apollo 11 sitting on the bottom of the Atlantic somewhere. And I went to Google, and I typed in Apollo 11 booster impact coordinates. Yep. And they popped up. They had radar tracked it all the way to impact. Right. And so I thought, this is going to be the easiest thing I've ever done. I'm going to go recover those engines. Of course, that was the only part of it that was easy. It turned out to be incredibly hard. We did side scanning sonar first, and we located too many objects. Really? So it's like NASA's graveyard out there. Yeah. Like, all this stuff that flew out there, most of it, there's like a big 30-mile long ellipse. Very similar corridor. And so we found some things that we thought were very likely, and then we had to go investigate them. So we put together a big mission with remotely operated vehicles with like high-def cameras. It's in 14,000 feet of water, 7,000 PSI, so everything you do in those environments is very difficult, but it was actually incredibly fun. I brought my mom and my dad and my brother and my brother-in-law. My mom, there was 60 people on the boat where we recovered the engines, and there were 59 men and 1 woman, my mom. That's awesome. So anyway, it took a full month. We were out at sea for almost for like 28 days. Pulled up those engines, and that Apollo 11 F1 engine that actually flew the men to the moon is literally in the Smithsonian. That is the cool.
How are you on that, Bubba? You
That's
like
cool.
that?
I think
Huh?
that's cool. That's cool. A little history there.
Little
huh?
keepsake.
Yep.
So you sure that's the right one?
Here we go.
Here it comes.
Probably, Greg.
Buckle up.
Probably sure, buddy. Are you sure?
I don't know.
He skipped right over. We didn't even go. I thought that was
No.
a major step forward.
Well, they had to throw that stuff out there to make it look real.
Right, do it and dropped it in 14,000 feet.
Yeah.
Just to be sure we all believed it.
Have y'all seen too? There's so many interesting videos floating around today. Have y'all seen the Amish all going
Yes.
to vote
Yes,
in
I
their
did see that.
wagons with the Trump sign?
Yes, and
I mean,
American flags on it.
It's
Yeah.
a long line of wagons.
You know, we've seen the boat parades. They had a horse and buggy parade.
That's
They sure
funny.
did. It was incredible.
They built 2 barns on the way.
That's right.
I mean, look, you know things are bad when the Amish say we're not going to isolate ourselves
Look,
off
here
the
it
world.
is. Here it is right here.
There they go.
They're gonna party like it's $16.99.
Yep.
A vote, 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 a vote.
Yeah,
Trump.
even the Amish. Now, another thing you were talking about, Adam, let's look at 12E. So Justin Jefferson, one of the NFL's premier wide receivers, and I believe
Happens to be a Minnesota Viking.
and credits himself with inventing the what's it called? I
That little dance.
was going to say the ditty, but that's not
Gritty?
Gritty, yeah,
Did he
the
do
gritty.
the gritty? I don't know anything
Yeah,
about it.
he claims that he invented the gritty. Straight up. I saw him on a documentary. No, it was that Netflix show that was about wide receivers.
Receiver.
Yeah. He claimed
Never watched that, by the way.
He claimed he was the first one at LSU. He did the gritty, and everybody started doing it. But he claims that he wears a $1 million diamond chain during games.
I've often wondered
real
about
smart.
wearing any jewelry.
I know,
because
they
it seems
do.
like it would. You could get hurt by.
I'm
it.
worried that you spend $1 million on a chain.
He's
So
going to live, first of all.
he says that he doesn't worry about it getting damaged, right, Bubba? Because he said it's
He
insured.
said he's got insurance.
Here's the broadcast talking about it.
Back in. Yeah, I got to admit, okay, every once in a while I ask stupid questions. I said, does that hurt? The diamonds in your teeth, that's got to hurt, right? It's like wearing braces or whatever. And then you got the necklace, and he's playing with it.
Yeah, I just I know that he's got the $1 million to him is nothing. I got that.
Yeah, but
But
still.
$1 million for a necklace, and I'm wearing it in the football game.
I mean, somebody's going to break that. There's going to be diamonds flying all over the field.
and the fact that it looks like a woman's necklace. What's that? You know, let's
Right.
add that.
Well, this all came from when these men started wearing pearls. Come on, please, we got to stop that.
That was
that just come on now. That's not the right direction.
No,
men should not wear pearls.
No, we've already got enough of that, don't
yeah, and of course you would never warn them and run around in our group.
No,
but
no.
just no. We're not going to do that. And if I play defense, I have to say I would want to reach my hands in there and break
Rip it off, yeah. Say, go call your insurance company.
Yeah, hey,
Same with the dreads.
Hope you got good insurance. There's the diamonds laying all over the field.
I know. Don't you know the grounds crews out there? Oh, wow, found
Right.
one here. That's
But I was telling Bubba, a lot of times this is the thing you always, we talked about this a little bit. You get a perplexed, like I don't know how he'll vote. He may be voting for the Republicans. I don't know, but when people that are like uber rich like this, and they'll start talking about how the Democrat Party is the plight for the less fortunate, not the conservative, even though that's not really factual. And then you think, well, how about $1 million not on the necklace? Why don't you go to a bad part of town, take $1 million and stock everybody's refrigerator, stock everybody's pantry,
Build a playground.
Yeah, something like that. If probably a little more than probably have some impact. Bottom of the hour, we'll come back. We'll get into phone calls and hear from you, America, at 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Wants to start this hour, Bubba, by asking us, are we aware of this story? Barry, go right ahead.
Yeah, I was wondering if y'all had heard about the story about the wounded vet. He had lost his hand and he went fishing, and he caught a fish, and it pulled his hand off.
The fish did?
Yeah, the
I
fish
saw
pulled
that.
his hand off. And then somebody else come back and caught the fish, and it still had the hand attached to it.
Was the hand in the fish's mouth?
No, it was on the rod.
Yeah, it was on the
He yanked
rod.
the rod out of his hand, popped his arm off.
Oh, I see. So
it was on the news last
So he had the fish on the line.
Yeah. Yeah.
The fish was so strong, it popped his arm out, and the rod and the arm went into the water. Somebody else caught the fish later, still hooked to the rod with the arm still attached to the rod.
Yep, got his arm back.
You know, I mean, look, I don't expect. I'm not trying to be a prosthetic expert, but wouldn't you be using the other arm with the rod? I mean,
Well, you got a crank, right? You got a crank with your good hand.
Well, that's true. That's a great point.
Yeah. Maybe he got it with the optional kung fu grip to hold the fishing rod. I don't know. I'm just saying.
You're all over that.
Couldn't you get a fishing rod arm?
Do you want the story, or was that enough for you, Rick?
What? I bet
I'm
nobody
not making fun, but I'm just saying.
I bet nobody ever, no one would ever have to say, get your rod tip up.
Fishing a worm.
Yeah, you're fishing that worm. That's it.
That's pretty
Nobody
good.
have to say, get your rod tip up, would they?
That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, it gives a whole new meaning to pocket fishermen.
Amen.
Ready to go.
They got all kinds of tats.
So he's getting his arm back.
Yeah, this is the story here.
Oh, we got the story.
I saw it all on the news.
Has that story about the one that got away. But Jack Wiseman's tops them all.
It went quick and the rod went down. The captain tried to throw another hook in the water and cross over the line.
But it disappeared into the bottom of the Gulf. Among the hundreds of the world's best tarpon fishermen at Boca Grande Pass this weekend, Wiseman stands out in his bright green shirt. Did you notice what it says on the back? He's a wounded warrior.
But it was like, did you see that? His arm's gone.
Yes, you heard that correctly.
I have a special prosthetic that's got different devices I can hook onto it.
There it is.
And all of a sudden,
you're right.
Hand snapped off the prosthetic device, still hooked to the rod. And the rod and the reel and the hand went down the water.
For us, it was funny. And that was the biggest thing. And he said, we're going to be a legend. You're the only guy that lost an arm out here yesterday.
But unlike
Who's
most
that
of
dude? He's that friend that always goes with you. He won't fish, but he drinks the whole time.
And our rod with my hand was still attached to the rod. And they brought it back to us. So that's my fishing story.
That's amazing.
That's the best story.
His buddy was giddy.
I tell you what a big.
I tell you what, we loved it.
We got matching shirts.
I don't know if it was just our video feed, but his buddy looked like he was almost animated in the face.
Claymation.
He looked like, you know what I mean? He looked like he wasn't real. Look at that again.
It's almost like he was a fish.
It was kind of freaking me out.
I told you you're going to be a legend.
He looks like a cartoon fish, like on Finding Nemo.
Yes, he does.
It must be our video feed, but he didn't look human.
It's like he's the blowfish that's in the aquarium.
Yes.
What's up with that?
You're so right. He's about 8 deep in some natty.
Oh, you know what he's saying too. He's like, "Wow, what are you saying? Reach in there and get a cold feel with it."
I was holding one of my beers.
I told you you're going to be a legend now. We thought it was funny. We thought it was funny. I think everything's funny.
How about this? What if you were on? What if it was a charter boat where they put multiple people on it and you didn't know it was prosthetic? God, you see that fish? He's jerked his arm off.
What a fish!
That fish just jerked his arm off. That fish was huge. It's his jaws. We got to get a bigger boat.
And I got back to shore before you ever got there.
Hey, you ain't
Are
gonna
you
believe
the guy that lost your arm?
Man, there's been a shark attack.
Where's the blood?
Well, I'm just sitting out there with Phyllis trying to catch some red snapper.
Red snapper.
Hey, the dude next to me hooked into a tarpon. He ripped his arm off. All I said, "Are you all right?" He said, "Yes." I said, "Well, roll tide." Maybe another fisherman will catch it. Hell, I didn't think it happened.
Did I miss it, or did they say how big the fish was?
It's got to be a pretty good one.
Or the arm. I don't know how big it was.
I mean, shouldn't your arm connection be slightly above the test of the line?
Right. Yeah.
You would think.
Greg Burgess taking phone calls. You can call us right now. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number, as you just heard. And we'd love to hear what's on your mind. Any topic is fine. So fire up now. Lines are available. Greg will get you set up ready to go. Way back early today, if you're living in the live world, there was a kickoff hour with Greg and Speedy, and they mentioned this. This has been tradition since 1960 that the first election results to come in will come out of Dixvill Dicksville Notch in New Hampshire. They have 6 people that vote. Now, in the past, or recent past, we've seen almost all of them go Democrat. Not this time.
Nope.
The votes are in.
Let's see. So the last election,
The 5 of them voted, and it was 5-0 Biden.
Yep.
Okay, so he swept all 5 people last time.
Correct.
This year, the ballots are in. They have been counted. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, their first one's in.
And there were 6 people voted this year.
Right.
And it was split 3-3.
3-3.
Right.
So
Vote
Dicksville Notch canceled theirself out.
Yep, they did. So, but they said the interesting part is they got Republican votes this time. Half the people went that way. Didn't happen back when Biden was against Trump.
I vote.
They said they sent the 6 votes to get it confirmed in Nevada. They said they'll have it in a month. To the phones we go. Jacob, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
How you doing, Rick and Bubba? How y'all doing this morning?
We're good. I hope you're okay.
I just want to say thank y'all for making my mornings great over the years.
It's our pleasure.
I was wondering, man, how Americans think it's okay for people to be coming in this country illegally, and for Kamala to think it's okay for boys to play in girls' sports. That's just outrageous to me.
Yeah, to me, the topics, Jacob, I'm sorry, you make a good point. They seem bipartisan. You heard Bill Clinton. I mean, he's one of the kings of the Democratic Party. He believed that it made no sense whatsoever to have a unvetted border. That was logic. I think it's also logic to say that biological men should not compete against biological women. These things really shouldn't have a political party.
Right. This should be an American issue, right?
Yeah. I don't understand.
I mean, there's plenty of other things we can argue and debate and have a good time, but our home is our home. You have walls and doors.
Right.
So does heaven.
Right.
I just don't see where this is. I just do not follow the concept of just let it rip. At the border, I don't get it.
If I walked into a room and told some people,
unless you have a nefarious
they didn't know
situation.
anything. Yeah, they didn't know anything. Okay, they don't know anything. I said, hey, I got an idea for our athletic department. Okay, let's never lock our doors with all this expensive equipment in here, and let's let the guys play against the girls. People would look at you like you had lost your mind. But that's what we're doing.
Oh, I can't even. Some of the issues that we're dealing with in this country, I can't even. 5 years ago, I couldn't even fathom that we'd have this discussion.
Well, there were
it
things.
just seems so blatantly obvious.
And both parties agreed on these logical things.
Right.
And it's odd that we don't anymore. Let's go to James, Pell City. He's in St. Clair County, Alabama. Hey, James, go ahead.
Big boys, my mom was texting me when I was in the polling location. She said that y'all were reporting that a St. Clair County sheriff pulled up with lights and sirens with a big stack of ballots. Just to give y'all a little clarification what's going on, the location is completely out of the typical secrecy ballots because they don't have any of the amendments on the ballot.
Yeah, we knew that.
Right,
we did report
right.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, we
Right.
heard
So
that.
they've had
And that was we didn't report it like it was a fact. We said we had reports of somebody in the field that said that.
Right. So it is a fact, but it is but now they're making everyone vote on the one single handicap machine that they have. So it's a complete disaster at that location. It's not good. It's discouraging a lot of people from voting today. So I don't like it, but
Well, the good news is Sweet Home Alabama is going for Trump. I mean, everybody needs to be able to vote, and everybody should be angry about that. No problem there. But it's nothing. We don't need to fret. We need to get it right because people who want to vote ought to be able to vote. But it's not going to impact the election, thankfully. We continue. Let's go to Jeremy, Brookhaven, Mississippi. Jeremy, go ahead.
All right, I was hoping Greg would be on the panel so y'all could both give me your input, but
I played Blackberry Smoke over the years, and I've kind of listened to it. But I wanted y'all to give me the rundown of the ones to pick on Apple Music to build my own playlist, so I don't have to go with their playlist.
Well, you need to definitely have on there Waiting for the Thunder? Is that the name of it? I'm trying to remember the name. Yeah, Waiting on the Thunder is a must. You got to have that one. Some of them.
One Horse Town.
You like One Horse Town?
I do.
Okay, all right.
There's
There's one.
several.
There's one for Speedy. I absolutely love the There Ain't Much Left of Me. That one is fantastic.
That's a great.
That may be my absolute favorite.
Good one coming on.
Well, Speedy, I mean, he may not want to have a song about getting drunk. And
well, he didn't ask that. He just asked what songs.
Well, I'm just saying, I wasn't going to put that one out there.
Let It Burn?
Let It Burn is great.
Well, don't say that.
No, I don't know. I haven't heard that one before, but I've heard the song. I haven't heard the lyrics to it. And so those to me have to be on there. And then I Got a Song is good. I love that one. So there's so many. I mean, when you look at it, but from the Whippoorwill album, you almost need that whole thing. But I'm just kidding. I wouldn't. But it is really, really good stuff in there, though. So there you go. Those you got. Up the Road is very good. You got to have Up the Road. So there's you kind of some essentials right there. That's perfect. We continue. Let's go to Jerry. Jerry, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick.
Hey,
I just
Jerry.
sent a picture to your text. Did it come through with the ballot?
Yeah, we've been getting a lot of those.
Yeah.
Was a dot in the box?
Yeah.
I've heard that too. I don't know what that's about. Doesn't that look fishy?
Listen. What it is fishy. What it does is that computer will read that and it will kick your ballot out like you didn't even vote. You're not voting for Kamala with that, but it will kick your vote out like you didn't even vote. So if that dot is on your ballot, you need to ask for another ballot.
So you need to bring, to mark your box properly, and also bring white out to take the dot out of the box. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know if it'll read the white out, but there are ballots with that dot and ballots without. And if there's a dot in any other box, it will kick your vote out. I do know that.
Because I assume if the machine sees two votes, it's going to kick it out, and that's how
it's going to throw it out. It's going to throw it out like you didn't even vote.
Yeah, the story I saw about it, you take a picture of it and then walk it back and say you need another one.
So you personally had this happen to you?
No, one of my dear friends that lives here in Vina with me did, and he had to get another ballot, and they gave him a different ballot.
You know, we've seen these online, but you can't tell.
Is that Kentucky?
I don't. It looks like he was calling from Alabama.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard reports of it happening in Kentucky.
But maybe that is from Kentucky, but the actual picture, I don't know. We continue, so pay attention to that. Look for that on your ballot. If you have one that's already got a smudge in it or something, go get another one. People say machines are also down in Alabama in Jefferson County.
Pell City having problem. Over 300 people in line in the rain in Pell City.
Blame it on the rain.
Let's go to Daniel. Daniel, welcome to Rick and Bubba. And I can see Daniel calling the show. Let's go to Daniel. Daniel, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I was just calling because I was wondering, maybe I missed it, but I think a talking point Trump could have got across on Harris as far as the security and stuff is the whole weather balloon that came over from China. Did he never bring that up during any debates or anything like that?
You know, that topic, that whole discussion disappeared.
It did.
It just went away.
Completely disappeared. Yeah. Alt Adler, yes?
Trump did mention it during his Rogan interview how Joe Biden let the balloon go across the entire country.
Okay.
He said he wouldn't have let that happen.
Okay, so he did bring it up in the interview with Rogan.
He did say, if I'm remembering correctly, that there were others that had happened during his administration, but they didn't tell him about it. If they had told him about it, he would have stopped it, if I'm remembering that correctly. I've listened to Trump's full one, J.D. Vance's full one, and then I got as much of Elon Musk's in last night that I could, because that was a late-breaking podcast from last night, so I could be getting that wrong. A vote Trump. That's all I got to say.
I'm going to say something that probably may upset some people, and so hopefully this is a time they confuse my voice with Greg, because we do sound similar. I think what we may be seeing here, remember, this has been our concern. I think all of us, unapologetically, would say if you look at our society as a whole, and this is in general, there's exceptions. Thank goodness for that.
As a whole, yeah, I get it.
I don't see a lot of excellence, and the people I encounter in most every situation, with some wonderful exceptions, they're not really getting after it, and they don't seem to be all that excellent.
Right.
Well, then wouldn't that also mean that all the people that are helping at the voting locations and people with machines and all that, they would also not be excellent?
Well, yeah, I think we can.
I'm so sorry, but there it is. Wow. I mean, nothing feels excellent anymore. But you got to have people. Look, I'm telling you, I talked to. Well, I may share that when we come back because it'll help with the vote. I mean, this is an actual conversation, classification point A, of someone that says, I'm going to tell you the real deal, and this is where you can't get as a country, and we're there, and that's why we got to change that. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pretty much sums this story up. A drunken Ohio woman accused of spraying deputies with breast milk.
Well.
A drunken Ohio woman was arrested Saturday after she allegedly sprayed sheriff's deputies with breast milk, according to the Delaware County Sheriff's Office. The lady's name, Stephanie Robinette, 30 years old, reportedly a charter school teacher, is accused of getting drunk at a wedding, starting a dispute, hitting her husband a few times, and eventually locking herself into her car.
Wow.
Authorities say when they arrived, she was screaming profanities and proceeded to remove, one of the milk holders and spray the deputies with the milk.
One of the udders.
Bubba, we've got.
Thank you, Greg.
Because I know
we didn't get it.
Bubba, I guess the fact that she was armed, means that she has a child. And is drunk at the wedding.
Yes, the deputies removed her from the car and arrested her. She's being charged with domestic violence, assault, obstructing official business, resisting arrest,
drinking Powade,
and disorderly conduct. She said, I have no criminal record. I take these charges very seriously, and I absolutely intend to seek help for substance abuse with alcohol because alcoholism runs in my family. You think?
Now, I'm going to tell you this mad drunk woman, I'm not trying to tell her husband what to do, but the amount of alcohol that she's consuming, I don't think I would attach one of my children to those.
No.
Because I got to tell you something. That
could be tainted.
I mean, she may be the only mother that can give her children a White Russian.
Yes.
Good night, everybody. That'll do it.
Rick, I'm Baptist. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, Rick, what's funny in this situation was not funny. Everybody hits their bottom. When I seek, I need help. So this had to happen. Well, let's say I had to assault my husband at a wedding.
Yeah, go through it, please.
Well, yeah.
And I end up in a car, and I squirt a police with breast milk. Don't forget that.
I mean, who does that?
And then when it's all over, I go, you know what? I might need some help.
Yeah,
I bet there was a sign before that.
What about if she didn't say that? Picture being the person that says, now let's review the evening. Okay? And let's see if you agree with me. I'm taking you for help today. And let me tell you why. You were at your sister's wedding. You're a teacher. Okay? You teach children. You got drunk at a wedding while being capable of nursing children. Okay? You yelled profanities at somebody's wedding. You punched me. You locked yourself in the car, and when the police came to settle you down, you removed your memory and began to fire on the police. That's what happened tonight. And if that's not a wake-up call, honey, I don't know what is.
That's what I'm saying.
Now, I will tell you this. You forever in our family have the best drunk story.
Oh, yeah. Nobody will ever.
Right.
Ever top
that. But other than that, we're not having fun now.
An unbelievable pressure.
Right.
Yeah, anybody's telling a drunk story, she just sits
and frankly, your distance to hit that one policeman was impressive.
Yeah, your aim was outstanding.
How about if you're the policeman coming back? Well, you're not going to believe what happened to me.
While toweling off.
Yeah, in the break room. You
First
see this milk stain right here?
How about this? First of all, you might got a towel. All right. Secondly, wow.
Just assaulted by a mom.
Hey, imagine calling home. Hey, hon, how you doing? I'm good. How's work? Well, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Anything interesting happened today? Well, yeah.
Sure did.
Yeah.
When I come home, I'm going to have a bizarre smell about me.
Yeah.
Let me try to explain.
That's incredible.
Oh, my.
You know, part of me just wanted to see that. I mean, that's something you don't
Greg,
see. No,
Greg,
you don't see that.
I knew you'd say that.
You don't see
I
that
knew
much.
you would say that.
I've never seen a woman hold policeman at bay that way. That's unbelievable.
I will say this
Well,
one.
not to mention she had a double barrel. She could hold it.
Hey, you watch out.
Yeah.
Left, right.
She could lay down some cover.
All right,
She
let
might
me
get-
reload. Let me reload.
She might get them both going.
Hey.
Let me say this.
Right to the machine gun.
Also, just,
And be Aunt Martha. Rick.
I'm leaving the wedding. I'm locking myself in the car. The cops better not come after me. Get back all away from me. Let me say this too, okay? This proves the point that Bubba has made many times. Can you imagine tomorrow? 9 minutes to the top of the hour, as far as real time in which we're currently living as we do the show. This will be our last opportunity to speak with you until we gather tomorrow and take a look-see at what's taking place from the text line. Today feels like the whole country is waiting on a test result. Now, they put a specific category of test result. I left that out.
I've heard that we're waiting on like a gender reveal.
Right.
Is it a she or a he?
Right.
Or any of the other, 12 to 15 columns you could go in based on one candidate.
This particular texter, though, is talking about something much more severe.
Yes, yes.
It's one of those things where, a doctor says we tested you for cancer or, whatever.
Could stay with you.
Yeah, and so there we go. So what I was mentioning going to the break, and there's a lot of things, and like you've done a great job, Bubba, of saying, look, let's get out of the weeds. Those things are not going to matter. There's so many things that are so easy. And one of them is something that, and do you remember was it Thomas Jefferson? We were warned that if our society ever got to the point that half or more of the people were getting a check from the government, we would cease to be able to operate as a republic.
Right.
And was it Jefferson? Somebody. I know one of the founders made that point. So we all have talked about this topic a lot, and finally, this was heard, and I won't reveal who it is because I don't want them to get in trouble at work, or where we heard this. But the person actually does this for a living, okay? And what they do for a living is they work with what sounds good on paper, an organization that encourages this particular agency go and find work for minorities. And help them with jobs.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And this person does that. That's what they do. It's almost like you look at some of these any of these agencies that try to put people to work. But this one is specifically designed for that. And we've all made a hypothesis that it doesn't seem like job opportunity is the problem. It seems that nobody wants to work. Have we all said that?
that guy
Every
owns
day.
me.
Every
I
day.
know.
Every
And
day.
it's funny because
we can laugh at ourselves,
Hey.
unlike the rest of the world.
Hey, at least 22.
Right.
Come on.
Come on. You got
one a week max.
So this person was discussing their job, and when asked, "So how's it going?" the answer was this: "I have plenty of jobs, plenty."
Mm-hmm.
I mean, jobs, plenty. But when I go to try to get people to fill the jobs that are available, I keep running into the same thing. Wait a minute. If I get that many hours, I won't get the government check anymore.
Right.
Wait a minute. If I make that income, I won't get the government check anymore. Now,
there's a common denominator there.
Right. Our mind would say, but wait a minute. If you're getting the same money for working,
wouldn't you rather work than to be getting a handout, because that comes from other people's tax dollars
Right.
that we could be using to pay off our debt, maybe?
Yeah.
To
Build
do
roads.
and the person says that's what I'm running into is these government checks have gotten to the point that the jobs that I have pay about the same or maybe a little bit more than what they're getting for doing nothing, and they don't want to lose that. And when I try to say, well, wouldn't you rather go earn your own money and make your own living? Unfortunately, the answer is, why would I do that?
Yeah, I know.
So,
It's just-
so you see where when you get there, then you got a real problem. Number one, you're taking tax dollars and they're going to people that really have the opportunity to work. That's one problem. Then the other problem is here's jobs that need to be filled that they can't get anybody to fill.
Right.
So
Right.
it's really a double whammy right there. See, I think we've lost the mentality of, if I'm sitting here and I've got a chance to get a check for doing nothing that come from other people, I'm fine with us being benevolent. And of course, the government was never supposed to be.
No,
there, but,
it's not their job.
But that
No.
ship has sailed.
Yeah.
If we have programs that have helped people get across a bridge, I'm good with it. But they were never designed to be lifestyles. And what's happened now is, I think we thought at one time people's character would, if I can work and make my own way, I'm going to do that, even if it's equal to what I could get from the government or maybe a little bit more. But what we're finding is some people are saying, well, if I take this job, it's going to mess up my check I'm getting, so they won't take them.
Right.
And this person says, I deal with this every day. They said, I am sitting here with jobs ready to go and can't get anybody to take them. So even when, and so what we've got to do is we've got to.
Did you get their number?
Well, you know what? I will tell you this. I can pass that along, but I think there's going to be one issue. Unless you can produce some sort of paperwork that lessens your whiteness, you're not going to be considered.
Yeah.
But anyway, so we can't be there. That look, Bubba, you know what that is? That implodes.
Yeah,
that's going to collapse on itself. We can't have that. Even the founders warned, don't get there. So again, this vote today, it really, we have to make some adjustments, and it's not going to fix itself overnight. I hate to break that to you. It's going to take some time, but I kind of like this new campaign that seemed to come out almost like yesterday. Maybe I missed it. He says Kamala broke it, but I would say the Democrats broke it, and Trump's the only one that can fix it. And it's one of these kind of things where you look and go, well, this looks like a pretty dirty job. It is, but you got to find the right person that can do it.
It's not an easy job.
No. And honestly, there's people that probably you would look at and go, that's a person that I think is of higher character, but can they get this job done? When it comes down to, hey, everything's on the line, you just kind of want the best lawyer.
Yeah.
Even if you don't agree with that lawyer, or maybe on some other things in their worldview or their life. But if they're the best lawyer, you got to put the best lawyer in there.
I think today, too, win, lose, or draw, get out and vote. The
Absolutely.
only way we
Yeah.
really lose is if you don't vote.
Well, and then we hit you, if you're people of faith, just cling to who God is in all this. I mean, he has not left his place, and he is sovereign over all this. But to Bubba's point, we're allowed to participate, so we should.
Yeah.
And
take advantage of that.
Yeah, but rest in the peace of ultimately everything really is going to be all right. And some of y'all have asked about where those verses were we read earlier. I've got them on my Instagram. If you want to look at them there, they're there. All right. Well, I guess that's it, Bubba. I mean, next time. Good night.
Next
Look
time
at that.
we get together, we'll see where we're at.
Good night. Look at that. So, if you got more Rick and Bubba on the archives today, enjoy it. But as far as the live show, for a lot of you, we're wrapping up, and we'll chat next time. And it'll be interesting to think about and predict what we'll be talking about.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.